infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, GameBird. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 46. We're going to have a good show for you guys today. Last week, you guys know we did a little bit of a Q&A thing for the whole stream. Well, this week, you ain't got to worry about that. Yes, you can still get your questions super chatted in, and we'll answer them rapid fire at the end like we do every episode. But no, we're not taking half hours to answer questions. Instead, we have some killer topics this week. We're going to be talking about the new news today, the breaking news today from Nintendo about game price changes to Switch 2 games moving forward, at least in regards to Nintendo themselves. Whether or not anyone else will follow suit, we'll have to wait and see on that one. We also have, I guess, our first quote-unquote legit rumor. It's a rumor, so is it really legit till it happens? About a direct of some type happening next month. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We have Bloomberg, had to get the negative headline of the week out there for Nintendo, talking about the 30% reduction in manufacturing. We'll talk about that as well. And a little bit of a dealer's choice. There's a couple ideas floating there. I don't know what's going to happen because it's a dealer's choice. Whoever chooses that one, they choose the topic. So let's go around the room, though, and introduce our guests. We have TigerTyme is here.
Hello, how's it going, guys? Great to be back, as always. Excited to talk tonight. Yeah.
Nice. We got Dea Sandstorm McDowell.
It's the Sandman. Good night.
Just you're going to sleep
out instantly.
No, what is the Sandman. Good night. Click. Come back. It's not a joke. He literally just dipped out. What the fuck? Oh man, welcome, man. Nice to have you here. We have AndresRestart's back. How's it going, bud? You're muted. I'll unmute you. Maybe I remuted you. You're unmuted. Can't unmute because you choked. Okay, you are the only one that got muted. That's a little. Right. Thank you. I don't have the power to unmute. That's bullshit. Anyways,
I have control. I've maintained some of my powers from what I used to co-host. Anyways, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Nice. Happy to have you here too. We have our sock puppet / Spice Lord, Eric Mohr is here.
Hello, everyone.
Hell yeah. We have the GameBird Classic in the house.
The legend. What is up, everyone? Happy to be here. Another Wednesday. Let's kick some butt. Let's talk some games.
Hell yeah. And then we got ThunderStash Gaming, whose body is ready.
Always. Yeah, happy to be here. Busy week. A lot of games coming out this week. If you haven't noticed, it's insane right now. The amount.
Dude.
My review pipeline is very, very heavy right now. So limited sleep. I was up to like 3:30 getting my Mega Man Star Force review
Nice.
in line by the 8 a.m. embargo, and then we got 2 more embargoes tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Are you reviewing? Are you doing Midnight Walk?
Midnight Walk and Bridge
Okay.
of Spirits.
Okay. Yeah. Those are the 2 tomorrow. Yeah. I don't have Ken. I have Midnight Walk. I have a video going up for it tomorrow, guys. It's not a review. I don't do reviews. At least outside of the podcast. But it is a video about it and my thoughts on the game. So it's like a review, but it's not because it's a sponsored spot. But it's good. I had a good time with the game. So, and I liked that it was short. I didn't expect to like beat the game. I just had to make like a dedicated video. I'm like, I'm not gonna beat the game. And I kept playing. And 5 hours went by, and I was done. And I'm like, dude, I just beat the game. I didn't actually mean to do that. Huh.
That's something I like about it too.
We need more games like that. Yeah.
It was
For
like
sure.
I was just planning to play it for like an hour just to get some footage, and I'm like, I'm kind of having fun. I'm just gonna play because I feel like playing, and then I beat it. I'm like, oh well, geez. Yes, that's my most recent beat game, guys. Is Midnight Walk. I
Nice.
did not expect that. But it was good. It was fun. So look forward to Stash's review tomorrow. My video, obviously, guys, it's a sponsored video. If you're looking for any critiques or criticisms, you're not going to see that in the sponsored video. That's just, not the way those go. That's why I don't call it a review. It's weird because they're holding me to the review embargo, but I'm not reviewing. It's weird. Don't ask me. What I will say, though, the fact that I'm doing a paid video, guys, pay attention to the videos that you guys watch out there. Because this does happen in the content creator space where people are paid and they do paid reviews. Don't listen to people that review games, but it's sponsored and paid for. Don't do that. It's a conflict of interest.
To be fair, I did review, but you guys already know this. I reviewed the Disney Afternoon Collection, and I did get paid by Disney. It was a deal with Disney. However, I mean,
You
give
already
me a
played
break, bro. These
Those
games
games-
came out in the NES era. I've been playing them my whole life.
Your opinions weren't going to change today. Those games, your opinions were locked in for those a long time ago.
Those games have been on my shelf. Like literally, I've owned DuckTales since 1989. So I mean, come on. Clearly, I love the games.
Yeah. Obviously, guys, I'm making a general stance. There's always exceptions, but general stance, don't trust reviews for new games and technically it's a game that came out last year, but whatever, new enough.
By the way,
people get paid. The fact that I'm getting paid, and I told them they wanted me to use the word review, and I said no.
Pretty sure legally, like we have to let people know that it is a paid sponsor, right?
Yep.
Like there's a button that we have to click to let people know.
Yeah,
it's
and you
paid
have to put it
sponsorship.
in the video and in the description, or both, or one or the other. I can't remember. I do both.
I do both.
Yeah.
So I mean, people should know. So like
they should.
Yeah.
But I do know.
Hey, they should. But dude, think about all the things people should know.
I say this. I've watched entire reviews where I didn't mention once in the review it was sponsored, and then I found it buried in the description. And I'm like,
yeah,
dude, come on. Come on, dude. This is a brand new game. You've never played this before. There's no fucking way this is an honest review. And here's what sucks is because like you can get paid. Like I got paid for Midnight Watch. It's not a review. I have a lot of positive things to say about it, but I have that to say anyways. But that's why I told them I can't call this a review because I am not taking money to do a review of a game I've never played before. This doesn't make any sense. Because then one, I don't do game reviews, and two, now I'm doing it because I'm paid, and I'm doing it because I can only say positive things. Like I'm just not doing that shit. But I have ran into other content creators, and I won't name any names, that have put out reviews that were definitely paid for.
Who?
That it's like, this is not good. Like, I get that we're all trying to make a buck here on YouTube, but at some point integrity has to matter somewhere, doesn't it? I don't know. Maybe I'm off on that. No one seems to be agreeing with me. So
I mean, you already know I do, but we know how the world works, man.
Like a famous quote, everybody has a price.
Say, get the check while you can get it. Who cares?
Tell you what, Prime, you can do a GameBird Classic sponsor on your channel, and you're allowed to critique me all you want. How's that sound?
The problem is, it's hard for me to critique someone who's better than me.
Oh,
You heard it here, folks.
So it would just be a suck up video. I think you just want me to advertise your channel to get more subs. I get it.
That's probably it. There's always a motive.
There's always a motive. All right, guys, I'm Nintendo Prime. What's up? You guys know daily news. Let's go ahead and get to our topic roulette. Who wants to go first? Any takers?
I'll go.
All right,
Sure.
Gamer, what one you want?
What do we got here? No, boring. Not interested.
He was involved in the whole discussion earlier today. This is boring. This is probably one of the ones he threw out there.
Let's do topic 1. Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive game price change.
There you go.
I'll do topic 3.
Well, look at that. Jumping at topic 3. Ooh.
3.
I'm actually excited to see what Stash has to say about that topic. I didn't think that was the one he was going to take. I knew he wouldn't take the direct. Everyone's bored about the direct. I know I'm going to end up stuck with that topic, but everyone's bored talking about a direct until it actually happens. I get it.
I was gonna say, are you sure you're not gonna get stuck with dealer's choice?
Yeah, I might because you go next.
Yeah, you're getting stuck with dealer's choice.
Damn it.
you at least had an idea. So
Well, there's 2 ideas written down.
I mean,
neither of them were mine.
yeah, there is that.
just to put it out there. Okay, cool. So Eric's going to take the Nintendo Direct, and I'll do dealer's choice. Guys, I don't know what the topic's going to be yet. Maybe one of your guys' super chats that comes in ends up being the topic. I have no idea. Sometimes you guys have better ideas of stuff to talk about than me. In fact, I might eventually let members on my channel submit topic ideas. No promise we use them. Just in between episodes if people want to just throw some stuff out. Because sometimes we just need a list of extra topics we can just get to whenever. Like Fantasy Critic's been floating out there for a month. We just keep not getting it. Well, last week was the perfect week, except we did 6 hours of Q&A.
Yeah.
So what a shocker. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get to our first topic. GameBird Classic.
All right. We got a big one today. This is kind of breaking news today. Nintendo of America announced today that a pricing change for Nintendo published exclusive games on Switch 2. The reasoning behind this stems from the increased cost to make physical games. Thus, beginning with Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, it appears physical games will be $10 more than digital games. For example, Yoshi is listed for $69.99 physically, but is just $59.99 digitally. This change applies to all future Switch 2 exclusive Nintendo published games. Some view this as a discount, taking Nintendo's new $70 standard and offering a cheaper digital version, while others view this as a price hike. Is this? Sorry. I just got off work. Is this people actually saying this is a price hike?
Yeah.
Yeah,
A lot.
Yeah.
It's all over the internet. Yes.
That is so funny. I have a comment on that in a second, but first I want to finish reading this. Sorry. So while others view it as a price hike, taking a game like Yoshi that last gen would have been $60 and charging $70 physically. Concerns as well come up if Nintendo has any more $80 games. Will it be $80 digitally and $90 physically? Of note, Nintendo already has these price discrepancies in Japan and Europe, so this isn't a new move for Nintendo themselves, but is new in the United States. What do we think about this? And the big one, will this make the all-digital feature come quicker? Fun note, unrelated, but Prime 4 has been discounted by 52% in Japan, hitting discount bins after just 3 months. This is notably the number 1 or number 2 markets for the Switch 2 in the entire world. Flap? Question mark. So, real quick, I just want to say this part of the subject. I've had a very busy day, so I'm kind of catching up with the news right before the show. But reading this, that others are viewing it as a price hike. Taking a game like Yoshi that last gen would have been $60 is one of the dumbest things I've read in a while.
I mean,
and I can
keyword
only
last
compare
gen.
that. I could only compare that to cognitive impairment is what I'm gonna latch that onto. Difficulty with thinking skills, difficulty with reasoning, difficulty with understanding. Anyone could sit here, like if Sony announced tomorrow, after this big Nintendo, if Sony announced that going forward, all first-party PlayStation 5 games are going to be cheaper than the physical versions. If someone jumped out and said that's bullshit, that basically means we're paying wait, what did they say? Hold on. Let me see what they said. Because this is like great. Oh yeah, taking a game like Marvel's Wolverine that last gen would have only been 60 and now charging 70 physically. It's literally the same argument because Sony didn't raise their prices till the PlayStation 5 to 70. So if they announce that the digital version of Wolverine is $60 and not 70, are people going to get pissed and say they're charging this way? This is ridiculous. Now, the other part of this, and I'll get everyone else's thoughts, of course. I'm just like, this is just such a weird thing. Anyways, actually, I'll dive more into it when it's my turn. Let's start with one of our guests today. Andres, we haven't had you here in a while. Andres, let's start with you, man. What are your thoughts on this? Are you? Oh, yes, Prime.
Time out. So this happened after the topic was made. This was like a little bit ago. IGN got a comment from Nintendo on this. And basically they were, asking about that whole thing we just talked about. Sounds ridiculous. The increase in price, right? Like increasing price points. So it's found a confusion regarding whether this was Nintendo effectively concealing a quiet price increase by making physical Switch 2 games more expensive, or if it is in fact Switch 2 digital games getting cheaper. Here's what Nintendo had to say. The cost of physical games is not going up. This means that when Nintendo sells digital versions of Nintendo published games exclusive to Switch 2 to consumers in the United States, those prices will have an MSRP that is lower than their physical counterparts. Retailers obviously set their own prices, blah, 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 blah.
So all this tells me is that with no official announcement that they're going to be locking in games digitally at $70, with physical being the new $80 being the new standard, this is a self-inflicted mental breakdown over nothing that's been announced. Now, if they made this announcement and Nintendo announced that, like, going forward, Switch 2 games digitally are $70 and the physical are 80, okay, you could be upset about that because they're making 80 kind of the new standard, but nothing of that exists. This hasn't even gone into effect yet. The only example we have is an example of a game that got cheaper digitally with the announcement. This is literally mental. Anyways,
sure.
With that being said, Andres, what are your thoughts on this? Good, bad, exciting, and touch on the Metroid Prime big discount.
So I find it fascinating that, of course, people chose to look at this in the most negative way possible. Nintendo saved money, and now that, how dare they? But that doesn't mean I think it's all good, just to be clear. I think it would be interesting if we could find like a comparable game to Yoshi already from Nintendo that would have also been priced at 70. I'm kind of having a hard time with thinking of one. I mean, how expensive was Pokopia? $70. Okay. I don't think that's a high budget title. How expensive was Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment? I don't think that was a high budget title either. Has voice acting, but that was $70. A lot of Switch 2 titles, or Switch 2 edition titles, they're 60 plus 20 or 60 plus 10. I think it's been made pretty clear that pretty much most of Nintendo's published titles, if they are a full game, 2D or 3D, I would say, there are exceptions, like Dragon Drive, but that's an eShop only title, right? Would be 70. Like that is the standard price.
Yeah, I think Kirby Air Riders kind of falls in line with what you're saying too. Like that game easily could have been 60, but
it's 70, right? So we don't have it. Like people are choosing to think that Yoshi is just like would have been cheaper, but like was Yoshi's Crafted World or Yoshi's Woolly World cheaper than $60 when they came out? or 50. If I don't think we were at the 50.
It was 60.
Yeah, so there's no, exactly.
They've been full price.
They've always been full priced at launch, right? So there's no actual logical reason to think that Yoshi would have been priced up. I mean, I don't want to say it's completely illogical, but there's not really much evidence to support the claim. Is my point.
If anything, be mad Nintendo didn't do this from launch, because like Mario Tennis would have been 60.
So I do speculate that Nintendo had in mind of doing this from the beginning, because, but you know, announcing it now later, it's a little bit more palatable for people, if that makes any sense.
How so?
Well, because imagine if Nintendo had gone with the strategy day one. If they had gone with the strategy day one, people would have looked at it as Nintendo increasing the price of physical as opposed to saving us on digital.
Aren't they just saying that anyways?
Yes, but the difference is they're changing it now. They went almost a year.
So you're saying Nintendo's more
nefarious, huh?
So you're saying Nintendo's more nefarious? They got us used to 70, so they could trick us into paying more for physical long haul.
I don't think it's. I wouldn't use nefarious as the right word. I think it's just a calculated decision from a PR perspective. But it's a speculation. I can't say with certainty. What I can say is this though: Mario Kart World, interestingly, you know, they sold it with the bundle, right at basically $50 equivalent, right? That's how most people bought it. The digital version. They sold the physical version for $80, and it was also a limited edition bundle. So you know that doesn't confirm the theory, but it does kind of fit in line with the strategy. So I just think it's interesting, and regardless of whether that was their intent or not, doing it now makes it a little bit easier for people to accept it. And even now, we still see people online trying to argue otherwise, right? That all said, I'm not here trying to say like this. I think this is all good. I think it is good that Nintendo's giving us options. I think it is good that digital is being cheaper. We've been arguing actually they should have been doing this for years because it is literally cheaper for them to put out digital.
This is something that people have been asking for, not just with Nintendo, just in the gaming space in general for over a generation, a gaming generation. People have been complaining that digital costs way less. They don't have to deal with the retailers, the manufacturing, the shipping, any of that stuff. So that makes the price to sell the games less expensive than physical. So why do digital games cost the same price? This is literally giving millions of gamers something that they've been asking for over a generation.
Yeah. What I do, I'm not like a real big stickler about physical. Like I buy digital games all the time. Usually for me, I'm like, well, I don't feel like going to the store, so I'll buy it digital. But I'll say, especially closer to launch, when I'm a little bit more into kind of like the console and like, for example, I'm actually glad I got the physical version of Requiem, even if it is a game key card, because I want to see that red card. I want to see that red case. Sure. You know, it's a big moment that Resident Evil's back on Nintendo. You know, I wanted to have the red case for Metroid Prime 4. You know, I love that I have the red case for Donkey Kong Bonanza. And when 3D Mario comes out, the same thing. So I still want to get like some of those. But I do also think that by doing this, and we've talked about this before, like that we've talked about Nintendo making digital games cheaper before. And we've also talked about how this would be a smart move to encourage people to buy digital even more, so get more accustomed to going more digital, leaning more in that direction, which I do think will accelerate what most of us acknowledge as an inevitability, not a desire, but an inevitability that the industry is going to go, if not entirely all digital, mostly all digital. Like this is going to push things more in that direction, which, you know, I recognize is not the best thing in the world, but also realistically, I think that's kind of what's going to happen. On the flip side, though, there's multiple perspectives here. By charging physical at a premium, that in a way it's like kind of like, oh, okay, well, you know, if we're going to go through the lengths of, you know, putting out physical things that they do cost us more, there is a greater price for that, if that makes any sense. But yeah, so it's nice that we're going to see some savings, but also, yeah, this is definitely going to be pushing things towards more digital, an all digital future down the road, or mostly digital future down the road.
All right.
And
what about Prime? What about the Prime news? Major discounts.
So this is an interesting thing because they've been doing this in Europe for a bit. This isn't new for Nintendo. They've been doing it in Nintendo of Europe. I think someone told me they do it in Japan as well, but I can't confirm.
Nate, can I pause you real quick? Let me be more specific. I meant to ask Andres, Metroid Prime major discount. Thoughts on that as well?
Oh man, I wasn't able to get away. I wasn't able to get away from it. I thought I avoided the conversation. That was not intentional, actually. But afterwards, I was like, oh, I got away with it accidentally. Guess not.
I was trying to help you out. I knew you didn't want to talk
about. I mean, we already knew the game was selling poorly in Japan, so it's just kind of like whatever. Like, I don't think that. Huh?
I think it's selling poorly worldwide.
Sure, I bet you do. We'll see.
I saw it discounted at Walmart today, so it's not a national discount.
How much?
It's $20 cheaper. So to me, that means that they're not moving it. I asked them about it. They don't know why it was cheaper. It was a decision.
Just that specific one game, no others.
Just that game, yeah.
Huh? That is weird.
But again, guys, because I haven't been able to confirm it outside of my Walmart, I didn't want to put it in my video today because I'm like,
I looked it up on Amazon. It is $5 cheaper on Amazon. So that is interesting. And I looked at Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is not $5 cheaper, just to kind of like compare a game that I know is selling well. Also, Nintendo sold Metroid Prime Remastered when it came out in 2023 at a heavy discount also, and it still didn't sell extremely well, which was stupid. I just think it's weird, you know. I know there's a lot of people that don't like Metroid Prime 4, but I think it's really weird just how badly the game was slammed, because I don't think I think it's an underrated game. Like, I don't think it's a 78 on Metacritic kind of game. I think it's somewhere in the 80s, maybe not high. I think high 80s is probably wrong. Low to mid. It's not the best Metroid Prime game, but I still think it's a good game. And I think, you know, it kind of it got too much hate. But also, even if it was praised really well, even if it got like 95s to 99s on Metacritic, I'm not sure if that would have made much of a difference either, sales-wise, because Metroid Prime Remastered was one of the highest-rated games of the generation. Was discounted significantly more than any other major Nintendo title. Was the best-looking game on the Switch One, pretty much inarguably, or at least definitely in that conversation, right? You can't say it's not in that conversation. And yet, despite all those things going for Metroid Prime Remastered, you know, one of the highest-rated games, one of the best-looking games, you know, heavily discounted, it still didn't even eclipse 2 million. So, you know, I don't think Nintendo marketed it at all. You know, in hindsight, I don't think Nintendo really marketed Metroid Prime 4 that much either. They did the Metroid Prime 4 overview trailer, which is a more significant overview trailer than other other overview trailers. But it was almost a Metroid Prime 4 Direct, but it wasn't quite a Metroid Prime 4 Direct. And I think that was it's very strange. We know they care, but also, do they care? I'm not sure. I hope that when Metroid Prime 5 comes out, they handle it a little bit differently. But yeah, they didn't treat the game as good as they could have.
All right. Nate, you were jumping in, so we're going to go to you next with your thoughts on this topic. That includes, is this, you know, accelerating the digital future, your thoughts on these digital discounts, as well as your thoughts on what's going on with Metroid Prime 4.
My thoughts on Metroid Prime 4, I'll just get that out of the way quick because you was just talking about it. Look, it's not selling well. It is what it is. That's all that means. It's not selling well in Japan. It already didn't really launch well in Japan. It's not selling well there. Seeing just glancing online, a couple other retailers have discounted it multiple times over the last couple months. On Amazon, I think it said it sold like 1,000 copies in the last month, or just over 1,000. And guys, that's some sales, right? That's obviously something, but that is so minuscule. I mean, let me just with Amazon, because Amazon actually gives us a little numbers like that's over 1,000. Let me see what Donkey Kong Bonanza said it did in the last month, just for like a comparison on an older Switch 2 exclusive. That has over 6,000 bought in the last month. So like that's a 6 times X interest being out much longer than Metroid Prime 4. So I think the bottom line is, and this was sort of proven with Metroid Prime Remastered, but we kind of tried to use the excuse that Nintendo didn't market it right. Or like maybe them charging $40 made people think like it's a lesser game, so they'll just skip it. I know that seems ridiculous, but consumers can be dumb sometimes. They see a lower price, they think lesser game. That's definitely proven not to be the case with all the indie hits we've seen out there. Like anyone thinks Silk Song's a lesser game because it's $20. But bottom line is Metroid has had a hard time appealing to people, especially the 3D ones. The side-scrolling ones, you look at the history, they always do kind of decent between $1.5 million to 2.5 million. Obviously now with Metroid Dread going above 3 million.
Prime 4 is probably still going to sell. I mean, we already know it's sold over 1 million. Maybe it does get to 2. We'll see.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm of mind that Prime 4 will probably not get to 2. I'll be happy if it does. I don't know if they'll ever update it because Nintendo only updates when they sell 1 million in a quarter. And I don't think that's ever happening again for the games. I don't know that we're ever going to get an official update on besides it selling over 1 million combined between Switch 1 and Switch 2. And it makes sense if it's not selling well. It would make sense if they just never talk about it again. They just kind of move on. I think if nothing else, this does one thing. And this one thing is not something I want to be true. But I do wonder if, just like with Other M, it's time to put 3D back on the shelf again. Because it just isn't selling. The interest isn't there. And I know, guys, the budget was inflated because it started with one developer before going over to Retro Studios. So it wouldn't be $100 million to make a Metroid Prime 5. But it's still going to be a significant budget because it is a Western studio. And it doesn't do the sales to justify that kind of budget.
Well, you know, so a couple things. After having played Metroid Prime 4, as beautiful as it is, does it really have that big of a budget? Like, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't seem like such a big game that it would have such a insanely...
It's just the timeline of it development, just the years.
So the 8 years of development, and we can basically how the budget. So the budget number, guys, comes from Kiwi Talks, and well, he's got his own sources on stuff.
That's a rumor.
It's a rumor. He said, even if you don't want to believe me, you could just do basic math. You can look at how many people worked on the game when they started working at Retro Studios, the average salary for someone at Retro Studios. Do the math; it actually gets really close to $100 million. So, like, Nintendo spent a shitload to make this game.
Sure, but let me bring this thing up.
Problem. I just want to know, part of that is a Western development problem. We just had a story from Jason Schreier that in the West, in the US and Canada, it's $300 million to make a AAA game minimum.
So something I want to bring up, Retro Studios went years without even putting out a game. Still had people that were on payroll that whole time.
Sure.
No game came out then, right? So I think that should be taken into account here. And I also should say, while I think the knee-jerk reaction is to like, oh, pull it, never make it again. I think what's smarter, and I think we've heard about this before from Kiwi as well, I believe, that the idea that would be best is to kind of be consistent with the series and build an audience, build momentum. So I think the mistake would be to not make Metroid Prime 5, especially after taking so much time and money to build the team and get an engine together, a modern version of the engine to make this kind of game. And if it's the size of Prime 4, honestly, if they already have the engine, the people there, shouldn't take them that long, cost them a ridiculous amount of money. Like, obviously it's expensive. I'm not trying to say it's not expensive, but this shouldn't be like a Zelda kind of expensive project, given what they did with Prime 4. If they want to go bigger, I'm all for it, but they better market it, right? They better do something that's going to make it worthwhile.
I got a question for you. Do you think they can make Prime 5 on the budget of a side-scrolling Kirby game? Because that's the kind of sales it does.
Well, there's a lot of Kirby stuff. Kirby has probably huge, great profit margins.
That's what I'm asking. Nintendo likes to make money. They don't just make games to lose money.
Yeah, Pokopia probably was cheap as hell to make too.
They don't have to make a ton of money, guys. Nintendo's not one of those companies that just chases the highest profit margins. Like they'll continue to make a series even if the profit margins aren't super big. Like I don't think the Xenoblade profit margins have been big for them, but it has been profitable. So they keep it going.
Hence the lack of an endless chase of games of service from Nintendo.
Yeah. So like they'll settle on games that aren't as profitable but are still worth making because they are profitable. The reason I bring this up is because like it's the side-scrolling Metroid game clearly made them some money from Mercury Steam. Don't know what the budget was for it. Don't know if Nintendo doesn't publish budgets. You can do math like I just did, but Nintendo is not a traditional budget company because they do salaried employees. But I do think that when I look at Metroid Dread and I see, okay, 3+ million side-scrolling, highest ever. Then you see highest budgeted Metroid ever drop. Might have lost them money. Might not even been profitable. And struggling to have any legs. And obviously the reception wasn't as good as it was for Dread either. And obviously there's been your last two 3D Metroid games. I don't know if it's too early to say this, but it feels like Prime 4 and Other M were a flop. And they did have consistency from Prime 2 to Prime 1 to Prime 2 to Prime 3 and saw no
during the GameCube era. So
which
is not hardcore centric.
But GameCube was, and there was only 20 million of that. It's easy. That's a weak excuse. Metroid Prime Remaster was on Switch 1 and couldn't sell. Are those not hardcore gamers? Like what? At some point, we got to stop making excuses for why 3D Metroid doesn't sell. You didn't realize it just doesn't appeal. And that sucks because I think the games, even 4, I think is really good. I think the first 3 are excellent. The first 2 especially are excellent and peak Metroid. But they can't find a way to appeal to people beyond this really, really hardcore 1 million to 2 million people. And honestly, it's not the only game that struggles with that.
Fire Emblem, Xenoblade, they don't get past 3 million usually.
But they're a lot cheaper to make. Way different situation. And Fire Emblem almost got canceled. Remember, they had to publicly come out and say if Awakening doesn't sell well, we're done with it. And then Awakening went on to be the best-selling one.
Yeah.
So 3 houses.
I want to point out, though, Samus Returns, the prior Mercury Steam Metroid title, had poor timing. As far as 3DS titles go, it was one of the most ambitious. Didn't get to 1 million.
I wouldn't say ambitious. It's a remake.
As far as 3DS titles go,
it's still a remake. You're not going to get me with ambitious on a
more than a remake, just for the record.
Well,
it has new areas, new content, new mechanics.
But it is based upon a game that already exists. It wasn't a completely original idea.
It was, by the way, it was a remake of a Game Boy game. Like, it effectively is a totally new game from a development perspective, but okay. All right. Like, this was not a remaster, right? This was as far as remakes go, like this was a pretty.
I know my issue isn't that it's not a good remake. It's you saying it's one of the most impressive.
But it's beside.
No,
it's one of the most. What did you say? I said
you said something about it being one of the most impressive 3DS games, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No.
Are you serious?
A remake.
All right. Show of hands here. Is Metroid: Samus Returns not one of the more impressive 3DS titles? Is that am I the only crazy one here that thinks that?
I think it's impressive.
Yeah.
All right, so 3 agree.
What was the question?
Is Metroid: Samus Returns one of the more impressive 3DS titles?
Sure. Yeah, I think it looks great.
So we have 4 people who agree, 5 people who agree. Eric doesn't know.
He probably didn't play enough 3DS games to have an opinion.
Right.
I haven't played
anyway. Regardless,
the visuals look great. The 3D looks great.
Yeah, looks great.
And I really like the counter system that they added.
It's cool.
In that one.
But I only bring it up, right? Because for the 3DS, it was a pretty good game. Did not sell well. But they come out 4 years later, put out Metroid Dread, best-selling Metroid to date. So, I don't know if Nintendo's going to think, hey, we should quit on Metroid Prime 4, especially after we already have the resources together to make another one.
The funny thing is, you keep bringing up the side scrolling, and I said they should continue the side scrolling, and the sales tell them they should.
Well, Samus Returns was not a reason to continue.
Depends. It could have been still profitable, Andres. It wasn't that expensive to make.
We also don't know, like, for example, Metroid Prime 4, if it gets past 2 million, right? If you account for Amiibo sales, the art book sales, is it really that far off from being profitable? So, you know, we got to see. If it's close, I feel like Nintendo would think they can definitely make a more profitable Prime 4, with a much quicker turnaround. Prime 5 with a much quicker turnaround. So,
all right. Well, this was my take. And my take is that Metroid Prime 4 is obviously not selling well. I don't think if it does cross 2 million, we'll never know because it'll never be updated. Because again, they only update million sellers, not when it hits a new million, when they sell 1.25 million. That's Nintendo's very consistent about that. And I don't foresee, even if they gave this away for free, it getting 1 million units in a quarter. And I hate saying that. The interest level is just seemingly that low. And among the people that did buy it, not everyone can even agree it's a good game. So that doesn't help it either. So the word of mouth for it isn't very good either. Now, all of that aside, for me, I think this just means I don't know what happens with Retro Studios. They could just go on and make Prime 5. I'm not saying it won't happen. My opinion is we're just very lucky Nintendo is not a company that lays people off and closes studios, because that's what everyone else would have done in this situation, is already have closed Retro Studios. But Nintendo isn't that kind of company. They see talent. They think they can get that talent to do something profitable for them. What it's going to be, is it Prime 5 or is it something else they put them on? I don't know. I don't think they go back to side-scrolling Donkey Kong, although maybe. But yeah, we'll see what happens. So that's just my opinion. I think Prime 4 is obviously not selling well. I think it's kind of a fact, depending on what your expectations were. It's not selling well. With that heavy discount in Japan, especially. That said, setting Metroid aside, get into the bigger topic, because me and AndresRestart have disagreed on Metroid for many years now. If you guys have listened to the old Nintendo Prime podcast and this one, we have very different viewpoints on Metroid. Not on how good it is, though. We actually always think it's really good. Besides Samus Returns, I think there's much more impressive 3DS games, but that's okay. That's not me trying to diss Samus Returns. It's me trying to mention that we forget how good the games were on 3DS. Like, holy shit. There were several original concepts that could only exist on 3DS that are fucking awesome. That said, when we talk about the overall topic of dealing with this game price discrepancy, obviously, guys, I'm biased towards looking at things in a positive light, because I like video games. To me, is all about fun. It's not about being pissed off all the time. In fact, I think if you get really pissed off, or like I saw a comment today saying that someone hates Nintendo, I'm like, if you actually hate them, you're taking video games too seriously. Even the companies that I don't like their games, I don't hate them. Or I don't like some of the developers, I don't hate them. Like, hate's too strong for an entertainment medium. You could just dislike what's currently going on. For me with Nintendo, to me, this is obvious because they were already doing it in Europe. And I've talked about it before in Europe. And I was like, why the hell aren't they bringing this over outside of Europe? This is kind of weird. Why is it just a European thing? Then I thought maybe Europe was like forcing them maybe a bit, because Europe has all these special laws. Example, one topic we're not talking about is the fact there's probably going to be a new revision for Switch 2 in 2027 that basically, in theory, should just be replacing the screws and replacing the glue on the battery. But who knows? They might time it with a Switch 2 Lite or something else. You never really know how they want to time the revision, but we know that's coming because the EU is forcing them to make sure the battery can be replaced by anyone with a screwdriver. But I do think that this is an interesting prospect, because it's nothing but good for consumers outside of one avenue, and that is it does push physical games out the door quicker. Something that's already been happening anyways. I went over the percentages in a live stream the other day, but this is just, I don't have the sources on my hand, but so off the top of my head, it was like 90-10, the overall industry is buying digital versus physical, and that includes mobile and PC, of course, which is all digital. Sony was like 80-20, Xbox was 95-5, and Nintendo Switch 2, as of the last financial report, was 63-37. So 63% of sales were digital, 37% were physical, and I'm assuming game key cards are part of that 37%. I have no idea, obviously, how they're counting game key cards. I assume they're counted as a physical sale because I know it counts as physical sales on all the charts, Circana, and everything else. So my thing is, when I see them do this, I just think, well, this is their game voucher replacement program, except it applies to every game they publish. I don't see how this is a problem. You think about the voucher program. What was it? Spend $100, you can get 120 worth of game value, right? You save $10 a game. Same thing here. So now it's every game. Who needs a voucher program if you're just gonna straight up just say they're cheaper? Look, it is gonna spur the digital age quicker, but the digital age was already coming anyways. So honestly, this is better than the voucher program because there were games they wouldn't count in the voucher program that were published by them in first party. This is for every exclusive Switch 2 Nintendo published game will be cheaper digitally. All of them. They said it themselves in plain black and white. That's a good thing. I don't know how this could be spun to be a bad thing outside of, yes, it's spurning physical going away quicker. There's also a counter to that. Nintendo's setting this precedent that it's okay to charge more for physical. Obviously, we've already seen a couple indie games doing the same thing, charging $10-$20 more for physical. What if this actually spurs, and look, I don't think this is going to spur a lot of them, but what if it spurs some of these AAA games that can fit on a cartridge to be like, you know what? Nintendo's saying it's okay to charge more, so let's just charge more to put a physical copy out instead of a game key card. I think that is something that now might be a conversation at some of these companies. I will tell you, I do not foresee things like, let's say, I'm trying to think of a game that would fit. Like Indiana Jones is fitting, and I think they're charging $70. I don't foresee them charging less than $70 for digital. I think it'd be more like they charge $80.
I don't think the question is, do we charge more for physical? I think the question is, do we charge more for, or do we charge less for digital?
And I don't think that's I don't think any of the AAA companies are going to take it that way. I think for them, they're going to go, oh, we can increase physical price because it looks like a good deal digitally.
So you think third parties are going to charge $80 for physical and $70 for digital?
If it's a physical cartridge, not the ones already announced, guys. Like I used Indiana Jones already announced. That's already announced at $70. That's not changing. Interesting.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see if that happens. I feel like that would be to the detriment of those parties.
Yeah. AAA industry has not always been known to make the smartest consumer friendly decisions.
I just think we have to leave. There is a price drop that has been announced, so I don't think, and I'm not saying you, Prime, but I think people need to not fixate on the price of physical went up. There is no announced increase in physical games today. There's announced decrease in digital. It's just like finding out if you've been charged the same price for a screenshot as a framed photo, and then a company being like, you know what, we're going to charge you less for the screenshot. No one's going to sit around and be like, oh my gosh, the cost of framed photos just skyrocketed.
I think that one thing to consider too that I haven't seen anyone really talk about, and this is probably just because most people talking about it are American based and don't know how it works in Europe. There are many instances where because the digital price has been cheaper than physical for Nintendo published games there for a bit, where the retailers actually price match the digital. And this is why Nintendo is coming out, and when people say what's the MSRP, well, the MSRP is whatever the retailer says. If the retailer decides to price match, Nintendo's not going to stop them. You're just eating to the retailer margin. You're not eating into Nintendo's money, so they don't care. So in Europe, there's been many times you've been able to get Mario Kart World for the same price they charge digitally, which is cheaper. Retail, there's actually that benefit as well. Where retail, if you think Nintendo's standard pricing is now $70, there's a chance you might see some retail just drop games to $60 to match digital to push more units. So that's also a positive that could come out of this, is that technically it could lead to retail just taking less margins. I don't know if you'll see that necessarily at like a GameStop where they need those margins, but your big boxes, your Best Buys, your Walmarts, Targets, where they don't necessarily make a ton of money off the margins on games anyways. They just want you in the store so you buy other stuff. they might be willing to knock down the prices or price match digital. Because you got to remember, when people don't think that's possible, dude, Walmart all of last generation was charging $10 less on launch day for games on Nintendo Switch. So they were already doing it the entire generation. So if Walmart thinks this is an advantage they could have again to price match digital, they might just launch the games in their store at that price. So this is a potential benefit even to physical owners. That being said, I think that overall this is just a positive story outside of, I guess, spurning digital quicker. But since all of us think that's inevitable anyways, it's like, okay, well, at some point I gotta stop worrying about the inevitable. Like, it's not like the inevitable coming up ruins my life. There's a lot of inevitables out there. Like, the world's gonna end. I'm gonna die someday. That's an inevitable that maybe I could try to make me not die in such a bad way. But video games going all digital, my life isn't that negatively impacted if that happens. It's not like a whole lot changes besides 30 years from now, I might lose access to Breath of the Wild. All right. Well, I'm sure I'm playing something else by then. I hope. Or I'm dead. I don't know. Gotta remember, I'm an old man at that point. Can't even pretend I'm not. I'm 69. It's the best age. I'm good. I'm done. You're muted, GameBird.
I know. Just testing you. Want to make sure you're paying attention. Let's take it on down to the Sandstorm. What are we thinking, man? How we feel about this? Metroid Prime. Are we accelerating the digital future? And how do you feel about this new announcement about digital games costing less than physical?
He's bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. His mouth moving too fast. Or he's not.
Yeah. No. Am I good now? Am I good?
Yeah, you're good. It did look like you were faking.
It was like, man, let me talk about Prime. Let me talk about Prime last, but and talk about this digital situation. To be honest with you, I think this should have been how digital and physical should have been anyway, to begin with. I agree with the whole sentiment that there's no extra cost to manufacture cards, middleman, get it to a retail, all of that stuff like that.
Even taxes are different.
And I just don't buy the whole needing to have digital be the same price. Like it just doesn't make sense to me. So having two different prices for them, I'm all for it. I think it now where we have physical, I definitely think it works, and I definitely think it will push the digital world a little bit faster. I don't know how that looks in the future though, because if games for Nintendo are all sitting at, let's just say, $70 is the cap from now on. We're not increasing any prices, anything like that. If $70 is the cap and Nintendo is putting all their games out for $60 in the digital space where everybody else is going $70, how does that look for like the rest of the industry? You know what I mean? And sure, we live in this time where everybody's like, oh, Nintendo doesn't know how to make hardware, blah, 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 blah. That stupid stuff. But they're selling better than everybody else. Like, so does that do now developers, are they like, dang, we got them on that 70, but we got to go back down to 60. We got to go back down to 60. I don't know, because we've kind of moved, the industry as a whole has been tricked into believing that because games cost an astronomical amount, that they have to sell at this price point, regardless if it's physical or digital. Like, it has to be $70 so they can make a buck. I don't believe that. So it's in the future, I think that looks a little funny, but as of right now that we have physical and digital, I think it's a great idea. To the weird people out there who are always trying to find a reason to like spin something good into bad when it's like a Nintendo thing. Andres, I don't know if you said it or Prime or even you, GameBird, but like if it came from Sony, it'd be like, oh, Sony wins again. We did it. Sony wins again. But like in this situation, it's like it's like the person who came up with the narrative that all the Nintendo games are all $80 is like, oh, see, this is the reason. I told you. This is why they're gonna go $80. And it doesn't make sense to me why you would think that push is. Now, Prime said something about third party and them possibly like looking at this and being like, oh, so we can actually charge the digital at 70 and make the physical 80. There was once upon a time where Nintendo ran everything. I know that's crazy for people to think. They ran everything. They ran the game. They saved the gaming industry. They ran the gaming industry to the point where they had rules and you had to follow their rules. And if you didn't follow their rules, you weren't in. You were out. You were out of the game, right? That time was during a time where like third parties and stuff like that, they decided they were going to be the bold ones and be like, all right, that's fine. We'll go somewhere else and make our money, right? Now, just moving up into today, everybody wants to jump on the Switch for some reason. I don't know if it sells well. I don't know if the Switch 2 is just making money. I don't know. I'm not here to make that claim. But what I do see is a lot of third parties actually moving to that place. What does that look like when you're like, we're making money. Charge them 10 extra. I don't think you're going to be in the game that long. I don't think people will buy. I do think there will be some buyers, but I don't think you're going to sell like you want to. And then I think that rhetoric of nobody's buying third-party games would actually be true in that case. Because I don't know about you guys. I'm just a regular old dad slash husband, just out here working a 9 to 5, $70. You got to pick your poison at that time. $80. Not me. Can't do it. So I think overall what I'm saying is as far as the digital space, I think that's awesome. I think that's a great idea. Honestly, I think everybody else should adopt it. It's not like Steam hasn't kind of already adopted that, we're constantly going on sale, but that's just me. But I do think it's really a really good idea going forward as far as the digital and physical space. Now, with the Metroid Prime thing, it's unfortunate, man. It's really unfortunate. I have sat back even when we were still talking about Prime and it hadn't came up. Andreas, I've seen your live reaction. I've seen Prime's live reaction. I don't know how many times I've watched a live reaction on people in that spaceship just dropping for the first time and everybody just being hyped off of their balls, just like, oh my gosh, this is it. This is the one. And I feel like I know you guys, you guys are all hardcore gamers. I feel like it was just all for show, man. Like the support, yes, it wasn't always there for Nintendo. I do feel like they could have done a better job. But I feel like all those people who were like hyped on the show, I don't feel like all of them really bought the game. And if they did, I feel like because of who had that first, who talking about the game first with your tag along. I can't remember what his name is. It's been so long that I played the game, but the guy who's like, oh, you got to do this and then you got to do that. Yeah.
My buddy.
That just continuously moved on to like why this game is bad.
I think
why
it was
you
a
shouldn't pick up the
VGC
game.
preview.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and it just constantly moved in that way. Now, me personally, do I like the game? Love the game. Will I say it's the best Prime game? Nah, absolutely not. Definitely not the best Prime game. But
But
it
it's
is
still a good game.
but it's still a good game. I still enjoyed myself. I had fun. I feel like my money was worth it. I don't understand. I and it's unfortunate that it was Prime, right? But I don't understand why there are so many people who are like deep into having first person shooters, but then turn around and don't buy first person shooters. Like it's weird to me, especially if you're on the Nintendo side, right? So if you are into Call of Duty, all this other stuff, and this provides you with puzzles and everything. I don't understand why it didn't sell well. Japan, I understand. They don't like those kind of games. It's been that way for a while. It, eh, I don't think they like first person shooters like overall. Just saying. But the rest of the world, like I'm not understanding it. It's and like I said, it's unfortunate that it hasn't sold as well yet. Do I think it could have a resurgence? Possibly. Possibly. Nintendo could do plenty of things to build up resurgence. Watch them drop a Metroid Prime area in Orlando, and then everybody start buying, right? Watch them put on a 20-minute episode like they did with Star Fox of Metroid Prime and watch people start buying. But
You know, it'd be crazy if they had a Mohr lab section added to the park. That'd be so cool.
yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
There's
It'd be
so
so
many
cool.
ways. There's so many ways for it to for them to build. Unfortunately, just at this time, I mean, Prime looked it up. The game's being discounted. This is what I really don't want to happen. Is that this is like a telling sign of them being like, well, you know what? Like F-Zero, y'all weren't buying, we ain't supplying. Move on to the next thing. We'll have Samus show up and smash, give her just dues, and outside of that, y'all ain't getting no love. But the side scroller did good, right?
Yeah.
Or Metroid 5 did good. So maybe they just leave it to 5. What I also would like is for Retro to maybe just part of that was their problem, right? Part of that was their fault, and Nintendo being like, yeah, go ahead and do that. We need the Breath of the Wild stuff in. I think once they move away from the Breath of the Wild stuff and take that mechanic out, I think we're back to it. But I would also like Retro to finally just make that game that they wanted to make, that they had in their mind this whole time. Finally put that down. People get hyped, buy it, don't buy it, whatever, and then come back to Prime 5 like, hey, yeah, we're not done. This is the one right here. And that could also generate Prime 4 sales, because if they build right off of that, it's like, okay. I didn't buy that before because everybody was talking about my man's. I'm gonna go back and now I'm gonna buy it because I need to know what happened before this. So
That's a really good point, actually.
yeah.
That could help.
So I'm thinking Prime 4 situation. Yeah, it sucks as of right now, but there's always still time. You're still in your first year. It hasn't even been out a year yet. I know sales kind of change between different games depending on what shows up and what doesn't show up. But I know personally, a co-host of mine, shout out to Trey Vito, he just picked up a Switch 2, and he's actually playing the I'm catching up to you guys game. I'm not going to jump into current games that are out for the Switch. I'm starting off with my Mario Kart, my Donkey Kong. He's like, next is Prime. So there are going to be other people who are going to be similar to him, where as the Switch sales move up, as people start buying, they're like, okay, I missed out on some of these games. I need to go check on these games before I just jump into what the current is. So that's my piece, GameBird. You're silent
Awesome.
again.
Yeah, I know. Just testing you again. Just got to keep you on your toes. All right, let's.
You give me an
bring it
idea
on.
while you were talking about it, if you don't mind me bringing it up. Like,
Sure. Go for it.
you know, like I've been playing a lot of Resident Evil lately, and I've been noticing that like a lot of the structure for Resident Evil is honestly pretty close to how a Metroid Prime game should be.
Absolutely.
And you know, something that modern Resident Evil, the Requiem did, they have the first person, but they also have third person, and you can choose either or. A lot of people are turned off by first person, right? Like me, I'm a purist. I play it the way the developer wants me to play it, right? So with the gray sections, I always did in first person, but I know a lot of people did not want to do first person, so they just played Grace in third person. And so, you know, maybe that's a big thing they could do for Metroid Prime. Just develop the game to have both a first and third person mode. Will take a little bit of extra work, but it's not like you have to make a whole other game to do it, right? So, and that might make a big difference. That might even help it in Japan.
Yeah,
I was thinking about that too, because 3D Metroidvanias, that's a weird genre. There aren't too many other games besides Metroid that are kind of really popular 3D Metroidvanias, but one that I thought of, Batman Arkham Asylum, that series. And that's,
I would argue, Tiger,
well,
not to cut you off, but I would argue the original Souls trilogy, including Bloodborne, is a Metroidvania. Hence one of the reasons I would have loved for FromSoft to take a stab at Castlevania. I think it would just be so cool. But go ahead, continue your point.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they're all the ones that I could think of, and Resident Evil was one that I thought of too, where it's, you know, it's kind of on that line, more of a puzzle game, but they're all third person, like you were saying, which is interesting, and they're all very dark thematically, which I was also finding an interesting theme, because I'd also thought of the Souls series too, GameBird. So I don't know what the takeaway there is. I don't know if changing the structure of what the actual Metroidvania elements are, and kind of, I don't know. It feels like there's the third person element is a potential, but like in Resident Evil, when you get a new item, it has high stakes. It adds a lot to what's happening in that moment, and you can kind of sense that, rather than just a power that allows you to, you know, get to a certain area. Like there are more elevated stakes to it, and maybe adding that level of kind of stakes to really the Metroidvania aspect was something I was thinking about, of how in the world could they take this to the next level, because 2D Metroidvanias are very popular. Like those do really well. And so there's the third person is one thing that I thought of, but it's so interesting to talk about what that distinction is. And yeah, it's something I've thought about a little bit, but haven't really delved too deep on. But yeah.
Well, since you're going, Tiger, why don't you share your thoughts on the digital decrease in price, or digital difference in price, as well as your thoughts on, is this going to accelerate the all digital future that we all see, you know, coming in the distance?
Yeah, it's definitely going to accelerate that. You know, it was interesting. I came home from work and I saw the topics list, and that was the one that I was realizing was evolving as the day was going on. So I kind of had this fun social experiment where I was also trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And so dangerously, I went on to X, and as I've heard from comments on my videos, I can't believe you're getting news from X. And so sure enough, I was in the maelstrom, and it was a mess. At first I was like, wait, are they increasing physical prices? Like, what is happening here? And then you kind of look at which accounts are posting what, you slowly figure it out. You realize the agendas that are behind every account and who's been posting what consistently. And you have to cross-reference so much, but it was just a weird social experiment to finally get to the piece to realize, okay, this is not a physical increase. This is a digital increase. And this is, from what I can tell from all aspects, just consumer friendly at this point. You know, after looking at everything from the, again, kind of brief time I had to look at this, it seems like it's just a good thing overall. And one good thing that I really took out of this was Nintendo's quick response to clearing this up. Because, you know, one thing that I've talked about, and I know people on here have, is like their lack of clarity with some statements. And even with the pricing of things really early on, you had to go all the way down to the bottom of a website, and it was kind of at the bottom of that. And with this, they had someone locked in reading what the heck was going on the internet. And they put out their own statement stating very clearly what in the world's going on. And it kind of, it shut a lot of people up, which was nice to see that instead of people having to bicker and this just becoming a whole thing. It was like, nope, here's a follow-up to all of that crazy feedback that we're seeing right now, or the crazy questions. So that's one really good thing that I took away from this, on top of just, it seems consumer friendly to me. I think that the choice to do this with Yoshi was potentially a confusing aspect, because that is a game that kind of inherently, like Andres was saying, kind of like Kirby Air Riders, one of those games that you could see maybe being a $60 game rather than a $70 if you were just kind of looking at it from afar. And I think that people maybe saw the EU price and saw the digital EU price and were like, oh, Yoshi's going to release at $60. But, them waiting to release the NA price, again, it was sort of a communication error, but the way they've gone about this has been so much better than anything in the past. And that gives me hope that they're ready to spit truths when people are trying to spit non-truths, which was encouraging because so much unnecessary discourse happens, as we all know here.
Absolutely.
So that was great to see. But yeah, I think it's a really great thing. I remember the first game actually that I bought digital was Batman Arkham Asylum when I was a little guy. And I remember thinking it was strange that it was the same price. Like even back then it was like, this is weird. How is this? Why is this happening? It feels like it should be more. I don't know. So
I love that. Why is this happening? I love
Yeah, that was my first question. It was also my mom's credit card, which I did not realize, but I later asked why that was happening too. I guess she asked me why that was happening, but yeah, it was even back then though, there was something intuitively where you're kind of like, oh, why? It feels like this should be different. And like you said, GameBird, people have been looking for this for a while. So I feel like no matter how many, this is one of those things, there have been multiple things with Nintendo now where it's almost interesting and fun for me now to see how it's going to be spun. It's kind of, it's an interesting mental exercise to see how people are going to spin this in some crazy way.
Not to give this person too much attention, but I do find it fascinating, the conversation surrounding Nintendine, because whenever Nintendo does something good, or whenever there's like good sales, I think people are curious. Okay, I wonder how Nintendine is going to spin this into Nintendo was screwed and a terrible company.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Yeah, I know. I hesitate to say I have a few more names in my head, as I'm sure you do too. There are few people that it's not hate watching, but it's kind of like a morbid curiosity to see, to see how their brain works.
What were the mental gymnastics that they went through to put this together?
Yeah, exactly. So I've just kind of turned something fun, turned it into something fun. But yeah, that's awesome.
I'm sure you guys all read this issue of Game World Secrets Weekly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Scary times out there.
I'm a subscriber, all right. I read through every issue.
Yeah. But yeah, that's in terms of the pricing, that's pretty much my thoughts. Overall, good thing.
Awesome.
Really curious as well to see. I almost feel like there's going to be another controversy when there's a game like Mario Kart World where suddenly everyone sees an $80 amount and it's like, oh, but they said physical. I'm sure that's going to be a whole thing.
It's going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 3D Mario, probably
Zelda or Mario. Yeah.
Both of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that'll be another thing, I'm sure. But
it's that variable pricing for you, right?
That's it.
The only other games that I think might hit the $80 would be at a new Animal Crossing and a new Smash Brothers.
Right.
Pokemon Winds and Waves is all actually maybe those. Like basically, if Nintendo thinks they could sell 20+ million copies, 8-0.
Yeah, and then there's going to be the following freak out. Yeah. But where if you're paying attention, it's sort of expected, really. But yeah. On Metroid Prime, that's again, what I was going to talk about was what I mentioned kind of organically there in terms of just, my first thoughts when I saw that were obviously disappointment, but just trying to think of what it is, just my brain curious why
Right.
3D Metroidvanias, why this series hasn't caught on, because so many of us enjoy it. It always, reviews really well in Metroid Prime 4. As we've seen with Crimson Desert, not every 78 is, or whatever it is now, is created equally. I know that's true for a lot of us here. So
Yeah.
Definitely sad, but
we
I hope there's
that
another one.
Requiem sold a little over close to 1 million, right? On Switch 2, Requiem.
Requiem?
Yeah.
I don't know if I saw.
I think we heard from Paul Gale that it at least sold 900 to 1,000 within like the first week or something. So it makes you think that if Resident Evil Requiem can sell 1 million on Switch 2, obviously it's not the exact same kind of game, but there's a lot of similarities.
There are.
We talk about the third person element, but here's another thing. Like, what if they just went full rated M? Maybe Nintendo should do that, because I think most Metroid players would play it as a rated M title.
Metroid rated M would be sick.
That's
Put out
a
a
sick title, yeah.
put out a movie right next to it, rated R too.
Oh yeah, because the thing is that's another interesting thing. Like, what if they just went for a Metroid movie that was like Alien?
Yeah,
What the series was inspired off of.
definitely watching that.
That'd be sick. Holy cow. Yeah. No, I think
Maybe
you're right. I
Nintendo's
feel like
just
most
scared.
Yeah. I do feel like most of the Metroid Prime player base is mature. So I feel like they'd appreciate that. But yeah.
Awesome. Let's move on down to the man who makes Thunder. I don't know. I have got nothing. ThunderStash. Well, what are we feeling on this? Digital prices? Is this accelerating the digital future? And thoughts on this big discount for Metroid, and kind of just your analysis of that, I suppose.
Yeah, so I saw the takes. I saw the news right when it came out. I look at it as a win, right? Obviously, there's nuance to these things, and
Sure.
And people do spend for a living. I think you guys mentioned Nintendo, and I've never seen one of his videos. I have zero.
Same here.
He reminds me of that guy that Prime debated. I already forget his name. You remember?
No, but I'll tell you, I don't watch Nintendo.
Vigilante?
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, yeah.
There's a GameBird debate.
It's
too.
funny
Yeah, I
because
remember.
he's on my channel on Saturday, but
More of a talk.
I never
I-
actually
I
click
do
on a
that.
Nintendo video, by the way, because I don't support it. But I still am sometimes curious about the headline.
I've never seen it in my feed. Nothing.
Yeah.
I've
I've
seen
never seen it either.
seen on X people talk about him, but this is his brand. His brand is to do this. Just like the Angry Vigilante guy, that's his brand. This is how they get their views.
He's
So
so
you
funny,
can't take
too.
people like that even remotely serious, because like their job's to lie.
Yeah.
It's so
It's
funny.
very-
I just feel like I can sense them not taking themselves seriously too. Like it's
You would
hope
sometimes
so.
it's
I don't think they do. I think it's
It's
a
so funny.
personality. I think it's just a shtick.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
that does
Those are
well.
people that
Yep.
and I never really know how to classify it, but there's people that just always view things negatively. Like that's just their personality. Like it's always everything's negative all the time. They can't see the positives.
Yes, negative people. Yes.
Yeah,
Right,
use
but to
chronic complainers. I
hyperfixate
like
that
that
on
term.
one specific
Well-
hobby is like nutty.
Well, sometimes because people hyperfixate positivity on one specific hobby too. It goes the other way. I think a lot of it is that
Extremes are bad. That's the
extremes are
the
bad.
moral.
But the reason that I think it happens with video games a lot, both extremes, is it's kind of a safe space to do it. In the end, video games are not that important to the grander world. Like, I'm not saying that there's not billions of players. There are. That's not what I mean. It's just it's an entertainment medium. It's optional. There's other forms of entertainment out there. So like, it's kind of like when I see people let out their frustrations arguing about sports. because they'll start bringing up things that are just totally irrelevant and then trying to tie it into sports. They're just letting out their life's frustrations in a place that isn't going to hurt anyone. Like these creators like Dean or Angry Vigilante and all these others, like they can just let out their frustrations through video games, whatever. Who cares? You want to do it by talking about it? Some of us do it by playing them, whatever. Like you're just going to be negative about everything all the time. Every story is negative all the time. Cool. I mean, that's not factually true. There's no way that every story ever is always bad, but whatever. If that helps you sleep at night, that helps you get your work frustrations out, your parent frustrations out by putting it into an irrelevant medium that's not going to bite back and hurt you. Whatever. So sometimes I think they do kind of believe it, but they believe it in the sense that they're just trying to let out all their life's frustrations in a way that doesn't hurt them. Because you think about it, like let's say you're really frustrated with your wife. Well, if you go to your wife about it, it's probably a fight, right? And that's not going to do any good. That's not probably going to be a healthy, productive conversation. So bitch about a video game instead. And I don't think it's just video games. I think people do it with politics. They do it with lots of things. They take all the frustrations in life on all these external things that they really have no control over. But that's
you can tell a lot about. Yeah.
I'm not going to call them idiots or say anything like because I don't know them. I'll just say that I don't agree with that take on content. I also think being positive all the time isn't always good either. Again, extremes are not great. You want to try to find a ground in the middle. Although I'll say, never apologize for being happy if you're actually happy and not pretending. Being actually happy is, dude, you got billions of people chasing that. So never apologize for that.
Facts.
All right. Yeah, no, I agree with you. All right. So to answer these questions, right? As far as the physical and digital. So what I was going to say is I don't see this at all as a negative. The way the internet, some of it is reacting to it. If anything, Nintendo being the first company to come out and price digital and physical differently based on actual cost is to me the big takeaway here. I did see a lot of people retweet it and post like it's about time Nintendo did this. Yeah, they should have done this years ago. Other developers have been doing this for years. It's like, it's fundamentally wrong on so many levels. And that just goes to tell you that people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like rarely. And so this is why when I talk about like the average consumer, I'm not trying to talk down to them, but they don't know shit. And that's why when it comes to the average consumer and buying, a game at the store, they don't know the difference between a physical and a game key card. They don't even think about that. That's not on their radar. They have no clue what that's all about. They have zero interest in that. And to me, this is similar because I can't tell you how many times over the years you could buy a game physically way cheaper than digital, or you could buy a game digitally way cheaper, vice versa. This happens all the time. And people buy the more expensive one because they have no clue. And because they don't do any research whatsoever. They don't say, hey, this Assassin's Creed game that came out like 10 years ago is $70 on the PlayStation Store. That seems a little high. I wonder if it's cheaper physically. And then you go look, oh, I can buy it physically for $10. It's the gold edition with all the DLC. If I were to buy all the DLC, it probably would be $150 for this game digitally. I could just buy it physically. People don't do that. I think it's absolutely bonkers, but that just goes to show what the average consumer, what the average gamer doing their research. They'd rather spend more time complaining about shit than doing any sort of research to see if they could get a better deal. Honestly, they complain that nothing ever goes on sale. It's just like, no, man, you're just not paying attention.
Yeah.
You're not cross-referencing pricing. So again, to the main point that people were saying, it's about time Nintendo did this and like they're behind the eight ball. Again, these people are smoking crack if you think that, because nobody else has done that. Look, we've talked about this. All of us have. Everyone in chat has talked about this for decades. Literally decades, that physical games and digital should have different pricing. Why does it cost the same amount of money to buy a physical game that comes with a box? Obviously, the disc or the cartridge might have an insert in there. Versus, and you know, it might have the actual data on the disc or cartridge. And it's the same price digitally. And obviously, there's a lot of people who've never understood that, how it could be the same price. And the digital should be cheaper in that sense. And so it's great that we're finally here. Nintendo did it. You know, I was asked earlier today if I thought that this would mean third parties will change course and start following this. My answer was no. I don't see why they changed their business model. Just because Nintendo's doing it doesn't mean you need to do it. You need to do what's best for your business. What's best for your business is getting the most amount of money out of the consumer. And so they will continue to release games as key cards. I said, I think what will be more interesting is the cartridge sizes. When a smaller cart comes out, and it might be already in production. Okay, we'll have to wait and see on that until we get
there's that one
something firm there.
Yeah, that one indie game that recently announced a physical version, and I'm curious.
PI.
Yeah, I'm curious for someone to pop up when that cartridge quick to see if that was smaller.
That's exactly what I said when I was talking to my friend. I was like, "Yep." So you know, we got Mouse PI, Disney Afternoon Collection, and Bubsy 4D all coming out physical on cart between April and May, and I'll be curious to see if any of those three games have a different cartridge size once it's popped open, because Nintendo's not going to announce this in a press statement. This is something where we're going to have to find out for ourselves, unless it leaks out. So, bottom line there is that, guys, this is a win to me. You know, I've heard the takes that this is Nintendo's way of migrating people over to digital only, to the digital only future. And look, if that's what you think, that's fine. And if it is what Nintendo's doing, that's fine too. Look, Nintendo's at about a 50-50 split. Give or take. If you look at all the history, it's about 50-50 physical digital. I don't see Nintendo alienating physical at all. I think it is what they said in their statement, is that it costs more money to produce physical. That's why it's that price, and digital is this price, period. So you can look into it all you want, but I do think it's a waste of time to look into. It really is. You're not going to get the answer. So Nintendo's not going to come out and say one way or another if they have ulterior motives. That they have ulterior motives down the line to get you over to digital so they can squeeze more money out of you. I mean, you can think that all you want, but you just won't get the answer to it. So what's the point in discussing that part? And look, the reality is Sony, Microsoft, third parties, they all charge the same price for both, even though the physical clearly cost more to produce, or you can look at it as the digital cost less to produce, still the same price. Nintendo's just being more transparent about that. And yeah, I think it's funny how, again, people spin it, but people do this for a living with, again, as Nate mentioned, every topic under the sun. There's other topics like again, politics. That people do this for a living, man. Sick, but it is what it is. So that's where I'm at there. I take this as a W. Now, as far as Metroid goes, right? Yeah, I have a lot. I have a lot on that. And so, Bird, you mentioned it went, what was it, 50% off in Japan? Is that right? Okay. This is something I brought up on the podcast last year several times. We all talked about the marketing stuff, how it wasn't really marketed. I spoke quite a bit about getting Metroid Prime 1 through 3 out. I do still think that will happen for Switch 2 edition with mouse Joy-Con controls, and I think that will eventually help to move some more titles of Prime 4. But that aside, one of the things I talked about is the genre. Nintendo has a very hard time conveying the messaging to gamers as to what this game is. I had talked about that quite a bit here on the podcast, and that, look, this is a first-person adventure Metroidvania that also happens to be a shooter. You are shooting in first person, but this is an adventure Metroidvania game. And then this one so happens to have a lot in common with Zelda, Ocarina of Time, as well, depending on how you want to look at it. Okay, so that's really hard to explain to people. And you can go back as far as when Metroid Prime came out on GameCube and Halo was on Xbox. And people were calling Metroid Prime Halo with a chick. That's the IQ you're dealing with, bro. Like, that's the IQ we're dealing with. I'm serious. I don't engage in that shit. Like, that will make you dumber. It really will. It's fact. And so when people simplify it like that, Nintendo's got a big job in front of them to try and get some clear messaging. And we all know Nintendo's messaging so far hasn't been the best, right? When you look at Japan, though, first-person games don't do well there. And that's what I mentioned quite a bit last year. And I thought they would be very wise to put a third-person mode in there. That's what everyone's doing. That's what everyone likes. That's what the kids like. Okay, they want to see the hero. And when you're in first person, it's harder to do. Now, I also argue that it's kind of tough because part of having that game in first person is the visor. It's like if you play a RoboCop game, like the actual RoboCop game that came out, right? The visor's badass. Sure, third-person games, they're fun. I love them too, but it's really good as first-person because of that. Andres, you mentioned Resident Evil, right? I've played all the Resident Evils right when they come out. I love them. Lifelong fan. I was there day one for the first-person games. Do they feel different? Yeah, they do. I played Resident Evil 9 the way the developer intended us to play it, with grace in first person. Even though, generally I prefer third person. I do, and I think a lot of people do. But if you just look at Japan, though, man, they don't play the first person games, and obviously the 2D games do better in Japan. I think it'd be interesting for Nintendo to maybe look at a case study and ask Ubisoft for some data on it. They are pretty close with Ubisoft because you look at Avatar Frontier of Pandora, right? This game comes out, beautiful looking game, plays good. I enjoy it, but it's in first person, and it didn't sell well. And that IP is extremely expensive. It's Avatar, dude. That game should have sold like hotcakes, especially with how good it looked. Here's the problem. It's first person. They added a third person mode. They just basically relaunched the game in December with that third person mode and the new DLC. But they added the third person mode because people aren't buying these first person adventure games as much. Especially when, like, if you look at Metroid, the other problem, and again, we all talked about this, multiplayer. This would have been a really good opportunity to add some multiplayer there to help increase the sales. When people, like, generalizing it, when people think first person, they think multiplayer, right? First person, they think GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Halo, Call of Duty, all these games with multiplayer. And then when you get a first person game without multiplayer, people feel like it's missing something. Why isn't there multiplayer? We all saw that. A lot of people asked, why isn't there multiplayer here? And it was an assumption that it should have multiplayer because it's first person. Because a lot of those people asking for multiplayer had no idea Metroid Prime 2 even had multiplayer and didn't even play Metroid Prime 2. They just assumed that it should have it because it's first person. Look at Indiana Jones. Amazing game. Love it.
Yeah.
It would have sold so much better, though, had it had a third person mode.
That's the first thing I thought of when you said that. Because people want to see Indy. Like,
That's the hero. You want to see him.
Yeah.
Now, look.
Good point. Yeah.
It was a great game, though. It was.
Yeah, but and once you play it, doesn't the first person feel actually good? Because, like, it almost feels more like you're Indy because it is in first person. However, people aren't willing to give it a chance because it's not the way they envisioned it to be. And so they don't even give it a chance. And that sucks.
Yeah.
But that was their decision. I think it would be interesting if they went back and they added a third person mode to Indiana Jones. Yeah. I think if they did, it would actually sell quite a bit better. They would see a bump in sales. Now, a couple more points here at Metroid. Look, again, mentioned this before. Samus, she is one of the first female protagonists in gaming. There's a lot to be said for that. A lot to be said for that market. And I think Nintendo's proud of that. You know, Metroid came out in 1986. And if you look at the longest running like female protagonist, I think the only one that really beats it is Miss Pac-Man. Depending on how you want to look at that. I don't know how active, I have a Miss Pac-Man arcade in the house. However, how active is that IP? When's the last time we got a new Miss Pac-Man game? You know what I'm saying? We get Pac-Man, we don't get Miss Pac-Man. So when you look at the longest running female protagonist, Nintendo owns that, and I think that's something they're probably proud of. Metroid co-authored the Metroidvania genre. And we've talked about this before, but not every game exists to get crazy sales. Games exist to build portfolios as well. And this is important to Nintendo's portfolio. It's darker. It's a more atmospheric game. It is a more hardcore gamer type of game for the mature. And I don't say that in the sense that teens can't play it or younger people. It's just that we grew up with this. So the folks that are older really enjoy Metroid. So yeah, this is part of like the brand diversity, I guess you could say. So as far as like, if I am concerned about Prime not selling well, yeah, I'm really not. As far as I don't think Metroid is going anywhere. I do think Prime? Nintendo has more plans for Metroid.
Metroid Prime or just Metroid?
I mean, both. It's just, for Tom Metroid, generalizing it, I don't think Metroid's going anywhere. I don't think this is the end of Prime. I think there's opportunity there. I honestly really believe they should think about the third person option. And if you are going to do a Switch 2 edition of Prime 1, and if you are going to bring over Prime 2 and 3, it'd be a really good opportunity to kind of relaunch those games with a third-person option and compare the sales. Let's see how they look. I bet you anything, they're going to sell better.
Dude,
with the
if they
third-person
launched
option.
Metroid Prime Remastered Switch 2 edition with a third-person mode,
Be a
that would
game
be
changer, wouldn't it?
crazy. It would be crazy.
That'd be sick.
Really
Yeah.
think they should, because look, give us both. Again, Avatar just did it. Ubisoft did it. If Ubisoft did it, you can do it. Okay, give us both. Everyone's happy. Both the first person and the third person crowd gets fed, and you bring in so many gamers with that third person mode.
Yeah.
You know, like you look at Requiem, best of both worlds. You can do whichever view you want. There's the views that the developers intend for you to do, which is, hey, half the game's first person, or however you want to look at it, the gray sections. And the other part is in third person with Leon. And I thought it was great, man. It felt like you're almost playing two different games, having these two different characters, and the difference in play style. Like with Grace, I was much more stealthier. And I planned on doing that when I was playing the game. I knew I was going to be stealthy as possible with Grace. And with Leon, I'm gonna absolutely annihilate and whoop some ass. And it was a lot of fun to have those two different gameplay styles. And the views really helped with it. It does make it more intense when you're playing with Grace because you can't see as much. Your field of view isn't as wide. And so I think you could do that with Metroid. And look, we all know like the Nintendo cinematic universe and what's going on here. I do believe Metroid will be a part of that. I do. And again, it fills out their IP and their branding and their portfolio. And so all you need is a hit show. Honestly, all you need is a show, and all these games take off and just start selling like crazy. I mean, you look at the Fallout show. Again, I said this when Fallout Season 1 came out, that I expected Fallout 4 to get a PlayStation 5 and Xbox edition, and it did. And it sold like crazy because there was a want for it. And now here we are with Season 2. I said this last year that Fallout 4 would come out for Switch 2 to coincide with the finale of Season 2. That's exactly what happened. I said that probably a year in advance. Here we go, though. You could do the same thing with Metroid. So I do think there's bigger plans here. This is why I'm not concerned about Metroid. Slash the price, man. Get Prime off the shelf if that's what you need to do over in Japan. And Nate, you said you saw it for $50 here. That's great. If you need to get it off the store shelf, get it off the store shelf. But I'm not.
Hey.
I'm just not concerned with the sale price.
I played Other M for $7.
Yeah, dude. I remember when that went on sale, heavily clearanced.
Yeah. If I mean, what's interesting is like we turn this into a big negative talking point for Metroid, right? I'm not, everyone, but like this stuff happens for PlayStation, Xbox all the time. Their games get discounted immediately across the board.
Yep.
So maybe it's not really that big a deal.
Yeah, this is nothing new, man. I mean, this is like Ubisoft's playbook for every game. You know what I mean? And look,
it is.
I enjoy a decent amount of their games. I do enjoy some Assassin's Creed. You won't catch me playing Skull and Bones. There's a lot of games I don't play, but hey, man, even though their games go on discount, a lot of them good amount of them I do enjoy, regardless of if it goes on sale. That doesn't matter to me. If anything, that's good for me because I'm now getting it cheaper. But again, to go back to that first point, man, people don't check the difference in price between physical and digital. I think we give the casual, the everyday consumer too much credit because they don't think like that.
That's a
Todd.
good point. Yeah.
That's all I got.
Awesome.
Um,
Eric, Mr. Mohr.
Yeah.
Mr.
summoned.
Mohr.
Yeah. Man, I don't. I think there's people out there that like to bitch just to bitch. So there's that. This, whether it's going to drive people more towards, digital, you're going to maybe drive. It's not going to affect a ton of people. You have people out there that are hardcore physical. They're going to still buy this physical because $10 difference is probably not going to, make that big of a difference to them. The ones that are going to maybe change are the ones that are sitting on the fence and they're like, okay, I can save myself $10 here. Do I want this game physically? No. So yeah, I'll buy the $60 one. It's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna drive massive waves towards digital. If you're sitting there $20, $25 difference, then you might start pushing some people. But I think you're only getting the fence sitters. So, yeah, I mean, for me, it's not going to, it doesn't do much for me. I'm going to still buy what I want physically, buy what I want digitally. Yeah, that's just where I'm at. Metroid? I don't know. I have never played Metroid, so I don't really have much thoughts on that.
You're the problem.
Yep.
Actually,
What about-
maybe you're the solution. I've
Yeah.
probably asked you this before, but why?
I don't
Why
know.
haven't you played
Yep.
Metroid? You don't know.
I have other games. I just haven't had a chance to. I haven't really gotten into it. So
I understand. That's
Yes.
fine.
yes,
But is there something that they can maybe do for Metroid that make you like, you know what? I'm gonna play it this time.
I get rid of my backlog. They can magically
That's
back-
innovation right there. But Nintendo used to
Get
come up
rid
with the
of my backlog,
technology
then yes,
just
I'll play
wipes
it.
your
Part of my
backlog.
backlog and be the only game that releases
Right.
in a 6-month period.
right.
That might do it.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's why there's been no
That's true.
Nintendo Direct. They're gonna
That's
just not have
the
games
thing.
for 6 months soon, and they're gonna release Metroid Prime 5. That's their genius plan. There you go.
There's a big holiday
Yes.
game.
Yep.
This year, yeah.
Eric Mohr just leaked
Let-
it. That's it.
Listen, I think a lot of you guys made some really great points today. I'm not going to dive too deep on the digital games costing less because I kind of, gave my thoughts at that right from the get-go, especially with some of the absurd takes that, like, guys, there is insane psychosis going around in the community right now. That's all I have to say about that. So, absolute insanity, and to just sit here and look at this as increased physical gaming is just nuts. I don't know what part of your ass you pulled that out of, but listen, it's one thing if that ends up being a thing, we start getting those $80 digital, $90 physical. Okay, then we could have that conversation. But literally, you're making up a panic, like a mental panic argument over something that does not exist currently. So that's my thoughts on that. As far as accelerating the all digital future, yeah, I mean, I do think that this will. Listen, the digital proposition for gamers now is really nice because based on what we're seeing, getting the game for less money, also getting to play it early. I'm the West Coast, I'm Pacific time. So if I buy a game digitally, like if I don't know, whatever game's coming out tomorrow, it's available to play in about an hour. If I pre-ordered something on the eShop right now, so you get to play it early, you get to pay it for less, and listen, physical collectors, I hear you. I'm a physical collector myself. I am very sad to see physical media go away. I love my collection. I love the games I've collected over the years. And I've talked about this ad nauseum on the podcast. I know Stash is in the same boat. It's inevitable. There's literally no stopping it. And the only people keeping physical alive is mostly our generation. It's the older gamers. It's the older moviegoers. Young kids, young gamers, people who are entering this hobby for the first time, they could give a rat's ass about physical. In fact, they look at it as an inconvenience. The fact that they don't have their entire library right at the touch of their finger, right there, boom, boom, bam. So we're in the minority. We're dying out. We're dinosaurs, and it's sad. Cherish the games you've collected, and I do think there's a good opportunity for companies like Limited Run or I Am 8-Bit in the near future, but eventually, these companies aren't going to be offering disk drives. They're not going to be offering little cartridge slots. Eventually, someone will make the jump to full digital only with no substitute, and others will eventually follow. And the longer you take to start jumping into digital, the more likely you are to be left behind when that transition happens, and your whole digital library is backwards compatible with new gen hardware, and everything that you've been collecting and putting on your shelves isn't. Not a problem if you take good care of your old hardware and you sit like I do. I've got my NES and my SNES and my Game Boys and DSs and Game Gears and all those goodies throughout the years, but not everyone does. Some people trade in, for new hardware. So enjoy it while you have it. It won't be here forever, but embrace, this is a consumer friendly thing. So embrace the positives until we see negatives. If we see some negatives announced, then have an opinion on that. As far as Metroid goes, man, this one makes me sad because as a Metroid fan, as a Metroid Prime fan, this is obviously a title I've been waiting for such a long time, and it certainly felt like all or nothing with this one. And I really feel like it's the really unfortunate news that Metroid Prime 4 hit a perfect storm of like basically almost everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. Nintendo not happy with what the first studio was putting out, having to restart development, getting locked into an 8-year development cycle. Poor marketing. Like the marketing was terrible for this game. In my opinion, I think the marketing was horrible. And I think that's been a theme, Stash touched on it. I mentioned this right from the announcement of Switch 2, that some of the messaging was really unclear and caused a lot of uproar that was really unnecessary if they had just gotten behind or in front of it right from the get-go. But poor marketing, I think it really hurt this game, that this game isn't a Switch 1 title. The fact that this game came in a post Switch 2 world did this no favors. People were already ready to move on. Also, I talked about this on the podcast leading up to the release. This is a title that, especially because Nintendo has such a difficult time showing this game in a way that other people understand, this is a game that I truly believe would have benefited from being in a bundle over that first holiday in December when it launched. Because a lot of people would have looked at getting a Switch 2 edition of a game for $50, just like they got with Mario Kart. And if it's an available bundle, it's like, you know what? This game's at a discount. I get it. I'm getting it with this bundle. I'll give it a shot. I've never heard of this series. I've never played this series. I just think there's a lot that could have been done. They could have marketed a Pro controller with it. That being said, I think one of the big things with it is that with the way they presented this game and the poor marketing, I don't think they presented it in a way for people who don't understand it that made it look very interesting or exciting. They made it look like a first-person shooter that moves really slowly and is really boring and has no multiplayer. I think what would have been really nice is if Retro had innovated a little bit more, instead of just doing Metroid Prime again with an open zone, because I don't think open zone was the way to go. I think one of the biggest strengths of Metroid games and Metroid Prime games is the brilliant level design, how intricate, how interconnected the world is. I think just throwing an open hub or Some people wanting it to be more of the Breath of the Wild of Metroid wouldn't do the game any favors. And I think there's other ways you could move the series ahead and innovate. I think voice acting would have been huge, obviously, for this. I think it's very awkward that Samus doesn't speak. She doesn't need to speak much, but I think that would have been a big step forward. Another thing is I would have loved to see a Samus in this game that's more agile and nimble. I think about Metroid Dread. I think about Samus Returns on the 3DS and how badass and nimble with that counter ability. Like, this is something that would have been sick. If Samus had a sick melee counterattack that pulled the camera into a third-person view where you see Samus doing these rad executions. And the game I think about, and I do understand what you guys are saying about making Prime third person or the option of it, and I do think that's really cool, but I think having more cinematic moments that pull you into that view would balance really well with this full first person. And I think making Samus faster, the game that comes to mind, or the series that comes to mind for me, is the modern Doom games. Doomslayer's fast. You are flying through these arenas and through these levels, doing melee attacks and doing quick, cool counters. Like, I want Samus to feel agile. I want to play, and I understand such a big part of Metroid Prime is the quiet and the isolation and the exploration and discovery. You don't have to lose that. But the most
silent killer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a puma or something,
But there's no denying that in this game there are moments where you're just surrounded by a shit ton of enemies. It happens multiple times throughout this game. And how exciting it would be to feel that epic and get over here like Scorpion grappling people towards you, melee, putting the blaster up to someone's chin and blasting them and counterattacking. Like, there's a lot of really cool stuff they could have done that would have made people go like, oh shit, what is this? This looks epic. And then have that really cool, quiet isolation sense of exploration. I mean, Stash, you nailed it. Like Resident Evil Requiem teeters, like it almost feels like two different games. You're more creepy, scary, more isolated, feeling like afraid of what's around the corner, to this like I'm a moment where I'm a badass and I'm going to take all these guys on. So I just think they needed to push the envelope a little bit. I think they needed to innovate, do something new. I don't think the motorcycle was it. I think the motorcycle is really cool. I think that open zone was a dud, unfortunately, for most people. And a game like this, the multiplayer would have been smart. And I don't know. I feel like the messaging needs to be better. The marketing needs to be better. I think they need to innovate what it means, make a game that appeals maybe to a little bit wider of an audience, but still maintains the core roots of what makes Metroid special. And then, I don't know, man, bundle it, cinematic universe. I think that sort of stuff could only do good things for the series and for characters. Is this the end of Prime? I don't think so. But I think Retro or whoever will take the mantle at taking another stab at this really needs to revisit the drawing board and think about what made the first game so critically acclaimed and so great. But then how do we evolve this and take it to the next level and update it for a more modern audience or a new audience that's maybe Switch 2's your favorite or your not favorite first Nintendo console ever. So work to be done there, but those are my thoughts.
So if you don't mind, I just want to kind of speak a little bit on this, and then I gotta leave. I get up in now less than 8 hours. But I mean, I feel like a lot of you guys like brought up some really good ideas around Metroid. So my brain's kind of like, thinking about it, churning about like what can Nintendo do to make sure Metroid Prime 5 finally gets it done. Right. And so I think they probably do got to go third person, but in the sense that it's optional. Don't get rid of first person. But here's the thing that would be very retro of them to do. You don't just make it like a tacked on third person. You make we look at how first person worked in Prime 4. There's honestly a lot of really cool things they do with that. They do the same thing with third person. They have the same level of attention to detail on both ends, which may seem like a lot of work, but that's the retro thing to do. Like, remember, like they would talk about how they would make sure all the textures were individually different in each room in Metroid Prime 1. They need to put that level of effort here. So make both modes amazing. And what that means is, GameBird, you brought it up, like having these interactions where Samus is grappling and playing around with the camera perspective. Maybe when you are playing in third person mode, there are going to be moments where you'll zoom into first person to blast the spacebar in the face right after you grapple it. But then vice versa, if you're in first person, as they already do with Metroid Prime 4, they find moments to put Samus in third person and show some cinematics. Vice versa, play around with the cinematics with both, so each mode teases the other, but have both as options. And that can appeal to a large audience. That's one thing. Another, I actually liked the openness, but I also agree that if they bring it back, they can, but it needs to be done in a way where it is still that interwoven world. That needs to be back. I think we can all agree on that. And maybe what they should do is not make as big of a game. And that may sound bad at first, but I think one of the strengths of Metroid is just making it feel like a really cool, awesome experience. Like, you look at Dread, you can beat that in one relatively long sitting if you really wanted to, if you know the game well. But it's so replayable. I think what they should actually do is make an 8 to 10 hour experience that's amazing, epic, polished, dense, and then just actually put more time into not putting in a fetch quest, but give us more reason to play it again. If you already went through all the trouble of having these two modes, first person and third person, encourage to try the other mode, but do like a new game plus with different challenges involved. Make it more fun to replay the game again. I think that would be better. And if they have to make a slightly smaller game to do it, I think it'll be fine because it's more replayable. Guess what? People are going to end up playing it for longer anyway if they're playing it for a second time. And then on top of that, you know what? Maybe, throw in some multiplayer. You find a way to include that on top of what I said, I think we are looking at a Metroid game that's going to sell 3+ million. So, that's just kind of how I think they would have to do it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Andres, for being here. I really appreciate it, man. We'll get you back on again in the next rotation, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
All right, get some good sleep.
All right. Good night, guys.
Go, man.
Nice to meet you, man.
All right, dude.
Thanks. You too.
And then there were 6. All right, we ready to move on to our next topic?
Let's do it.
All right, that was Stashman who jumped in. He literally jumped in. He wanted to make sure he got this topic before someone else did.
All right, let me pull this up here. Okay. So let's see. All right, Bloomberg. And again, this article, it's behind a paywall.
Yep.
We could do probably a whole topic on articles behind paywall.
I read the entire article on my video, guys. I'm still waiting for Bloomberg to ping me for that.
So I just I Googled it. I got an article up here, of course, from VGC regurgitating probably everything. So Nintendo, they're reportedly cutting Switch 2 production this quarter because the US demand has dipped. And I will just read this. According to sources speaking to Bloomberg, again, this has not been verified. Let me make that clear.
Just
Nintendo
Bloomberg.
has not said this. This is from Bloomberg. They've been wrong in the past. Take that in consideration. The company plans to produce 4 million Switch 2s this console or this quarter instead of 6 million, which is what they originally planned to produce. The publication source also claimed this reduced output rate is set to continue into April. So it's going to continue 6 days from now. It'll still continue, which you would presume since this news just came out. While Switch 2 remains extremely popular in Japan, this was the only market that experienced severe stock shortages. In the US, following a record breaking launch, Switch 2 sales slowed over Christmas and ended up being down by around 35% compared to what the original Switch managed during its first
Holidays.
Christmas period in
Yep.
2017.
Yep.
Bloomberg sources say that the critical and commercial success of Pacopia hasn't yet caused Nintendo to start increasing Switch 2 output yet, with the company instead waiting to see if it and other titles continue to have sales that are consistent enough to justify an increase in console production. So that's the gist of the news. Again, this is from Bloomberg, is what they're saying. The projections went from 6 million to 4 million. Of course, I have my thoughts on this. I'll go last, though. I want to hear from you guys. How do you feel about this? What are your thoughts? Do you have any concerns over this news from Bloomberg? Does this deeply concern you?
I don't know about deeply.
Sandstorm, let me hear from you first, man.
This is perfect time to remind everyone, including ourselves, that we need to much.
I was just testing you guys. GameBird told me to do it. I was just having a whole conversation with somebody about this earlier. That they were saying, all this stuff from Bloomberg, blah, 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 and that it was going down to 4 million. And they used Genki's post of Furukawa saying that holiday sales weren't as expected. And so that was like, oh, see, he said this, so that means this. And I'm like, that doesn't prove your point. Like that's an educated guess. Yeah, that's not a source at all. And so the argument came up as like, well, he said this, so you can clearly tell that this information might be true. And I'm like, wait a minute. What Furukawa said was that holiday sales were lower than expected. I said, so if I was a businessman, and you guys can tell me if I'm right or wrong, because Sandstorm is smart, but he ain't that smart. But if I was a businessman and I say I'm gonna sell a console and I'm looking to sell 24 million in a year, right? And so every quarter we're going 6 million. I'm gonna do an even 6 million all the way through, right? First quarter comes through, I said 6 million, but I made 8 million. Second quarter comes through, I said 6 million, I made 4 million. Does that mean I switched my overall projection down? Because those numbers are still the same. I haven't gotten my true number for the third quarter. Now, if the third quarter was lower, then maybe I may make some adjustments. But we've only been through 2 quarters now. So is it logical for my holiday sales to be a little bit down, and then I'd be like, yo, change it all, move everything around? I think one thing, I've said this time and time again, and I don't know if it maybe, I don't know, maybe Americans don't really think about this, which makes sense because I feel like we pulse by during this time. But holiday season is, yes, a big time for people to buy items, electronics, and all the other stuff. But people forget there is another time of year where people impulse buy like crazy, and that is tax season.
Yep.
March, April, May. And some people who are lucky to get it February, and dang it, if you get it in February, I wish I lived like you. But that is another time that people impulse buy. Now, the range is much wider, so you can't expect sales to be as high because people are buying everything out the wazoo at that point in time. But you're still getting a significant amount of sales during that time as well. Now at the end of the day, whether it's real, whether it's fake, really doesn't matter to me because I'm still gonna play the games. I already own the system, so it doesn't matter. I'm gonna play it, and if it turns out it can't be the Wii U 2 at this point because we're not even a year in and we're past 14 million sales. So we can't throw out that narrative.
Yeah.
But if it's at a point where it doesn't sell nearly as great as the original Switch, so what? I got all I at this point need is software. That's all you got to give to me, baby. All you need is software.
Right.
But like I said, there's not enough evidence here, especially with 17 million. I mean, that's still nothing to scoff at. At 17 million, and like you said, Stash, Bloomberg has gotten it wrong a lot of times, and even to the detriment of Nintendo themselves, because a lot of shareholders and stock and they believe it as to be, when they say reportedly, apparently that also means that it came directly from the source, I guess. But as soon as that is said, stock starts to shift and starts to move. And unfortunately, like, Nintendo hasn't said anything themselves, and stock already starts to move and shift. And I hate when that happens because I'm a stockholder in Nintendo. I own some stock in Nintendo, and y'all messing with my money. I'm just saying that. You guys are messing with my money. But overall, yeah, man, I'm not even worried about it. Listen. Think about this. When you have a company like Nintendo that has so many aces up their sleeves, for the last month, you can even say the last month, never ever have we had 5 weeks in a row of directs. Like 5 weeks in a row, boom, you get a direct. You want a direct for boom, you get another direct. And those directs talked about movies. It talked about the indie worlds. It talked about third party. And it talked about one of the things that I never thought was going to happen, at least not anytime soon, but Pokemon finally coming out with Fire Red and Leaf Green, like, as actual games. I didn't think that was going to happen anytime soon, but that's an ace up the sleeve. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Pokemon Champions, as much as people want to call that mobile slop and blah, 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 regular consumers don't care about none of that. All that slop word, all that, they don't care about none of that. They're buying, they're going to play the game. Those are aces. Those are what people, and then when they find out, like, oh, I can actually play this on the system, they're going to buy the system. So I think it's too early to come up with the deduction that they're moving from 6 million to 4 million just off of the really essentially holiday sales.
Yeah. So one thing I want to add, and because you asked us, you mentioned the forecasting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in my list of points I was going to go over is that, Nintendo had their initial forecast. Then they increased it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then here we are. They've made an adjustment again. Now they've lowered it. We're right back at square one, bro. Just like you said. So, not only that, you mentioned tax season too. Yeah, tax season's coming up. Most people don't get their refunds until a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, most people are not doing it in February. But retail in general is terrible from January to March until the tax refund comes in. Every part of retail, everywhere. Restaurants, they get destroyed. Obviously, I worked in the industry for 10 years. Mortgages, they get hit. People have a hard time qualifying in the first few months as well because they use so much credit around the holidays, and now their debt to income ratio is too high, or they have late payments. Now you don't qualify for your loan, for your mortgage, for your purchase, or for your refinance. these are the slowest days of the year. To me, it is fiscally responsible. It's a sound business decision to adjust the forecast, adjust the production right now, as they're doing. That's smart because this is a slow time. Why would you keep it at the same right now? You got to make those adjustments accordingly. And again, we don't even know if this is true because it's Bloomberg. I have no idea. It's not going to affect my day-to-day, whether it's true or false, though. I'll tell you that much. I'm still going to wake up the same in the morning and go to bed the same way.
Yep.
And it's not going to affect me in between the day either. I care less. You know, and you mentioned about Switch 1 numbers. Like, if it doesn't hit Switch 1 numbers or anywhere close, yeah, who cares? Look at the NES and the Super Nintendo. I love both systems dearly, but I think we can all surmise that and agree that the Super Nintendo is a better system. Super Nintendo sold less than half of the Nintendo. Super Nintendo is the superior system. Switch 2 is a superior system to Switch 1. It's a Switch 1 and a Switch 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter for us. We're going to enjoy it. So yeah, these sales, whether it's true or false, they don't mean anything. And if they're true, I'm just glad Nintendo's, they're monitoring it closely. That's what you should do. That's what any sound business should do. If you're producing too much, you don't want them sitting somewhere in a warehouse collecting dust, especially if you have to make a revision to it. Keep that in mind too. If you got to make that battery revision that's being talked about,
Yep.
because it's not accessible. And let me tell you, I got my Switch 2 right here. I've taken it apart. Taking the Joy-Cons. I did this all myself. I did it with the controller too, with the Pro controller. Where the battery is located, an Extreme Rate hooked me up with this stuff. And I said, look, I can't do a video on my channel and tell people that they can do this, because I believe maybe 10% could do it. It's not easy because of where all the stuff, where the battery is located, the things you have to take apart. It is not consumer friendly in the least bit. It is not a fun process, and people will probably break their systems. And therefore will not tell anyone they can do this and make a video on it and make it sound easy. Can't do it. And so, again, take that news that just came out of the EU about them having to change where the battery is located and make a revision to the Switch. Couple it with my experience I just told you about, and I've done plenty of handiwork over the last few decades on systems. I won't get into detail on it, but I've definitely taken some stuff apart and done some soldering. This is not okay. If someone needs to replace their battery, it ain't gonna happen. They're gonna have to go to iFixit and pay out the ass. The iFixit, you break it or whatever. So this is not a good deal. And so it would make sense to probably reduce the number down a little bit while you're working on getting the revised model out and having that hit production, wouldn't it? That way you don't have more of these Switch 2s that have the battery located where they are, sitting in a warehouse, when you can say, wait, let's lower production. Let's get this out the door so we have more of these going out. Honestly, I think that's the solution. I think that's the answer right there. I don't know if they'll ever tell us the truth, but I bet you that's the answer. All right. TigerTyme, what are your thoughts?
Mike.
My turn, I guess.
Yes.
There we go.
Thanks, man.
This is another one of those things where you kind of have to parse through some information to see what's really going on. But I'm not too worried. Kind of like you were saying, Stash. I separate my mental state as much as I'm a Nintendo fan, a gaming fan, as much as I'm on a podcast like this because I love Nintendo and want to talk about it. I do separate my emotional state from these things. And so that's where I'm at with this. And on top of that, this appears to not even be a bad number. I was seeing the statistics that it was, Matt Piscatella put out. Those were making the rounds about how it's still selling 45% more than the Switch 1 at this point.
Yeah, that was a great breakdown of numbers that he put out.
It was, yeah. I think the only Nintendo console that it wasn't was the Game Boy Advance at this point in their life cycles. And so, I mean, just seeing that comparison to Switch 1 is already 45% is insane, especially when you start thinking about how, Switch 2, the games that have been released, there haven't been anything like, I think at this point, the numbers of Switch 1 were starting to creep into the Mario Odyssey territory in terms of the time frame in which it'd be reflecting. And Switch 2, DK Bonanza, it hasn't really had Pocopia now, probably in terms of a system selling game. It's had a great lineup in my opinion, but it really hasn't had that massive appeal game, Mario, Zelda, like we talked about, that really moves units, and it's still 45% ahead of the Switch 1. So I think that's pretty insane. I think that's a good thing. I just think I'm not too panicked about it, really. It's pretty simple thoughts with that for the most part. But
yeah, well, I mean, I think you're in a good state then. Like you said, you separate your emotional feelings about that.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see, forecasting is it's an interesting thing. It's something that I kind of have one foot in operations, one foot in fulfillment at my job. So forecasting is something that I spend a decent amount of time looking at spreadsheets, looking at previous numbers, trying to forecast that because you have to tell investors, it's a weird thing, right? It's a science, but there is a bit of an art to it as well, because you can use the past data to try to determine this, but ideally you're increasing those numbers and you're setting a goal, but there's some optimism there too. And you want to tell these people this certain number because that's how much money they're going to give you. But you also need to make sure that number is, you don't meet it, it's going down to a realistic number so that there isn't panic. Like what you were saying, Stash, where the number is now at a realistic number where they were overestimating. Now that there's kind of a solid baseline to go back to, it kind of limits that panic. But Nintendo as well, they're optimistic in the past of their sales numbers. That's kind of a trend that they have. And so when I see this, and I'm looking at forecasting numbers, I kind of see how it goes. And just because something is less than you were expecting at a certain point in the year, there's plenty of time to compensate for that for the rest of the year, in the next quarter, whatever it is. It most of the time when you're looking at it in kind of 9 months periods, it's not the whole picture. There's so much more to play out. Every quarter tells a different story. And especially with Nintendo's case here, what games are releasing? What's going on with gas prices? What's going on with tariffs?
Yeah.
Every different quarter has so many different variables that to draw from these 9 month periods is, you're playing a dangerous game in terms of trying to attach too much meaning to it, especially at this point so early on in the console's life. But even with all that said, and if I had to guess blindly, I probably would have guessed Switch 1 might be doing better with everything that's going on with Switch 2 in the world and how there haven't been the same type of games, right?
There's so many hurdles right now with everything going on in the world, like all the uncontrollables, right?
Right.
And that was again, that was something I was going to bring up. And now that you have just kind of mention what I had to say, but
Yeah.
being in the restaurant business too, obviously with mortgage, you do tons of forecasting. Every day I'm forecasting. And then in the restaurant business, I mean, you literally have to forecast your meal counts, right? You have to forecast your labor. And of course, labor rules are different in different states. Like when I managed the same company in California, it's different than Arizona because they have labor laws. And in Arizona, we don't. You can work 12 hours straight. And I love that about Arizona. Because I used to do that. But, Cali's completely different. And so you have to forecast your labor, the meal counts, all that. And then you have to place your order. And, I was telling Michaela, because I don't think she knew. I don't know if I ever told her, but at the restaurant I was at, we would get 60, 70, 80 sacks of potatoes in on an order. And we get orders three times a week. And these are huge 50 plus pound potato sacks that you're just lugging around. And she's like, yeah, that's a lot. I'm like, well, that's not even accounting for the other like 1,900 items that are on the truck that you have to unload. And it's just, you put so much wear and tear on your body, but you have to forecast all of this also based on what's going around, what's going on. I remember when The Dark Knight came out, and I was managing the Islands restaurant location at Mira Mesa in San Diego. And it's right next to the only IMAX theater in San Diego. Do you think we had to adjust our forecast for ordering that week? Hell yeah, dude. We did an insane amount of meals. You know what I mean? And you also have to adjust it if nothing's coming out. And you look to that movie theater to provide business for you. And again, gas prices. Like I went to get gas today here in Arizona. It's $4.99 a gallon. Okay. I put in my phone number. I got 5 cents off.
Yeah.
$4.94 a gallon. Yeah, I put I think I put like eight gallons into my Jeep Wrangler. And obviously it's expensive. It's like I think it's like $80 to fill up. But that's the point, is that you have to make adjustments constantly with what's going on in the world. And based on the things that we know, right? Based on the things that are out there. Also, probably a good move. Right? There's a lot of things that are going to be going up in price.
Yeah.
If the strait's not opened up, there's going to be shortages. Prices are going to go up. Do you think there will be as much demand for a video game console if that happens? Probably not. And that goes for everyone. So this is just smart. This is smart business, man. What it comes down to.
I think so too.
People don't look at the big picture. They think doom and gloom, Nintendo doom, as they say. And it's funny. Growing up, I remember on planetgamecube.com, back when Billy Berghammer was running the site. And he used to cover Michael Pachter, Pac-Man, Pack Attack. And Michael Pachter is a video game analyst. He's still doing it, which is insane to me.
Factor.
Yeah, because this guy's wrong all the time. And I remember being in high school, bro.
Hosted by Sister Games, baby.
Dude, I remember having my girlfriend in high school. I'd show her this guy and tell her, like, back in the day, this guy's such a whatever. Very foul mouth.
I predicted the end of Nintendo so many times, man.
So many times. And when I was in high school, guys, I've already been to my 20-year reunion and back. This is a long ass time ago. I'm talking like freshman, sophomore year, watching this and being like, this guy's an idiot.
Yeah, he thought the Wii was going to flop.
How does he have this job? How does he have this platform?
He was the worst.
I know way more than him. Like way more. This guy's an idiot. And it's just crazy though, because people like this exist. They have a platform. They make money. He's been doing it since I was longer than me being in high school. He's been doing it since the 90s.
Yeah, I don't think he makes money doing this because he not only does it for the Sifted network, which barely makes enough money for one person. I think he just does it, one, because he's friends with the guy at Sifted, and two, I think he was doing it at game trailers just because he was buddies with people, because he's an actual like stock analyst and does like actual detailed reports and gets paid for it. This isn't what he does for a living.
Thank God, man.
It shows.
But
It shows in his work.
it's no different than sports analysts, though, that say the dumbest shit ever. And you're like, how's this guy have a job? He says the dumbest things. It's stuff like this all the time, you know, but there's a lot of just doom and gloom over this. And no one looks at the big picture. Nobody does. They just go straight to the negativity. Because look, that's where people gravitate. I always say this, and it's sad, but the world is, regardless of how many positive people might be here on the show and in chat, the world gravitates more towards negativity.
Mm-hmm.
I do not, but I know most of the world does. That's the way it works, sadly. Somewhat Funk Volume in chat said, surely you must be talking about Skip Bayless.
Yeah.
Him too.
Skip too.
Yeah, across
Skip's
the board.
wild.
But
It's so many of them now.
Skip's take, though, I like them because they're so wild. It's entertaining. I'm like, dude, that's the wildest thing I have heard in sports in a month. Thanks for that.
Yeah. I stopped watching years ago. My cousin will text me and be like, hey, did you see this? I'm like, Jim, I told you I haven't. I stopped watching ESPN maybe 10 years, closer to 10 years ago. It's the same regurgitated bullshit. It's all LeBron's cronies trying to build up his reputation to be the GOAT when he's not. It's all these people on the payroll. It's just manufactured headlines, which is like so much of what the world is today. YouTube, cue the magazine, GameBird. You know what I mean? Like, this is what it is.
Yep.
Can't take this shit seriously.
Yeah.
It's all the National Enquirer now. Everything
is.
Just to get some thoughts out on this. One, I do think the report's probably accurate. I don't really feel like there's any reason to doubt it. I think Nintendo and all these companies, Sony, anyone making hardware, Apple, they're making quarterly adjustments on production numbers all the time. Like there's nothing to panic about or abnormal about it. Z Huge X, Daniel Ahmed, he works for a really big firm out there. Although he has since deleted this probably because it was getting way too much traction. And he wasn't trying to like insult a fellow person in the industry. But he did say the article was poorly framed. Even with a cut in production, this is still extremely high for a quarter one. It's like, did anyone bother to do the research to see that this is really high for Nintendo in quarter one, even 4 million? Like, they normally don't produce 4 million units in quarter one of any year, like ever. So it's kind of crazy that Nintendo might have had even higher internal projections. And I say this because, and you guys can speak to this obviously a little bit more, because I never really worked with like having to project things out for other people, only ever myself. Like my YouTube channel, I have my own projections, but like they're just for me. It doesn't really matter. But Nintendo's a publicly traded company, so they have to have public numbers, and then sometimes there'll be some private internal ones that they're not sharing. That's what Kit said. Ooh, he was aware of this when he worked at Nintendo of America. That they had the public number, but then there was the internal one, and the internal ones he made it sound very pipe dreamy on almost all of their products. Like the internal numbers were quite high at what they wanted to do versus what was actually happening, and then there's their public conservative numbers, which are usually below, but because it looks good for investors to overperform than underperform, which obviously that's all obvious stuff. Like when they projected 15 million, Nintendo's internal projections might have been 25 for all we know. But 15, they're like, well, that's safe. We should be able to hit that. And obviously they've exceeded that. And probably will hit the revised 19 million. So like, I don't even think like this reduction is affecting the revised 19 million. I think it's just affecting their internal they probably were projecting somewhere in the 20 million range, 22, 23 million, and they're not going to get there. They're probably going to be right around 19 to 20 million. So they look at it as, hey, let's reduce our numbers now because we didn't perform as well during the holidays as we expected. And people might go, well, why does that matter for now? I'm like, well, because there's more units on store shelves, more Mario Kart World bundles that they thought wouldn't be around right now. They thought those would be all sold out by now. And they're not. They're still on store shelves. So we probably shouldn't just keep slamming pedal to the metal when we have a bunch of units still sitting on shelves. And you might go, well, that sounds like bad news for Nintendo. And I said, well, no. They are probably selling within their expectations for this quarter. It's just they have more left over from holidays than they planned. So because of that, and I don't know what they were thinking this holiday. I don't know how they thought Kirby, a spin-off Kirby game at that, not even a mainline one, and a spin-off Zelda game were going to somehow be the driving factors of holiday sales. And I know Nintendo internally was probably thinking, oh, it'll be Legend ZA. You mean with the bundle you stocked one time? Or Metroid Prime 4, maybe you thought that was going to be a bigger deal than it was, and these were both on Switch 1, so you didn't have to buy a Switch 2. So you had two games come out this holiday you had to buy a Switch 2 to play, and neither one of them were high-demand games with, like, huge audiences. So while they sold well for what they are, like Kirby Air Riders has outsold the original already, and I think Age of Imprisoment's on pace to be, like, the fastest selling that they've had so far, the Muso series, and probably will beat Age of Calamity overall. It's still, like, these aren't system movers. People aren't picking up the system to play Air Riders or to play. It's something you pick up, you buy if you already have the system.
Agreed.
So they didn't have a very strong holiday lineup, and I think they look back at that now in hindsight and go, damn, maybe we should have organized things differently. Maybe Donkey Kong maybe should have been holiday. Maybe these other games should have been before Donkey Kong as filler. Go Mario Kart World, then Donkey Kong holiday, then Pokopia in March. I think that probably would have been a better overall layout of the games they did release. Obviously, besides just saying, get another game out. If you didn't have anything else, well, then I think you could have organized things a little better. I think they just kind of thought that Mario Kart World bundle was going to just carry hard in the holidays, and look, it didn't. It doesn't help that by then the reception of Mario Kart World wasn't the greatest either. So word of mouth wasn't helping the game. So I do think that, they just had a weak holiday lineup, especially when you go back to Switch 1. I've seen all the Switch 1 comparisons. Yes, it did sell worse than Switch 1's first holiday. Two notes about Switch 1's first holiday. One is that they had Mario Odyssey. Let's not beat around the bush. It's the highest selling 3D Mario game of all time. You think that didn't make a difference during holiday season? Of course it did. And two, holiday season 2017 was the very first time you could walk into a store readily and buy a Switch. It was pretty much out of stock until the holidays. Nintendo didn't do that this time around. They overstocked intentionally because they didn't want scalpers to rule the day. And guess what? Outside of Japan, scalpers didn't rule the day. They were definitely able to curb that. So they successfully did that. That also front-loaded sales a bit. But I also feel like Nintendo's just being smart. That overloading and overstocking, that was always temporary. They weren't going to keep, all the store shelves fully plumped and have 4 million units sitting in a warehouse. That's not realistic. It's not smart. You're wasting money on storage. You'd rather actually start to reduce the numbers down where you're just producing what meets demand rather than exceeds it. And when you think about 4 million units, look, if they somehow sold 4 million this quarter, that's incredible. That would be one of Nintendo's best ever Q4s in company history to sell 4 million. So that's already like an incredible number and would put them well ahead of the 17.37 million they had sold by the end of December, at least sold through to retail. I don't think they actually sold 4 million, to be clear. I still think they're overproducing the amount they're selling. It's just in a much more conservative way because we don't need to make, because look, I truly think that some of this isn't really just about holidays. I think some of this is also about the next quarter. And right now, Nintendo has no system seller next month that's exclusive. It is Pokemon Champions. It's a Switch 1 game, also on mobile. I know it's not on mobile right away, but Switch 1 game. You don't have to get Switch 2 to play it. And Tamagotchi Life, which doesn't even have a Switch 2 version or a Switch 2 upgrade. It's literally straight up just a Switch 1 game. Your next Switch 2 game is Yoshi in May. So I think if you're looking at that, you say we got Pokopia, Switch 2 is selling well this month, and maybe it'll trickle in the next month a bit. They don't think that's carrying for the next 3 months. So they just don't think, they just look at their own lineup and they go, yeah, the next 3 months of sales aren't going to be that great. Which, look, traditionally Q1 of every fiscal year for them, which is literally the spring months, usually aren't that great for Nintendo. Usually March will have a pop, not just because of tax returns, but because Nintendo usually has that one game to sell right before the end of the fiscal year. This year was Pokopia. But then, yeah, they're usually kind of done till about July, sometimes end of June. So Nintendo's just being smart and being like, look, we're not, even the amount of units we're selling now in Q3, we're not, or Q4 of their fiscal year, we're not going to sell even that amount in Q1 of our next fiscal year. And we're okay with that. I think it's all about what happens in the 6 months after that, which is the second half of the year. And that's right now what a lot of us don't know. We know Fire Emblem and Dust Bloods are somewhere in there. But outside of that, we don't really know what's going on in the second half of the year. So that's obviously where people get to the fact that we need a direct, and we'll talk about that later. But I think the report's probably true because I don't really have a reason to doubt it. And it just kind of makes logical sense. Look how packed the store shelves have been all of holidays. I'm like, I don't think Nintendo planned for that, for them to just be packed to the brim all holidays. So yeah, it makes sense. They probably are getting smaller orders now from the retail outlets, and that's what makes the adjustments. If the retailers were still ordering millions and millions, yeah, they keep making them. But the retail orders have probably toned down a bit worldwide outside of Japan. So they're going to tone down their production. This is just total supply and demand. This all makes sense. Them still producing 4 million means it's still a pretty hot item for them. So the question obviously is, how do they convince people to buy it next quarter or into the future? And a lot of that's just going to be, you got to have a direct eventually, and you got to throw your games out there and get people excited again. Because right now, Pokopia came out, and for some people it was a surprise hit. I don't know if it was considered a surprise for Nintendo. I know they didn't produce enough game key cards for it, but also maybe Nintendo would rather you just buy digital. So I don't know on that front. So I don't know what Nintendo's anticipation was for that game. But even with that game, even if they expected that one to be a hit, I can't name one game right now that the Switch 2 fan base is universally excited for from Nintendo. Now, like, I'm excited for Fire Emblem. I know GameBird is excited for Fire Emblem, but I don't think the general audience that owns Switch 2 is excited for Fire Emblem. Splatoon Raiders, we don't even know if that's this year, right? So we don't even know if that's a game we should be looking forward to this year. Wind and Waves looks great, but 2027. So what does that leave? Dust Bloods? And there's a lot of question marks around that game right now. And the fact that they might not have the greatest appeal to Nintendo's fans. So what is the one game now that Pokopia is out to get us excited for the rest of the year for the general audience? And the answer is, we haven't seen it yet. They haven't shown it yet. Maybe it is 3D Mario. And guys, I think you'll be surprised if it is 3D Mario and it's in the next Direct, how much the conversation around Switch 2 will shift with everyone if it looks fantastic.
Yeah, that's the key. Yeah.
But
or Smash
almost always looked,
or
always looked fantastic. So it'd be really weird if it didn't look fantastic. That's a whole nother conversation. You made
that'd be wild, yeah.
Oh well, we could have got that on Switch 1, so why'd we wait so long? So there's no way. And they've always been pretty impressive with Mario. They were even impressive with Mario Wonder. So
yeah,
I got a feeling that this is probably going to wow some people. Then the conversation shifts. Yeah, even if we have to wait till holiday and they don't have a whole lot of between. Well, now suddenly Fire Emblem doesn't look so bad if that drops in July. Suddenly, if Splatoon comes out in August, doesn't look too bad. Suddenly these tweener games, Dust Bloods, doesn't look so bad when you got that massive holiday game coming that they're continually driving hype for the rest of the year. So I do think that this whole lack of production or toning it down, I think it's normal. I think we don't always hear about it. I think the reason that we're hearing about it and it's making headlines now is because it is still in vogue to state negative things about Switch 2.
Yes.
Even though we've had a month of positivity, we truly have. It's been good story after good story. Pokopia, obviously we had the boost mode getting added to Switch games. Now we're getting digital games cheaper. Like, these are technically all just positive stories. We had to have a negative slip in.
Listen, I don't necessarily know that it's like it's the big thing or the popular thing to do. I think it's a very niche thing. I think when you zoom out and you look at whether it's your casual gamer, someone who's curious about this new Nintendo hardware, I think the average gamer isn't thinking about any of these hyper fixated negative points. I think they're just looking for the next great console and next great games to have fun and play with their friends and family. And
because then they market.
Obviously views are doing well on this stuff, but still, even within that, it's like when you're on Twitter or whatever platform, it's still within a bubble, you know, and the things that, you know, people lose their shit over, whether it's game key cards or whether it's digital suddenly costing less than physical. Like, these aren't conversations that like your average person is freaking out over or obsessing over. But I hear what you're saying with that. Listen, go ahead, Brian.
No, you're good. I'm good. I'm done.
I was just gonna say, I don't have too much to say about this topic. For me, the two least interesting things to discuss with video games, or for me to read about, is one is tech. I don't care about the tech. I don't care about power levels, and that's great if you do. It's just like when I opening up a brand new console to me is probably like, it's exciting in the moment, but after that moment passes, it's all about the games. It's not about anything else. It's not about anything that's inside of it. It's about the games. It's about the great games and great experiences that I hope I'm going to have for years to come. So like, tech stuff is really boring, hearing about teraflops.
They got to use the tech too, right?
The what?
They got to use the tech. Like,
terrible.
Yeah.
what about PS5 when we played it? And you played, I mean, we all played the packing game, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Astrobot. Oh my God. The way it took advantage of the controller was insane. But how many games are doing all of that?
Right.
Not
It's
a
like,
lot.
I mean, it's like HD Rumble was very incredibly impressive tech when it was brand new.
Yep.
And playing 1-2 Switch and feeling the marbles and milking cows, my personal favorite, was it was an experience, let me tell you. But that was very impressive tech, and then we just never really saw it again. The tech side, it's cool if you're a tech head. For me, I care about the games. That's what's most important to me. It's always going to trump everything else when it comes to a new console. It's one of the reasons why Switch was 155 million plus seller. Wasn't because of its tech, wasn't because of its power. It's because of its insane lineup of excellent games. The second thing that's really uninteresting and boring for me as someone who's in this space and talks about video games is sales numbers. Listen, I want consoles to do well. I don't care what platform it is. If it's Microsoft's platform, Sony's platform, Nintendo's platform, I hope they all do well. I hope they all kick ass every single generation. I could give a rat's ass if PlayStation 5 outsells Switch 2 or Switch 2 outsells the Xbox Series. Who cares? Big what?
It hasn't won a month in the US this year. It's the end.
I didn't jump into this hobby to look at spreadsheets and compare sales numbers between the different platforms. I joined this hobby to play games, have fun, talk about it with friends, talk about it here on YouTube, and share my thoughts, share my predictions and my experiences and memories and all that good stuff. All the great things about gaming. The only time I care about sales is an instance like Wii U, when it's like there's such a problem with the sales that this console is going to come to an end, or this company like Sega is going to come to an end. The sales concern me with Microsoft because there's going to be a major shift. Even though I'm not the biggest Microsoft fan, they're at the bottom of the three juggernauts for me. It's scary and sad what's happened to them and what's happened to a lot of the studios. So anytime numbers are bad, I do care and I do hate to see that. But as far as like nickel and diming and cherry picking and who had a better January, who gives a shit? Unless that's your job, if that's your job, if you're a news channel, Prime, I get why you discuss it. So I'm not trying to downplay that. You're a news channel. Like that comes with it. And if you like numbers, be my guest. For me, it's uninteresting. What I can tell you, as someone who doesn't read up on sales on the regular, I see the articles, I see the headlines, but I don't study it. What I can see from this is a few things. Number one, Switch is selling faster than anything Nintendo's done before, and that kicks ass. The other part that I see is they overprojected some expectations based off of the initial launch, and they cut it back to a more realistic and original expectations, which were already fantastic. So that's great news. Not really seeing anything bad here. Obviously, you don't want to see that production's cutting, but they obviously way overproduced. Prime, you hit the nail on the head with, over manufacturing to make sure everyone can get this console in their hands. I love the idea of actually marketing that stock is limited while also overproducing just to get like the scalpers like super giddy and buying as many as possible, just to get a nice little launch day boost. But it sounds good. I think the biggest issue I've had with Switch 2 so far, and I do think this does affect sales, because as fast as Switch 2 is selling, I think it could have sold better. Prime, you touched on one of these things, and it's something I was, kind of anticipating all year last year. And what's the big holiday game? I've mentioned it so many times. The lack of that definitely affected holiday sales. I mean, you got to have a big holiday game. I think the other thing too is the cadence of releases has been a little bit unusual this gen, alongside some of the messaging and marketing that we've seen from Nintendo this gen. But it was very interesting getting 2 kart racers within the same 6 months between Kirby and Mario Kart. Seemed like an odd choice, especially to have them both in the same direct. Seemed odd to me. And I get they play wildly different, but again, let's talk about your average viewer, the average person who's going to see maybe the trailer for what games are coming to Switch 2 on YouTube. They'll be like, oh, I got Mario Kart. I'll skip on this one. So we've seen that cadence bleed into this year, where we've gotten the big update for Animal Crossing. We've gotten Pocopia. We've gotten Tamagotchi Life. It's like multiple kind of cozy farm sims. It's an interesting cadence. Instead of having one of these big Nintendo racers or cozy games a year, it's like, let's just throw everything we got right now at it. And I think I mentioned this a few podcasts ago. I think the key ingredient that Switch 2 is missing right now is excitement. We have great games. There's no denying that there's no shortage of great games for Switch 2. We had Mario Kart, Donkey Kong, Metroid Prime. We had Kirby. We've got Pocopia, that's fantastic. We've got Fire Emblem coming soon. We've got Duskbloods, a From Software exclusive. We don't have any juggernauts. We're just missing that excitement. That holy shit. The last partner showcase, I complained about this. I was the only one who mentioned this, that you're doing a disservice by having your one more thing be old games coming to your console. And I think it's great that Bethesda's bringing everything. That's fantastic. I think it's great Fallout's coming. I think it's great that Oblivion's coming. But your one more thing should be a new, exciting thing. It should be a third-party exclusive or something that we never saw coming, But I don't know. GTA? I think we're just lacking excitement. I think the big thing for this year, I don't think there's any doom and gloom. I think we'll know if and when, knock on wood. I hope Switch 2 has a very successful and long, healthy life. But we'll know when it's in trouble. I think it'll be obvious. Right now, it's not. I think Nintendo just needs a stellar second half of the year. It's been quiet this first half. We know some good stuff is coming. I fully believe that Fire Emblem is going to be one of the highest reviewed of the year. I think it'll be an 88, 89, maybe even a 90.
I'm so excited.
About that one. Yeah, very exciting. But it's a little more niche. It hasn't quite broken into the mainstream. We need that Smash. We need that mainline Mario. hell, Zelda something, whether it's an Ocarina of Time remake, whether even, I don't know. Guys, we just need that exciting, tantalizing title to be like, oh shit, I need to get a Switch 2 because I can't miss this one. And I don't know that we have that title yet for this year.
We don't yet. But maybe we do, right? Maybe it's Pocopia, the game that no one had on their radar to be that game.
It was
Oddly enough.
Hey,
Yeah. I love that stuff.
I just don't see that mattering by holiday.
Yeah. Who knows?
I mean, by the way, this isn't me saying that the game's not going to be evergreen, guys. I think it's got a really good chance to be really evergreen. But like, when you want the pop in console sales, it's never the old games. Those are the games that just consistently sell the new consumers. It's always the new games that get them in. Obviously, right now it's new. It's selling systems this month, absolutely. But I'm thinking later this year, probably end of the year. I don't think it's going to matter as much for console sales. Although I think it will sell well this holiday, especially if it happens to get any discounts, even if it's just ran by retailers.
I was going to say, you never know. It could be like Animal. Could be like Animal Crossing.
Can I ask you guys something before we move on to the next person, just based off of like some of the stuff that I was saying for everyone? Like, I know Nate's stance. I know, Nate, you're interested in numbers. I know that you run a news channel. So this is like important stuff for you to cover. And there are people who care about it. But is anyone else with me like that, like the numbers side, unless something's failing, really isn't that interesting? Or do you guys care who has the better month? Or who has the better heart? Like
that doesn't matter to me.
Sure.
Yeah, it doesn't. I use that metric purely for trolling other people.
Sure.
Sony is the best ever. No.
Look at on that.
So he's one of the trolls out there, guys.
Yeah, best believe.
Yeah, no, I don't really. I like video games for the art and
sure
the video games themselves, but it's important to talk about, I think. But yeah. But I mean, it's fun to talk about briefly. But
I mean, that's why we talked so much about Metroid Prime 4. Like, it was one of the few individual games we're talking about on the show, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, people are going to go off on that because we do want to talk about games, and this kind of gets back to the point of being like, hey, where's the big exciting games? Because that's what we would be talking about instead of talking about Bloomberg 30%. Give us some exciting games to talk about.
I think that's a good distinction. I think game sales, yes, I do feel a connection and curiosity and interest there, but console sales, I'm more detached. I think competition is good, parity is good. I don't want, as much as it sounds crazy, I don't want Nintendo to blow the competition out. I'd love them all to be up here so they're all keeping each other honest, so that someone's hot on Nintendo's heels, urging innovation, urging them to be a better company.
That's the best spot you can be.
Absolutely, guys. You know what? Would it be if Sega was still in the game? Go ahead, Stash. Sorry.
To say for anyone who grew up watching wrestling, compared to 90s wrestling, Monday Night Raw versus Monday Night Nitro, when they were going head to head, we got the best wrestling back in the day. Like, it was extremely entertaining. That's what we need here. When Madden was going head to head with NFL 2K and NBA Live was going head to head with NBA 2K. These are the things we need to keep each other honest. So yeah, dude, I completely agree with you on that. 100%.
Heck yeah.
Cool. Well, speaking of needing big surprises, probably go on to our next topic, Eric.
Eric, you didn't go.
No,
he can talk and go on.
And I do want to hear from you.
That's rude, dude.
Nah,
I think the audience wants to hear from you too.
I'm used to it. I kind of get forgotten.
Well, he gave me food.
I did.
He handed me food, and then the rest didn't matter anymore.
Yeah, right. No, it's
wrong.
I'm not overly worried by it.
That's because you haven't had these games.
Oh, they're freaking great.
You won't think it's wrong.
I can't see you more in frame for me.
I will put it in
premium
chat.
Korean sweet spicy puffs. They're a cop.
Whoa.
Oh, nice.
Where'd you get that at?
Oh wow.
Whoa, that looks
Private
good.
chat.
And
Private chat?
they're like shaped like mini chicken wings.
What the hell? It looks like pork rinds almost.
Pretty good.
Or am I just not seeing it right?
No, they're like puffy.
Yeah, a rice
Stuff, yeah.
potato.
Yeah,
Like
Oh, they're from Costco.
yeah.
like a Cheeto texture. Or
Yeah,
like
there.
the puffs.
Yeah,
Whoa.
They're really good.
they're really good.
Ever
wonder
since
if
he
we
gave
have
me
these
that, I
items.
just said, all right, Eric's good for the night. He gave me food
Yep.
because these were way better than I thought they were. They're addicting.
Right. Yeah. No, this doesn't really upset me all that much. I mean, I have a feeling that they over planned for, which is insane for their already incredible launch, just to make sure everybody had one. And it's, with that extra production there, they can kind of shift those units back and, cut some now and eventually, once they actually get games and stuff out, I'm sure sales will pick back up and we'll be right back in producing more. It just seems logical.
Yeah, it's cyclical, man. It's
Yeah.
seasonal.
Mhm.
You have to make adjustments to what's going on in the world. Totally agree. I do want to say, there's one other thing about the sales and that, GameBird, you asked about if we care about sales, right? If we look at the numbers. I care about sales in one sense when it comes to console, is that it's selling enough to continue to attract the third parties.
Sure.
That is my bottom line, because my bottom line is what? The games. I want the games. You want the games. We all want the games. And so it needs to sell a certain amount to make sure we're getting as many games as we possibly can. Outside of that, makes no difference when it comes to individual game sales. I think like any of us who really enjoy a game, you hope that it sells well enough to warrant the green light for a sequel. That's it.
Yeah.
Outside of that, don't care.
Yep.
All right, Eric, take it away.
Sweet. All right, I'll flip the banner here and then jump over to the topic list. All right. Our first legit Nintendo Direct happening in April rumor. This comes from a series of tweets by Attack the Backlog, who has a 100% track record to date. He said he has heard about a Direct in April, but not what kind of Direct. It will be, and he is still working on some confirmations for it. We've talked a lot about hypothetical general Directs this year that haven't come. So the question is this the time? And speaking of time, TigerTyme, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
That was pretty smooth right there.
No.
Yeah, this is interesting. Again, something I looked into. I feel like what I gathered from this and what he was saying, it seems like, yeah, he's being very careful with his language, of course, as he always seems to be, which is good. He's not overpromising. I don't get the sense that this is going to be a general Direct quite yet. I don't know if I feel like I'd lean more towards an indie world probably, but I don't know, because the Partner Direct still feels like it was so recently. I can't remember.
Indie World's even more recent.
That's the thing. I think I'm mixing them up because the Indie World was just like less than a month ago, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So I don't know. The timelines are all, it's so condensed now.
So messed up.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't necessarily, I feel like I've been on the June General Direct train from everything that I've been seeing, from what I think makes the most sense, because they still have a lot of clarity to give people about the end of the year. And if there's any, particularly big holiday game and some release dates, it still feels too early for April. Still feels too early for some of the stuff that I think they'd want to talk about. But June is kind of the last point where it's like, okay, there's stuff like Splatoon Raiders, Fire Emblem, if Mina's going to be in there, all these games that still have yet to come out, Duskbloods, like they need a proper direct. And so, that April, May, June, it's got to be, there has to be one in that time period. Again, I still think it would be June. Attack the Backlog is someone that seems like he doesn't say things unless he feels good about it, though. So it's been a really conflicting thing trying to figure out what it could be. I still lean towards, a partner showcase for me. That's obviously the other option. I just feel like I'm not sure. They showed a lot of stuff at the last one, and obviously, the Switch 2 is more and more attractive to third parties. So, I'm sure that they would have some more stuff to show. And I think there may be a personal bias. As much as I love to see them all, the partner showcases they're exciting because it shows that Switch 2 is, again, becoming more attractive for third parties, but they are also the least exciting as someone who plays all the other consoles. I just can't deny that. So again, I like to see these third parties being on the Switch too, but I don't know. The partner showcase in the indie world still feel like they've been so recently. So I don't know. This is a weird one. I feel like I would almost say nothing's going to happen is what I'd lean more toward, but just because of the recency of those two, I feel like the direct is going to be in June. If I had to say a date, I want to be wrong, to be clear. I don't know. Again, I feel like even though we just had an indie world, that would be the thing. There's so many cool indie games to show out. I feel like they could have an indie world like every other month or every month, really. There's so many cool games out there. It's a great opportunity for developers. So, I would say Indie World in April if I had to pick one, and I don't want them to be wrong, but that's where I'm at with it. Love there to be a general direct. Again, there's so much to talk about. There'd be some awesome reveals. People are desperate for this, but that's what I got.
Awesome. Sandstorm.
All right, man. I'm kind of the same way with TigerTyme, man. I'm leaning on the June piece. It's just like April is like so close now to our annual Christmas time. I feel like if it was some sort of direct, that's so crazy. I finished mine. Mine was a little baby one.
I got it. What are the late night? Like, what is their? Sorry to interrupt. They're being shown pretty powerfully here. So
I'll just ask that in chat too. So they're the loaded taco flavor.
Oh, those sound great.
And they are bomb.
Yeah.
They were very.
Let's just put it this way. I'm glad they didn't exist in my heavy drinking days. I would have plowed.
Yeah.
Like those late night Jack in the Box meals.
Yeah, dude, fucking destroyed them.
That's
Dude,
the vibe
so
of
much
these,
food
by
for
the
like
way.
$6.
Last episode, GameBird, you said Cheez-Its. It was whenever it was. You said that a podcast ago, and you could pound one. I'm the same way. And Doritos are the other thing that I could like. I'm going to feel like I'm in a really special place if I pound a bag of Doritos, but I could do it.
Look, yeah, they need a flavor called Bad Choice. Doritos.
If I buy a bag, I'm going to do an edible one night, then I'm just going to plop. I'm going to be like, this is great. I'm going to wake up feeling like shit.
Yeah.
That's a bad choice.
I got another
Never
bag.
immediate. Yeah.
I got another flavor I haven't opened yet, but it's golden sriracha.
Oh, those are the bomb. Those are so good.
Oh yeah, I was like, I
Those
gotta
are
get these.
so good.
Yeah, they were not as good as I wanted them to be, but they were fine. Yeah.
Okay.
You might like them.
That was breaking news about the chips.
I do with the late taco ones. I've had those. They're good.
If I had to choose really what kind of direct it would be, I would say that it would probably be another partner. Maybe they call it close partner showcase, I guess. Because yeah, you're right. We still need information about Duskbloods. We need information about when Elden Ring is coming out. They already showed off a trailer for I forget what the next Final Fantasy is.
Rebirth.
Yeah. So
That was the last partner showcase.
yeah, that was shown off last partner. So was Elliot, I believe, right? Elliot was
Oh,
last.
that's another good one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Either that or the Indie World, one of the two.
So there's still some games out there that still need some kind of addressing. But with that being said, between that last partner showcase and this one, we have had a couple games already come out. So, start bringing out the next wave of the third parties that you are planning to, drop at the right time. I think a partner showcase makes more sense than a general one, because I really feel like the next general showcase general direct that we get from Nintendo, Mario has to be there. Like it has to be there at this point in time. The only way I say that actually a general direct makes sense is that everybody is already coming off the high of Mario Galaxy. So it's like, oh, and now we just had Mario Galaxy come out last week. Now we got a showcase like right around or a direct right around the corner. That's a general direct. I wonder. And then we see, Mario Galaxy 3 or whatever the next Mario game. Mario, whatever. What was the rumors? The superhero Mario superheroes. We finally get to see Titans. Yeah, we get to see Mario Titans and all of its full glory. But outside of that, yeah, man, I think they hold on to the best of the best for June, and I'm gonna be honest, even if it is a June direct, I feel like they do us like they did last time, where they waited like way towards the end. Not this, not the direct that had the Switch 2, but like I think it was the year prior to that. They waited till like the way at the end of June before they were like, okay, and now it's our turn. Here you go. But yeah, I mean, Attack the Backlog, like you said, has Tiger like great credit. So it's when you have a track record like that, if you're hearing it, where there's smoke, there's fire, they say oftentimes, but I also do feel like sometimes like Nintendo is like, who let that out? And then and then like nobody says anything, and they're like, you know what? For that, we're holding it back.
You'll be punished.
Yeah. Because they did the same thing with Zelda and Netflix. So it's I feel like that's like a trend from now on, is like, who snitched? Well, we're not doing that anymore. So but yeah, definitely a partner showcase as far as I'm thinking. I hope that I hope it's closer to April, like closer to us on this side of April than it is on the other side.
First half of April would be nice.
Yeah, that's especially getting into June. And we like to call that Christmas for gamers. So first Christmas for gamers. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
Hell yeah. Birdman.
Yeah, so I wanted to save this for the podcast because I actually know a thing or two about what's on the horizon.
Breaking news.
From what I've heard, should I wait till Stash gets back? Is this rude? Nah, I'll just go for it.
Nah.
From what I've heard,
he doesn't like rumors anyways.
From a very, very reliable source, is that Nintendo is planning a very special direct for April. and what you can expect without naming any games from this is Nintendo is planning a 50-minute showcase.
What?
Roughly 50 minutes, highlighting all the games that have come out so far for Switch 2, with a special announcement at the end of what's to come.
That would be insanely horrible.
Wow.
I would be
You know what?
so mad.
That's a
Breaking
new
news.
type of direct right there. A recap direct.
Correct.
Anyways, very reliable source. Let me know that one moments ago. But no, and all kidding aside,
That's cool.
you know, I think anything goes, guys. I think it's Nintendo. I know a lot of people are holding out for June. Is it going to be in June? Is it going to be next month? I don't really know. But I wouldn't be surprised if something big landed next month. I feel like the two, like if I had to guess, I don't think it would be a partner showcase, and I don't think it would be an indie showcase.
Mhm.
I think it would be one of two things. I think it would either be a regular direct or a game exclusive direct. And I think the
that's a
game that
good-
would make the most sense would be Splatoon Raiders, to be honest.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
It would be between that and Fire Emblem, but I think Fire Emblem fits better with a mainline direct. So if we had an exclusive game presentation, Splatoon Raiders to me makes the most sense.
That's
It
really good
is a spin-off of a series that's become extremely popular, and probably one that needs a deep dive overview the most, in the same way that Donkey Kong needed that. And look at what that deep dive direct did for Donkey Kong. So I think those two are the most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we could get a third partner showcase. We know that third party is all in, and I think we're going to be getting closer to the point where a lot of third party games are going to start being day and date, instead of seeing like all these big mega hits making its way to Nintendo for the first time. So I do I don't think it's out of the question, but again, there's no rules with Nintendo. People like to go, oh, there's no precedent, or Nintendo breaks rules all the time. They do whatever they want. I just the thing that I feel is that if we don't get a direct until June, I think Nintendo needs to have a slam dunk or hit a home run. Like it has to be big, because despite the fact that there's so much stuff to play right now, people are wanting the mega hits. We know they're coming. It's just a matter of when. But people are insatiable. People are hungry. People want the Marios, the Smash Brothers, the Zeldas, and making us wait till late June. If you don't deliver on that sort of a promise, if you're not showing Mario, if you're not showing Zelda, if you're not teasing Smash, or whatever it is, hopefully it's not Animal Crossing. Can you imagine if Animal Crossing is the big holiday game and this is just the cozy sim year? Obviously, Animal Crossing fans would be ecstatic for that, but still, I think your overall Nintendo fan is just hungry for the goods. And again, we're going to get them. I think the longer you wait, the higher people's expectations are going to be. They're going to set the bar higher and higher and higher, to where if you don't deliver on this epic blowout, everyone's just going to complain. It's going to be more negative discourse, more, I regret buying a Switch 2. Switch 2 doesn't have games. We all know that's not true. But how long can you go? Do you go to, as Prime likes to predict, do you go till 2028 before you give us Mario? Me, I don't think so. I think we get Mario either this year or next year, the latest. But if we're not getting Mario this year, I think we got to get something juicy Zelda. Doesn't have to be the next main line. I think we're too soon for the next main line. But I think hefty remake of something like Ocarina of Time, something meaty, something more substantial than just an 4K upres or a port, would definitely go a long way. But yeah, I think we're, like I said earlier in a previous segment, we're lacking the excitement. There's just not a lot of excitement surrounding the software, and a big direct is the opportunity to change that narrative, to build that excitement. They have plenty of IP to do it with. Will we get it? I don't know, but yeah, if I had to bet, I think if we do get something in April, it's going to be an exclusive direct like Splatoon Raiders, just focused on that or mainline with
like
something
that.
big for the new year.
Stash Man. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so ATB. Yeah, again, his track record's great. Yeah, I was on his Twitter. He updated an hour ago.
Yeah, I showed that on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah, so I do believe him. Same time, we talked about a direct coming. I do believe we're getting one. I think it's a necessity. And I lean more towards general or a third party. Not an indie because we just got one earlier this month. So I would say third party or general. I would lean more towards general, but if there's still, I don't know if we're going to get one in April and then another one in June. I don't know if they're going to stay with the same timeline. That's about it, though. I will say, though, that as I always say with directs, there's so many freaking games out right now. My pipeline of games to review is massive. These are games that I've been following. I've hand selected these games to review. So these aren't just like emails I get from developers. If I tried to cover every email I get from a developer, it would be insane. These are games that I'm like legit have been interested in following for some time, years. And so for me, there's tons of amazing games coming out. They're on my Excel sheet. So whenever it hits, I'll be ready. I'll be excited. And until then, I won't even think about it. I won't even think about it for 1 second. That's how busy I am with previews. And I say that to encourage others to go out there and play the games that are available to you right now. Go play your backlog.
So much.
Instead of staring at it. Right? Or instead of it, looking down at you. I have a massive backlog. If I didn't have games to review, I would play those. But I have new games to review because that's what I do. But yeah, play your backlog, or there's an insane amount of games out. You just have to look and be open to trying new things because there's a lot of great stuff out there. And if you do that, when the direct hits, you'll be excited just like I am. You'll be really excited for it. You won't be like, finally, I've waited forever for this. This better be an A-rated direct. Otherwise,
but
I'm going to be
that's
pissed.
how
Or I'm going
people-
to trade in my Switch 2.
My Switch 2,
But
baby.
that-
Take that.
But how many directs do we hear that though?
Every direct.
Everyone.
Every single one.
Yeah.
I'm totally making light of it because it's just like, bro, this is what happens when you live for directs and all you do is look to the future and you don't enjoy the present. The present's right there in front of you with open arms waiting for you to embrace it. And you don't. And when you just look to the future, you can't enjoy today. So for everyone, go play some games, man. There's so much good stuff out there. I have so many reviews on my channel of games that I'm told in my comments, people didn't even have these on their radar. And they play them, they buy them, and they love them. I'm not the only one who does this stuff. There's other reviewers out there too. There's good stuff out there. So you don't need to wait till the next Mario or Zelda to have a good time.
Right.
No, dude. Freaking TigerTyme is messaging me earlier today about Wild Arms. It's all I've been thinking
we were talking about it too. Yeah. Great game.
Dude, I've literally been thinking about it because I've only played the first Wild Arms and I loved it. I love the
So
cool
good, dude.
Western,
so
like
good.
sci-fi Western themed turn-based JRPG.
So
I
weird.
never have to play the rest of the series. And he mentions that game, and I'm like, dude, how do we get that whole series on the Switch too?
Yeah,
would be
right.
freaking
That's
epic. And that's an example of like not every direct is going to be it for everyone. Because if we got a direct where an announcement of the entire Wild Arms series was coming to Switch 2, like I'd jump out of my seat. I'd be so excited for that. But like a lot of people would be like, okay, next.
right.
But,
And that's
yeah,
the thing. Like I'm
but
going back to
there's
play a
lot to play.
PS1 game, and like
Yeah.
I'm having a blast playing this game, and the direct is going to be so much better when I know if it isn't exactly what I wanted, I can go play Legend of Dragoon or like all these games. Like I can go crazy
That's
with
so
all
funny.
these games. You know,
I was thinking when you guys were talking about Wild Arms of Legend of Dragoon, and
Yeah,
when
it's
it
a great
hit
game.
the PlayStation Premium, like that was a big deal because a lot of people were really excited to play it, and so many people hadn't played that game. And it's like, this is a really good game, but just a lot of people hadn't played it. We all have so many games like that other people love, and for some reason we just didn't play it back then. So that's what I'm saying. Like there's games from 20 or 30 years ago that you could play and have an amazing time with.
so freaking good.
If you want to sit down and actually play video games and not just complain about shit.
Yeah.
I feel like we spend too much time complaining about people who complain.
We want them to enjoy it, man. We want
But
them to
nothing we-
actually
nothing we say is gonna-
participate in the hobby the way it was meant to be participated in, which is a controller in your hands playing.
Yeah.
Playing
None
games.
of us are saying this is going to change that. They're all going to keep doing it tomorrow.
Hey, if I help one person, that's a W.
Yeah,
That's the W.
making a difference. Yeah.
Those kind of people are just watching this show to find more things to bitch about tomorrow.
Do you know what Prime said yesterday? Can you believe that?
Nothing controversial. Be someone else, and I get blamed for it.
Yeah, Prime's gonna get harassed for discussing cognitive impairment on his podcast.
I
And that
probably
was
will.
all me, baby.
There'll be one person in a comment on my video tomorrow being like, Prime's such an asshole. Did you hear him talk about cognitive impairment? I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you heard. I didn't shit about that. I honestly didn't even know about that fucking term until GameBird said it. So
Yeah.
like it's not a word that's ever been in my vocabulary.
I was reading through that topic. And I'm like, dude, if this is true, people are dumb. People are
It
so
is
dumb.
true.
Which I already knew, but like, it's getting bad out there.
Sometimes you're surprised by new levels. New levels. Oh my god, what are you eating, Stash?
Quesadilla.
Fuck you. Fuck you. God damn it. No. So like, what a surprise. He has the late night taco chips. So of course he's got a fucking quesadilla. My God. You must have went out for drinks tonight and you're having a taco party. Shit. I guess that's me next. Or?
Yeah.
Okay. So look, guys, I'm not gonna go on some like big rant or whatever, like I've done in the past about how regardless of backlogs or regardless of all the great games coming out, look, reality is obviously a lot of Nintendo fans buy Nintendo consoles to play Nintendo games, and Nintendo first party has nothing announced. So I've already done that rant. I've done it a couple of times. I know some people love it. Some people hate it. In the end, it doesn't really matter because Nintendo's going to do what Nintendo wants to do, right? And obviously, as a content creator for me, it's really nice to have those big games to talk about because that's what people come to the channel for. When I talk about the smaller stuff, people don't come. I do this for a living. But I still talk about it. It just gets tied in with bigger stories because in the end, I know that people aren't here for that stuff for my channel. I'm not a review channel either. So you're not really going to get heavy opinions on me on some of the smaller games because I'm not here to do that. It's kind of weird. I'm like the one channel here that like I talk a lot about games, but I just talk about the news about the games. I don't really dive into the detail of the game itself. You guys see it happen sometimes on live streams, but for the most part, I don't because technically playing games is not required to do my job. It's something I do for me. But if I didn't love playing games, I wouldn't do this job. Like, I obviously love discussing games and news. I'm kind of weird. It's weird where I'm passionate talking about video game news, even of games I'm not playing. It's weird. I know it's very weird. No, I can't explain to you why I enjoy it. I just know that I do. And it's weird.
Yeah, like talking about games you're not playing.
Very weird job. Oh, so you play games? I'm like, not for a living, but I do play them for fun. Everyone assumes I play games when I tell them I'm a YouTuber. I'm like, no. I mean, I do, but not for YouTube.
There's some science behind like people get more dopamine from anticipating something than actually doing
Yeah,
it.
there's
That kind of
that.
thing, you know.
Yeah, sometimes I mean, and we've all experienced games that we've highly anticipated that we play.
Yeah, exactly.
As exciting as we anticipated.
Yeah.
And then some games that exceed it, and some games that meet it. But I just like talking about the stuff. I find it to be entertaining. This is why, like, you'll see me more active on like Twitter than Stash. Yeah, part of it's part of the job, and part of it's just because I enjoy just the act of talking about this stuff. It's fun to me. I've been doing it since the forums and the chat rooms back in the 90s. Like, I just really enjoy the conversations around gaming, not just playing the games. Because when I play the games, it's for me. You know, I'm usually by myself unless it's like a sports game and Eric's over. Otherwise, I'm by myself, or maybe my significant other's in the room, but I'm on my own screen doing my own thing, playing and getting engrossed in the game for myself. I don't do it necessarily for others. That's why I don't like live streaming games, because it's not how I play games. I have to like pay attention to the chat and interact to be entertaining for them while I'm trying to be entertained by the game. I don't want to provide you entertainment when I'm playing games. I want the game to provide me entertainment. So that doesn't mean I'll never live stream games, and I will, and I have, but you're never going to see me do it on a consistent level, because it's just not how I prefer to play games. If I'm going to stream, I'd rather shoot the shit with people like I do on this show here. I like to shoot the shit with the fans. I find this to be fun just to talk about this stuff, even if in the end, yeah, I know none of it really matters that deeply. It's still just fun. So when it comes to the Direct, obviously, you know, I've been on record that, you know, I feel like Nintendo could have used the Direct 2 months ago, let alone next month. Not just for themselves, but for also third parties. Think about all the third party games. I mean, they just had a playable demo at GDC of Elden Ring, and we still don't know when it's coming out. Mina is at PAX East. We still don't have a release date. No, I'm not saying if I was at PAX East, I could have just asked and they might have told me privately, but I wouldn't be able to say anything about it. So what's the fun in that? Sometimes like Stash and I have been sitting on private information about Mina for like 7 months, and it sucks that we can't talk about it because it's fucking cool, but we can't say a word. So sometimes knowing isn't that exciting because you can't say anything. That's the one thing too. Like, you know, I always wonder, like, if Stash ever starts getting early review copies of Nintendo games, and like we're hyping up a game that's coming up and about to release, and Stash is already playing it. It's like, because he's under NDA, he basically can't fucking say anything. So all we can really ask him is, well, Stash, is the game this, or this? That's about all you're going to get out of him, because he can't actually give any details. Thankfully, at least for the show purposes, he doesn't get it early. For himself, he'd prefer to get it early and have to shut up when it's time to talk like that. But which is something we always respect, guys. Like, if I'm under NDAs, I'm not going to say things about certain games. Doesn't mean we can't talk about it. Sometimes I don't like to know things if I'm not allowed to talk about it. In the case of Mina, it hasn't really bothered me too much because we don't talk a ton about indie games on my channel, but it's still like it comes up every time we talk about directs, and I'm like, I want to talk about why you should be more hyped for this game than you probably already are. It is so ambitious. And I'm very curious if the demo they have at PAX East is a new one. I hope it is. Even though I'm not going to be there to go hands-on. That's the one thing I regret about not going to PAX East, is going hands-on with Mina again. But that's okay. I think that Attack the Backlog is very accurate. I don't think there's any reason to ever doubt Attack the Backlog. He's not just a personal friend of mine, so I guess there's some bias there, but he's just always been right. He's very careful. Being very careful right now. You know, he has a pinned tweet saying that he hasn't heard about a general direct, and just because he says he's hearing about one next month, it doesn't mean it's general. He hasn't had the word general direct be communicated to him. Of course, he hasn't had the word of what the presentation is communicated to him at all, as he put out. He said, hey, it's something. I don't know what. I'm still trying to get it confirmed and clarified. And I will be clear, he does not know a release date either for the event. He hasn't heard a date, just the April. One thing I do find notable, and other people already found this notable earlier, and I can just share a little bit. I'm not going to share much. Nate the Hate has a podcast coming out on Friday. He announced it earlier this week. I'm not going to reveal what the member post says exactly. I am a member, so I know what the main topics are. I'll just say it's about Nintendo. So does that mean he's going to be talking about a direct and that he's heard of something? I mean, he gets asked about it every day. I assume he's going to address it, but whether he's heard something, I don't know. So as of Friday, we could get some sort of corroboration on a possible direct next month. And look, if Nate the Hate says it, yeah, half my comments are still going to be like, oh, we're talking about a fucking direct. Fuck you. I'm like, dude, it's Nate the Hate. I'm probably have to put him directly in the headline and make people shut up. So, like, you know, it's one of those, like, if he says something, that's what they say. So, as of Friday, we might have even more clarification on if there's any sort of Nintendo event happening next month. Because if he's heard of any sort of direct, and now the rumors out there quite publicly from Attack the Backlog, and he's doing a podcast episode, he would probably say something if he's at least heard of a Nintendo event coming. Even if he doesn't know what type it is. Because sometimes if it's later on in April, then he might not know the type of event yet, which sucks because I like Sandstorm. I would love it to be first half if we are going to get something. Maybe not next week because of the movie, but the week after sounds good to me. Especially since we know, like, yeah, Pokemon Champions comes out, but I have no excitement for that game. It's a microtransaction fest. I'm good. And they literally just said today that as long as Pokemon's around, this game will always exist. I'm like, yeah, okay. This is a forever microtransaction money sink game. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. My excitement is out the fucking window. I'm not saying that you guys can't have fun with it, and plenty of people have fun with it, and even the TCG game has like microtransactions, and people are buying fake virtual packs, and I just don't understand the spending money on something fake. Go buy a real Pokemon pack. Exist.
You can't find them in stores.
You can't find the ones you want in stores, to be clear. You can find some of like the older sets, but like, no, we want the newer ones, the new stuff, the new pack that just exclusively dropped this week, and everyone's limited to one pack a person. I'm like, dude, for starters, if the demand is that high, just make some more. But then if you do that, the value goes down. So I guess it's a balancing act when they're considering collectors. I don't think TCG should care about collectors, but I guess at this point, it might be the most important thing for them is the collectors at this point, not the people who actually play the TCG. Yeah. That said, I'm not against the TCG app either. I think it's fine, and you never need to spend money, and you can have a good time with that app. They give you enough packs on the daily that you can get by and still play and do okay. You're not going to beat the best, but let's just be honest. You're never beating the whales anyways. In any of these mobile games, the whales will always have the advantage because they pay for it. Mm-hmm. That said, like, there's no shame in losing to like someone's got a way better deck than you do. They spent money, you didn't. Don't worry about it. I look, a direct I think is the only direct that makes sense to me coming up. It has to be either a dedicated game direct or it has to be a general. So if there is a direct next month, it's got to be one of those two. I look at dedicated games and I go, well, they just dropped a demo for Tamagotchi Life. Don't know that now that the demo is out, we really need another direct for that game. We already got one, and there's a demo, so now people can just play it. So there's not really a reason to need one. You just need the game to come out. Then you go, well, Champions. Well, they just did the big overview trailer for Champions. That would have been a direct if they wanted to do a dedicated for that. So don't see that happening. And then that leaves Yoshi, which has a release date in May. And absolutely, there could be a dedicated Yoshi direct. I don't think they need one. But if they feel like they do, I guess. I personally probably wouldn't do it for Yoshi, but you never know. Obviously, you could also throw possible third-party games in, like what if Orbitals? I don't think we have a release date on that one yet. So maybe you end up doing an event for that one to explain more of it. Maybe Dustbloods. It's a dedicated event, and we get a release date and all that for that game. So there's possibilities for dedicated directs, and the way Nintendo's going, they're doing a lot of them in the Switch 2 era. So I wouldn't be shocked if there's a dedicated game direct. But I also feel like if that's what it was, I don't think Attack the Backlog would have heard, because that's about a single game. And I just, I think he'd know if the direct was just about the one game that company has. Like, I just feel like he would know if it was a dedicated single direct. So that kind of leaves that he probably has third-party sources just based on stuff he's gotten correct in the past being about third parties. And it's like, okay. So that kind of leaves in, and usually it's AAA. Like, I know he knows stuff about Capcom. So it's like, okay, so maybe it's, a partner showcase and or a general at that point. And it's like, okay, well, which one makes more sense? Well, a general makes more sense to me because anything that's in a partner, you can put in a general. And then you just have more. And people don't think about this. April is the 1-year anniversary of the first ever Switch 2 Direct. Maybe April might become the new month they do General Directs in. They just decide, hey, we're not doing that February stuff. No, we're doing April. And then I don't know when they do the next one to be September, I guess. But I'm hoping
You never know.
But you never know with Nintendo. And here's the thing:
There's no rules.
If there's going to be
no rules,
the last couple of directs were like an hour long. So what if their thing is we're just doing 2 a year, but they're going to be really long? I'm cool with that. April, September, I'm fine with that. Then you have your partner showcases and individual directs in between. I think I'm cool with that. I think between those 2 directs, you can pretty much get most of the lineup out that you want to hype up. It just means that this April direct would be beefier than what a February direct would be, because this is the one revealing the rest of the year. Okay. I'm actually okay if that's what they want to do and change things up from their usual February, June, September ways for generals. I'm actually fine if that ends up being what this is indicating, because that's exactly what they did last year. Guys, we didn't have a general after April until September. It's literally what they just did last year. So they did have other directs, partner showcases, indie worlds, and yes, tons of individual game directs. A lot of them. I think every game that came out. Dude, Kirby had 2. I think every exclusive game but Dragon Drive and Welcome Tour had their own dedicated direct last year. It was kind of nuts. Mario Kart did, Donkey Kong did. Did Age of Imprisonment get its own? I can't remember if that one got its own. But then we got 2 for Kirby. Did we go for Metroid? Yeah, I don't think any of the Switch 1 ones we got dedicated ones for. But either way, I do think that there is a chance it could be dedicated, but I just don't think he would have heard about it, because he would just know straight up. If it was, look, his source would know straight up if it's just about one game. So it could be a partner, even though they have one in February. It's been a couple months. There is a lot of third-party games that we need release dates for, and just new announcements in general. And we've got a lot of the big ones behind us. There's still a couple coming up, like Indiana Jones, Rebirth, obviously. So there's still a few big ones floating out there, but there's just ones that we don't know about. Elden Ring's the big one that obviously they just had an updated demo at GDC, so that one's got to still be coming. Borderlands 4 has been canceled.
I'll be honest, I feel like of all the direct types, the one that will irk people the most is a third-party showcase. I think that would by like a landslide. I think even like an indie one, I don't think
people get over
still be hungry. I think a specific game, if it's a game we haven't really gotten to see, like I mentioned, Splatoon Raiders, people are like, okay, well, I'm hungry for the direct, but I am curious what this game's about. I think the third-party showcase is going to be the one that would be met with the most backlash.
The most backlash for sure. The only way they could avoid it
is if they did this.
Would be, well, 2 things. One would be a GTA 6.
That's fair.
People would literally, if that happened at all, then
If it was day and date too.
Yeah.
If it would happen, it's over. It's over.
Dude, people, they would instantly forgive it and be like, okay, well, they obviously did a dedicated to GTA 6. That's your showstopper. You're not going to announce Nintendo games next to GTA 6, right? That I could get. Or I'll say if they announce a partner showcase, but they announce that including a 5 to 10 minute feature on Dustbloods. Okay. People might then be okay with it because that's an exclusive that we do need more information on. And now 5 to 10 minutes of that direct is dedicated to that one really, big exclusive game coming. But even then, people might still be like, yeah, but I don't care about Dustbloods. So they might just get mad. I don't think you can avoid that with a partner showcase. You could avoid that with a general direct. Now, if you don't bring the goods, then you can't avoid anything. You got to bring the goods. And no matter what, people are going to be negative because they always are after every direct. But you just got to have that big game. 3D Mario is the one that seems to make the most logical sense. But look, that's 7 years since Luigi's Mansion. So LM4 could easily be on the table for that. You assume we're going to see more of Fire Emblem, probably more of Dustbloods, maybe Splatoon Raiders. But there's got to be more. So to me, I'm on the train that I just don't expect a direct until summer. I've been on that train for a little bit now. Most of that is just to keep my expectations in check. This doesn't affect the coverage I do at the channel. Like, I'm still going to cover the rumors when they come in from people I think are worth covering. You know, Nate the Hate says a general direct is happening on Friday. He says it's happening in April. I'm going to be like, well, shit, of course we're talking about it. And now, if he says it, yeah, okay, I might start to shift from summer a bit because Nate the Hate is just too reliable for me to be like, oh, yeah, it's still going to be this summer.
All right, hear me out. What's the discourse if it is a third-party direct, but the big one more thing is Grand Theft Auto 6, but the caveat is it's a timed exclusive for Switch 2, and its first year will be Switch 2 only. Well, what's the discourse?
Nintendo fans are super stoked and shitting all over the console warriors that said the game isn't coming.
Yeah.
Wow.
Everybody, Master Race included.
The rest of the world is pissed. Everyone else is pissed. Only Nintendo fans are happy. Everyone else is just ready to fucking burn Rockstar to the ground for making that deal.
I mean, on the bright side, it will be on the most affordable next-gen console.
My question would be, how much money did Nintendo have to pay them for that to happen?
Oh, so much money.
I mean, the whole value of the company, $10 billion in the bank.
So much money.
Dude, that'd be so much to convince Rockstar to do that.
And it's Rockstar, and you know they don't like Nintendo, so they're asking for extra.
They want to own 51% of the company in order to make this deal happen.
Yeah. It'd be funny though, because you would see so many things in Twitter like, "Oh, wish you were a Switch 2 owner. Too bad you weren't a Switch 2 owner."
It's funny if it even
right after Nintendo cut production by 30%.
Right.
Suddenly can't get it.
Even if it was delayed. But like it was announced for Switch 2, and even if it wasn't day and date, right? Like that alone's already gonna get Nintendo fans to just laugh at all of the haters. Day and date would make it. Exclusive is just, what are we? You guys thought Dust Bloods was it? No. This was the ace Nintendo. Nintendo had a hole that nobody knew about.
Oh my gosh. So many people would throw up at the site. Like I feel like people would legitimately end their lives.
Whole new level of backlash.
Oh yeah.
Also, if Nintendo did it, they're selling a record amount of Switch 2s this holiday.
Oh, absolutely.
A record amount. You're talking, guys, US alone, they might sell 15 million units. Nintendo, you better ramp that production back up because you're fucked if you're the only system that has it this holiday.
They would sell a lot of that, and they would make a lot of Nintendo Switch Online
available today on Nintendo Switch 2.
Outside of laughing at haters, it wouldn't make me happy because I don't care about the game, and it'd be like, oh, Nintendo did this in lieu of a first-party game. Fuck. But also,
they'd have something crazy like you can wear Mario's
haters and actually wanting something I want to play come out.
They'd be like, you can get your exclusive Mario overalls in Grand Theft Auto 6.
Dude, if they had like exclusive Nintendo items in the GTA Online, oh my god, just print money. Just print money. It's over. Oh my god, yeah. Rockstar wants to show commitment to Nintendo. 1 year exclusivity on GTA 6, baby.
Yeah.
Oh,
NSO numbers will go crazy.
Oh yeah, because you're gonna need that to play online. Oh shit, yeah, this is a big money. You know what, Nintendo? That 51% of the company might be sounding good right about now. What Nintendo? You're offering to hand develop the game for Switch 2 to do the port? Oh, geez,
it works really well because they could do the other part of it that a lot of people don't even think about is expanding Super Nintendo World to have like a little Grand Theft Auto land, you know?
Totally family friendly.
Mario Theft Auto.
Over here, where you got this lovely lady. She's known as a hooker. You take her in the car. What? Wait a second. Hold on. First, you got to punch her in the face. Wait. What is that? Jeez. This is a racing simulation game, but if you hit the people, you get points.
Don't be gentle. Don't be gentle.
Don't forget Peach, Bowsette, and Rosalina in the strip clubs.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah, you gotta have that in the GTA area. That's
Yeah.
Obviously, guys, the GTA areas has to be, E for everyone.
Right.
Gotta teach them young. Gotta teach them young how to be gangsta. Apparently, no, guys. Look, I think that there's obviously a chance for a direct any month because we haven't had one, right? Until we have a general direct. Like once we have one, a bit. Oh yeah, we're not having one next month, obviously, or probably the month after that. Well, no shit, because we just have one. But until we do, it's gonna. And I get some of the people like when I made a video. Here we go again. It's every month. I'm like, well, technically, it has been every month. One was a person who I'd never covered before who said it was in January. That was wrong. Notice I've never covered them again. Then we had rumors for February that were about the partner showcase. Those actually ended up being right. And then we had Nash Weedle for March. And obviously, well,
We had 5.
I won't be covering him anymore. So that's another one kicked out. So now we got to tap the backlog for April. And the tap the backlog was the one that was right about February. So
You should try just see how it goes on your channel, Prime. Just exclusively cover someone who's always wrong, just to see. Just for like a month.
So
Like,
beg
just use a
Samus
month.
Hunter to make a comeback.
Yeah.
You gotta hit it.
Yeah, I gotta hit it now because I had to say it. Damn it, where is it?
Here she comes to wreck the day.
Anyways, no. So I really enjoy directs, and I hope we get one next month. A general would be sweet. I don't know if we will. I trust it had the backlog. We're getting some sort of event, I'm sure. What it ends up be coming, anyone's guess. Yeah. Eric, you got any thoughts on this topic? It's yours.
Yeah, I mean, you and GameBird hit it. I really think there is something happening this month, and it's down between a general and a single game, whether it's Duskbloods or Splatoon Raiders.
Okay.
That's what I'm kind of thinking.
All right. We'll call that topic there. My bonus topic, I'm going to make this a quick one. One we've been trying to get to. Let's get the Fantasy Critic.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Let's just get this out of the way. We don't spend a lot of time on it, but it's just giving some updates. By the way, guys, if you're interested, please follow us on Fantasy Critic. I don't know if we're on page 1 yet, but I know we've been stupidly close.
I'm going to get on there right now and follow you guys.
Yeah, you just have to sign up for an account that's free.
Yeah.
I'll drop it in the chat here. But we'll go over and update the Fantasy Critic here that we have. So you can obviously see the scores don't really matter as much yet. They're not going to matter until way later in the year. However, you'll notice some trends. Like I'm not doing too hot. I need a lot of reviews to go my way to come back and reviews to go other ways for other people. But remember that this is looks like a 5-person league. So it's the 4 of us plus one of GameBird's friends that's GMing and running the league. He's been, I always forget his name until I have to email him. Colin, that's what it is. Yeah. So you see Spice Lords here. This is his team. He's actually off to a pretty good start this year. He's got the 89 for Requiem, so he gets 19 points for that. Even Crimson Desert is an 80 on Open Critic, so he's lucky that Open Critic's what counts and not meta. So he gets 10 points there. Monster Hunter Stories 3, 85, got him 15. You're seeing Demon Tides at 85, 15. And the one that's getting them right now is there doesn't seem to be enough reviews for DLC.
There's no page for it.
So
yeah,
I don't understand why it's on here if it's not going to have.
So
doesn't make sense.
So I drafted Ghost of Yote for 0 a few weeks back.
Yeah,
and then I made a critical mistake because I realized, oh snap, the legends from the original game only got 2 review scores. A game, so it's a free update. So unfortunately, when I realized that, I was like, oh yeah, this first one does not, like the first one only got 2 scores. It's not going to have enough to generate a score. I dropped it like the same day.
Yeah,
it was a waste of a draft, waste of a drop for me. And then I saw you picked it up, and I was like, oh no, felt really bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, it may. I mean, it may. The first one didn't get a score, but it may over time. So
Well, I'm sitting with 2 without scores.
I mean, I've
so.
I've Caves of Cub without scores too, so it is what it is. Reanimal for 11. This is on Colin's team on Intelligent Systems. Escape from Ever After an 80. So he's only got 2 right now, counted. Obviously, he's picked up a number. He's got very few spots left. And then we get to GameBird Classic, Birds of Benefits. He's having a very good start to the year. I would call it very good. Almost everything is mid 80 or higher. So Neo, 85. Eugenics, 89. Cult of the Lamblehaven, 86. Pocopia getting up to that 90.
Can I talk a little trash right now? Is that okay?
I mean,
it's good sportsmanship. I want to talk a little trash. Not only am I off to an incredible start and kicking ass, but I am the only player on this podcast who's not playing with a handicap. And what I mean by that is I'm only drafting games that I have no idea how they're going to review. It's purely on instinct. No ports of games that I already know are incredible. Just want to throw that out there. And I've made a vow. I'm not going to draft any ports this year. I'm going to keep it raw. And I'm just going to go on pure bird instinct. And I'll see you all at the finish line.
Well, it's working. Just so you're aware. It's
I'm just kidding, guys. I just want
to
have fun. Talk a little trash.
Then ThunderStash. He's also got a pretty decent start to the year. Not quite as good as the Birdman, but still good. Dragon Quest Reimagined at 83. Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrated at 88. I think it's his big one here. Mio at 83. Someone locked in Edge of Memories on him. Oh, good. I didn't realize someone used their counter pick on Stash.
No, what is that? What does that mean again?
That means it cannot be dropped by the player. So Stash has been counterpicked twice. Whatever score, he cannot drop that game. So he is locked in. So when you counterpick, you want to counterpick a game that you think will get a low score. 70 or below is what you're hoping for. Or if you get really lucky, a game that's not going to get a score. And I thought about, I felt really bad because I was like really close to counterpicking you, Eric, with Ghost of Yote.
Oh, yeah.
But I felt really bad. And I was like, I also like, even though the first one didn't get a score, if it does this time and it gets like a 90 or an 89, like I just didn't want to gamble with that.
Yeah.
With that.
Who counterpicked me?
But you should be able to see if you highlight
We'll see it in a moment. I don't think anyone's.
No, I think Colin did.
It'll say.
But
yeah, it was Colin.
Okay, so Colin. So the person who counterpicks gets negative points based on what the game scores.
Yeah.
Or is it?
You don't want to counterpick a 90. Like like if Prime counterpicks.
Yeah, that would have been a bad day.
Birdman, you got so lucky I forgot about it. I didn't know if you had seen the news. You know, I could have counterpicked freaking Pokemon.
I know what you're gonna say.
Yeah, and anyways, and I gave you a little bit of time because I didn't, didn't see the news yet, and then it was still a week later, and I'm like, holy shit, he still hasn't dropped it. Well, fuck this then. Then I could have completely forgot about it, and then you dropped it. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah, so drops happen before like bids and picks go in.
Yeah.
So if you drop something early enough, you'll be good to go if it's early in the week. So you guys know I had a loss in the family. So I knew about it, and Colin actually called me Saturday. He's like, dude, you got so lucky. You did he's like, I'm surprised, like none of us counterpicked you. What the heck? And I'm like, dude, I had other stuff going on. I was like, I was just gonna take the L on that one because I had other stuff going on.
My strategy is simple.
So lucky, like unbelievably lucky.
I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to prevent ThunderStash winning. That's my only goal. Maybe one of these years I'll be like, all right, now it's getting so boring preventing him from winning that now I'll bother to try. It's just a strategy I have. We'll see if it lasts past this year.
It sounds like an excuse for losing.
Well, I am. I'm doing the worst. Guys, I'm doing the worst. There's no bones about it. I got a game that's not going to get scored at all, and I got 2 games in the 70s. So I'm not doing hot. I need all my games to overperform, and that's probably not going to happen because that would also require their games to underperform, which is probably not going to happen.
The other thing, though, is it's still so early in the year and so much could change. Like, I've seen it so many times over the years playing this where someone just decimate. Like, I could be decimating this first half of the year and then just have a bunch of... We're going to get stuck. There's no doubt in my mind that each of us are going to get stuck with some mid-70s games. Maybe worse. Because... the number of drafts and the number of games that are going to hold out on release dates because they're waiting on Grand Theft Auto 6 to be like, no one wants to like drop when that game drops. We're going to be stuck with some mid-level stuff. So a lot can change. You know what I mean?
Well, I am already at the mid-levels. I need that not to keep happening for me. That said, we get to Nintendo Prime here. You see, Yakuza Kiwami 3 Dark Tides did not work out for me.
74 really is not that bad though.
Dude, no, the other one scored way higher.
Yeah,
this is like
I mean that's true.
It's like 10 points lower than the other ones were scored. It's pretty bad. At least it wasn't negative, but it's not great. Obviously, World of Warcraft Midnight. What do I say? It always scores in the 80s. The X-Pack does every time. Of course, only someone like me that plays the games would know that. So that was like a shoe-in. But here's the one that got me. This one disappointed me. I looked at every review in this franchise in the history of Open Critic. All of them are in the 80s until this year. MLB The Show.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I didn't see this
was
yet.
when you were looking it up.
What, was it like a technical performance? Or?
Like, from what I read on the reviews, they're all like, it's the same game we know and love. They did some iterative updates, which, by the way, that's what sports games always are, right? So I'm like, why does it matter? Why is this the year it's being held against it, and not all the other years? Because I picked it.
Because you picked it. Because we debated sports titles a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it's exactly why. It
So
all
funny.
scored in the 80s. Then because the one year I'm like, all right, I'm gonna pick MLB The Show. It seems like a shoe-in because it's a shoe.
Yeah.
Literally every version of it's always been in the 80s. It's never been below.
Yeah.
And now it's the worst rated MLB Show game of all time.
It just goes to show.
Read the reviews, they can't even come up with anything negative to say. The negative to say is that, well, they're just doing the same thing every year. No shit.
It's a sports.
It's a sports game.
Yeah.
Roster update, baby.
Now you can never pick it again because now maybe finally the reviewers have caught on that it's the same game every fucking year. So I'm never picking a sports game again. I was never going to pick Madden or any of the other ones, but this one I was like, oh, look, it's 80s every year.
No,
why would I not?
Like I said, I was there when you were looking it up. I'm like, yeah, that is.
Should have went with WWE.
Right.
That one scored in the 80s.
You know, it's like 83 every year. I was like, what? I didn't know.
Yeah.
That's random.
I should have went with that instead of MLB The Show. I do have some ones on here that I'm pretty excited about. Obviously, Dustbloods and Mina, I think, are going to be really big. But you guys all have big games, too, that I think are going to score in the high 80s and 90s. So
I like the Blood of Dawn Walker, too. That could be.
You know what one I think is going to surprise me now? And I was, Eric, when you picked...
I did get Rebirth, though. I'm happy I got Rebirth.
When you picked Mouse PI...
That was a good grab.
If you remember on draft day, I was like, I don't know about that one. I'm worried it's style over substance. I've been hearing some really great things from the previews of that now.
Yep.
Coming up.
Hands on.
Yeah, the previews.
You may have actually got yourself a kick-ass game there.
And I'm hoping Expedition 33 gets announced for Switch 2, but, you know. We need those directs. Need to find out. Now, Resynced finally has been technically announced, but still don't know if it's this year. And God knows, because I went heavy. You can see heavy with the re-release and remake route that I'm the one that's going to get boned. Like Caves of Cud, that's a port. Didn't get enough reviews, so like I get nothing for this one.
Yep.
Sucks. It's just a dead spot. Now, I technically have a lot of spots left to pick. Every week I go through the list and I'm like, okay, I've been hearing about this, I've been hearing about that, but I'm like, I'm just not ready to commit to some of the ones that are out there, which is probably going to bone me. Or maybe it's a good idea. Maybe we get a bunch of summer announcements that are coming later this year, and I'm like, oh, yeah. Like, don't be surprised, guys, if we're in the middle of a Nintendo Direct coming up and I just have Fantasy Critic open ready.
Do you guys have a waiver list, or is it just first person who picks one up?
There's a you go up here at the top
Bid system,
and you can bid on
Okay,
players.
yep.
You can bid 0, and if no one else bids on it, you get it.
Yep.
But you start the year with a $100 limit, and you can see this is what we have left.
and that's another kind of gripe that I had. I read online that it does the next dollar. So if you bet like up to 10 or something like that, it would and somebody bets 5, it would give you 6. It would take it at $6. No, apparently not, unless somebody bid 9 on both of the other ones that I did. But
Well, maybe.
I bid. You outbid me on a game, Eric. That
Yeah.
I got so pissed.
yeah, which one was it? I've only bid money on 2.
Yeah, I think you've only
So-
done it.
Dench Attack. I bid like 6 or 7 on it, and I was like, no one's gonna bid this much on this game.
I put 10 because I read
I
that
know you did.
it would go to the next like dollar up, and it's like, and then I looked at my budget and went, it didn't do that. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
well, whatever.
And Stash has the biggest budget,
Yeah.
which pretty much means any game he really wants, he could just really have.
Yeah, if we get Ocarina of Time full blown modern remake,
Full-blown
Stash-
remake coming this
Stash
year,
gets it in
Stash is
one
probably
bid.
blowing the load to round out his list if he's got room left. Or he'll just end the year not having only spent $3 that he probably didn't even need to spend, and then he'll just win anyways.
Yeah, invest it.
But yeah, no. So my team's not doing too well. I don't have a lot of trash talking because how can I when my team is doing pathetic at the moment? That said, I got some belief in some comebacks, and I will say, if this mainline Half-Life game works out for me, I think if it even comes out,
That'd be wild.
I'm like the people's champ. I think just straight up. I don't think there's an argument there. If that game even just comes out, I'm the people's champ.
That would be sweet.
Which game?
Unannounced mainline Half-Life game. So Half-Life 3, basically. Which people think might be coming out with the Steam machine, which maybe it is, maybe it's not. We don't know.
Maybe.
That'd be so sweet.
It's Half-Life.
That'd
So
be
like
the time it would come
betting
out, but-
anything on Half-Life is always just throwing shit away.
Betting
I'm
anything,
surprised nobody counterpicked me on it.
betting
Just-
anything.
Don't worry.
The number 3.
You know why
is-
no one counterpicks me? Because they can't figure out which one of my games they should counterpick because they all are going to score bad. So it's like, why counterpick a guy when, dude, look at his list. He's screwed either way.
What if Half-Life if Half-Life is a thing that's coming out this year? What if it has the Metroid Prime 4 effect where it like wildly underperforms, It's one of
I
those
don't
ones
care.
where it's been
Not
anticipated
that
for
it
so
exists,
long.
I'm the people's champ. I don't even care what it reviews.
You
I
got
know I
what you
should.
wanted.
Here's the thing. I have such a bad start to the year. Unless I have a second wind, I'm just going to stick with I just want to take games for the rest of the year that'll piss other people off. I guarantee
Do you
Stash
think
one.
you
Mine.
think there'll be a reviewer who thinks GTA 6 is a 7, but gives it a high score because they're too scared to be the reviewer who gave it a 7?
They're probably
Yeah, there will be both.
Yeah.
There'll be people that'll be just because I want people to remember me. I'm going to give it a 4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That'll get them clicks.
It will, because they'll be like the only one that low, and it's like, yep, we got to see why it's that low. And then it just turns out it's someone like me who just doesn't like GTA at all.
Dude, it's like when I used to see
for them the review,
old because I grew up loving the Dynasty Warriors.
or it's like
games.
someone who hates violence, and like 2 seconds into the game, there was a fuck you and a bullet through the head. You're lucky I didn't give it a 0.
I grew up loving the Dynasty Warriors games, and I remember way back in the day because I had played. I think I started on 2 or 3 on the PlayStation 2, but I remember seeing a review years later on IGN. That was like the reviewer was saying like, I've never liked the Dynasty Warriors games. Like, well, why are you reviewing this? Like, if you already know this is like a series that you don't enjoy at all, why are you reviewing this game?
Hey, dude, this goes back to what I always say though about these outlets, the review outlets, when they assign someone a game to review that hates the genre. You're doing a disservice to everybody, to them, to your company, to the fans, to the developer, the publisher. You're literally fucking everybody when you do that. But they do it.
And I try not to get mad at the reviewer if it's at a big outlet because I'm like, well, you might not have had a choice, man.
Yeah, no, it's not the
Exactly.
reviewer's fault. It's just a company thing. It's like weird.
It's like NBA refs. They're horrible. I don't get mad at them. I don't get mad at them though.
Very accurate.
I get mad at their bosses because they allow it. They allow them to be shit.
NBA.
There's no consequences.
Yeah, it's just like the NFL with their refs and like they're not full time. What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah.
The people in charge need to do better.
Well, it's like getting mad at the person at Walmart because of some company policy. Like, come on, dude. Have some sense.
You work here?
Yeah.
Do you know what the CEO did? I'm like, dude, I'm barely making my rent. Can you just shut the fuck
Yeah.
up? Hire shit,
or
get out.
yelling at the
Exactly.
teenager in box office because movie theater tickets have gone up so much. Is that the teenager
Yes.
in box
People
office
do
makes
that.
the prices?
I've seen people do that. I'm like, why are you yelling at this kid? He has no control
You're
over
like
any of
15
this.
years old and get
Making
paid
minimum
a
fucking
shitty
wage.
wage.
You're thinking of when can I get the fuck out of here?
Exactly.
I want to go to the movie that you're going to. This is bullshit. Like, all right. Let's get to the super chats here. The Mono Brawler says chop chop.
Mhm.
That's before we got going. Jimzo comes in and says, how's everyone feeling about Pokemon Champions on April 8th?
Eh,
We talked about this earlier. We debated making this topic. I said, well, we very loosely debated it. We didn't even debate it. It was just
I don't think there was
mentioned.
anyone who had a strong stance opposite, which how can you after what they revealed? It's like, by the way, I'm not saying the Pokemon Champions won't be fun. I think people are going to have some fun with it. But it is very much about the microtransactions. I mean, let me put it this way. You played other stadium games. You had your rental Pokemon, but you could just use them all the time. No, these you get a week. You want to keep them?
That's crazy.
Like, okay, that alone, I'm done. I'm out. Oh, you can transfer Pokemon in. I don't care. You're gonna, if I see a rental Pokemon, I have to spend money to keep that shit. Fuck off.
I'm really happy about Pokemon Champions and its existence, honestly. I'll be honest with you. The reason why is, listen, we did a Pokemon episode. Nate, listen to me. Let me finish. Don't act like a baby. Let me finish.
I am a big baby. Recognize me.
Wait, let me finish. We did a full Pokemon episode, and I was talking about a lot of the things I would love to see in mainline Pokemon. And one of our guests, really cool dude. So this isn't a dig at our guest, but he was hating that everything that I was saying because he comes from a place of purely competitive. The crazy IV training, super competitive, and a lot of that core base wants. They're very vocal and they want mainline Pokemon games to follow a structure that really appeals to that base.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is it's a small percentage. Like Pokemon is so mainstream. It reaches such a wide audience and so many young kids too, that I personally love the thought of something being purely competitive outside of the mainline. They could still do good competitive stuff in the mainline games, but maybe that leaves room for more interesting ideas regarding story or even Pokemon. And one of the topics that this came up on was how I was talking about how much I love Black and White and how one of my favorite things about that game was that it had no old Pokemon in it. The roster was all brand new Pokemon. And I think that was awesome. But the competitive scene hated that. Like they hated that. So I don't know if this means that we could get a experiment and try some new things in mainline Pokemon. I'm all for it. They now have a space where they can go pure competitive. And people who are interested have a more entry-level way of getting into that universe, and that community could grow.
Yeah, I just don't care because it's microtransactions.
Yep. I want to say the same thing. Look, I don't like microtransactions at all. I don't like it in any games. I've seen over the years what it did to NBA 2K.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only basketball game, right? It's the only game we can play for hoops with NBA rosters, right? And dude, It's so bad what they did to it. It's so bad. And it's the same template here with this Pokemon.
Sure.
So yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I think it's gonna do well. Let me be really clear. I think it's gonna do really, really good.
Yeah, it's gonna do really well.
Doesn't mean I like it.
Switch first. It's gonna be on mobile later. To the game's credit, you can't the number one thing that would have sucked is you can't buy victory points. So that is like how their system works for ranking up and everything. So like you do have to rank up by being good. So for competitive people, that's great. You can't like buy. I mean, I understand that you guys could think you can buy the rental Pokemon. Maybe it gives you an advantage, but usually the rental Pokemon, especially in like older stadium games, they're not better than the ones you could bring in.
Yeah, but I think first off, just to be clear, I 100% agree with both of you. I hate microtransactions. I think I've complained about it enough in games of service. I don't even need to defend my stance on that. I don't like it at all. I think it's gross, and I dread the day we knock on wood that we ever see that in the main menu of a Zelda or Mario. Part of me will die inside. That being said, I do think it's nice that, again, this is not a game for me. This is a game for the competitive scene. I do think it's nice that it is compatible with Pokemon Home, which I think most of the people coming from competitive are probably using that already anyways, and will be able to bring in their Pokemon without having to buy them with victory points.
Yeah, it also uses the battle pass structure, guys. So
yeah, look, microtransactions, home subscription. If you don't have one, you got to get one. The battle pass, a day one starter pack, and a separate champion subscription. Holy shit. That's a lot of subscriptions and a lot of microtransactions. It's no longer micro.
It's just transaction.
It's major.
I mean, you got to think about it like this too, guys, because, I play another game that has a ton of microtransactions and battle passes, Fortnite. I don't got to pay a fucking dime to have fun with that game. And they give you plenty of stuff just for free. All the stuff that you pay for is all cosmetic anyways. And they just give you some of that for free. So like that's the difference between this and Champions. Like Champions is requiring me, I have to spend money continuously. Like I'm not subscribed to Pokemon Home right now. I don't either. I'm not serious enough about Pokemon to need the extra space to put my Pokemon in. So just everything about this game, I was so excited when they initially announced it. Then I was a little tepid when I heard it was going to be on mobile. And I was like, well, it can maybe be okay. That's on mobile too. It's fine. Maybe transfer some Pokemon from Pokemon Go or something. Like it's fine. And then the more I hear about it, the more I'm like, no. This is a money grabbing scheme. That's all it is. I'm not saying it's not good. I'm not saying the competitive scene won't love it. They probably will. But nothing about this screams, oh, that sounds exciting to me the way the old games did. I mean, hell, even the old games had mini games. The fuck are my mini games?
Those were fun.
Yeah, Stadium was great. There's no denying that.
Yeah, so it just isn't what I wanted. Like I wanted it to come back, but not like this. And if this exists forever and the competitive scene loves it, hey, more power to you guys. You guys already, probably buy both copies of Pokemon every time and subscribe to Home, obviously.
Yeah.
This is just more money to throw on the pile. You're probably the same one showing up day one. The new card pack drops at TCG.
It's going to get eaten up. It's going to get eaten up. This game's going to be
do really well.
Hot.
It's going to make a ton of money.
Ton.
So
I like it.
I'm not even begrudging them for doing it because the Pokemon company has started to realize that in mobile, there's a way to have an infinite money glitch with Pokemon. You've figured it out with Go. Now you just keep figuring it out. So I'm not even surprised. I'm just.
Anyone here going to try it out?
I was excited, and now I'm not.
You will?
Yeah.
Sandstorm?
Yeah. I mean, am I excited about it? No. Do I think it's going to be successful? Yes. And
do you think you'll have fun with it? I mean, do you play competitive Pokemon?
No, I don't.
No,
and that's that's part of the reason why I'm picking it up is because I'm not a competitive player like that to that level. I'm just more curious as to like how this is going to work. Can I enjoy this with like my closer friends? But like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll probably pick it up and play it heavy for like 3 months, and then like go cold turkey
Never
and be
touch it
like,
again.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try it because it's free to start.
Yeah.
But that's the problem. It's even being labeled as free to start, which means I'm going to hit a microtransaction wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the moment that happens, I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah.
Right now.
I think I'm in the same pool.
People spend money. I'm like, nah.
It's interesting, Stash. You made the analogy to 2K, and that's like why I actively like don't play the newer 2Ks is for all the microtransactions. I think it's disgusting.
It's disgusting, dude. They take advantage of their player base.
They ruined the single player in 2K.
It's
I don't play it anymore. It's ruined.
It's terrible, man. And
It used to be good.
And my son plays it like all the time, and I just like watching him play, and I'm like, bro, like, why are you driving around in a go-kart? Like, I thought this was
What?
basketball, and he's like,
Yeah, the
"Oh,
single player open area. It's so stupid.
yeah, I'm like, this is supposed to be
Go-karts.
basketball. Like, why are you on a go-kart?" He was like, "Oh, I just want to get the best times. You get VC real quick this way." And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, dumb.
They're
Everything but
gamifying virtual currency by not playing basketball.
yeah, everything but playing ball. I know, dude. It sucks, man. My
And just-
cousin bought
Hard
WWE.
Cart.
He bought 2K and he asked me, he said, is there like anything that you know of that you can like grind for in the game to unlock? Like, you know, they complete this mode and unlock these characters. And I was like, one, Jim, I don't have the game, but my friend, those days are long gone of unlocking
Characters, yeah.
more wrestlers by completing modes. Like, this
Golden
isn't
days,
no
man.
mercy.
Yes,
You know?
Smash is like one of the last games that does that.
Yeah, you got to pay for that.
Or
or
more.
not even pay for it. You got to put your money into the machine and see if
And
the
hope.
pack of cards gets you
Yeah.
the cards you want until it gets you what you want.
If
There's
you
no
luck
fixed price on it.
luck of the draw.
Yeah, and the odds are so bad when you look at the pack odds because you can look at them. You guys know that.
Yeah, they're
It
required.
is,
Yeah.
dude. It's insane. It's insane. It's just as bad. It's probably worse than going to the store and buying real packs of cards,
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
and you don't get to keep them.
Yeah.
I don't.
They expire at that. You know, them the
Yeah,
year
At
they're
the
no
end of the
good.
season. Yeah.
Sports
Yesterday's
games, because
newspaper.
I do enjoy sometimes like kind of being like running a franchise and doing franchise mode. I do find that to be fun, but I haven't bought an NBA 2K game in a while, and I'm not sure when I will again. I mean, I probably would if one finally comes to Switch 2 at 60 FPS. That'll probably be the next time I buy one.
Yeah.
Until then, I'm just kind of waiting because like the same game every year. I'm good playing it once in a while. Obviously, I can wait till my Bucks are good again if that ever happens. But sometimes it's good to be a shit team and then rebuild them. That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is.
Anyways, got Milk GameBird.
Every day.
The irony is that he hates milk, but it's so great. This joke has to run forever. Demonic Brawler gifted a membership as well to GameBird.
Oh, yeah.
He did it to Stash as well. In fact, he likes Stash so much he did it twice.
Whoa.
Damn.
Nice.
Hey,
Damn
thank
it,
you.
Dusty.
Don't worry, he didn't forget me. He threw me in there too.
There you go. There you go.
At first, I thought, wait, did he not do me and did Stash twice? Well, damn, twice is nice. Okay, if you did, no one has to do anything. But Roger said, "Whoa, really? Time flies."
Yeah.
Yeah. Demonic Brawler, ThunderStash gets 2 memberships because his are cheaper. There it is.
Ooh.
So
He's got
is
the
it
digital pricing.
$1?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing, guys. I can't set mine to $1. So their system is really weird. So when they originally launched gifted members, you could only do $5 or more. Okay, there was no way to go lower than $5, so I did $5. But once you locked into that, you can't edit it now that because they didn't have the ability to do $1. Now they do. I can't edit it to go down to $1. There's no way. I cannot change it. So it is $5 forever because that's what it launched as, and I had them on day one. So it is what it is. That's why if you guys ever wonder why I don't have dollar memberships, it's not because I wouldn't be willing to offer them. Just I can't. So it is what it is.
Interesting.
But I do appreciate you, Demar Brawler. Thank you so much. Roger, just hyping up. There's lots of hype today. We had some good topics today. I'm sure you guys really enjoyed the combo. I wasn't reading too much of the chat, but I'm sure you guys had a good time. Jimzo just dropped $1 just to drop it. And then Demar Brawler comes back with the classic. NFL.
No microtransactions there.
Let's get some wild arms in there too.
Here's the problem. If they did come back
wild arms,
they probably would put microtransactions came back because EA owns like all the franchises. So there probably would be microtransactions. But look, I just gotta be honest. If they came back, the microtransactions would put me off, but if the gameplay is really good, but just because it's been so long, you know. If the gameplay is really good, I still might get it.
Yeah, they'd put a MUT team in the damn thing.
Well, there'd be MUT for sure, but I wouldn't even care about that. So, like, this is arcade sports, baby. I just want to play online.
Yeah.
Beat people's ass. Dude, podcast competition.
Although technically the
ThunderStash probably wins all of it. Although maybe,
so,
I don't know, did you play a lot of NHL hits back in the day? I played a ton of that game back in the day.
Hits?
Yeah.
No, I didn't play a ton. I played more Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey on 64.
Yeah, that was a
great
good
game.
Blades of Steel back on the NES.
Got it up there. Love Blades of Steel.
Love Blades of Steel. Dude, the victory music every time.
That fighting.
The fighting
badass. And the Galaga mini game.
Yeah, the Galaga mini game. Yeah.
One of the original Easter eggs in a video game.
What is this doing in here? It's just here for fun, guys.
Yeah, we own the IP. It's a Konami game. Why not?
Yeah, good times. We had Tina's Cozy Life did $1 just for fun. Apparently, it's okay. Thank you so much for the support. Karkun, in Europe, Mario Kart World was €80 digital and €90 physical. Just as an example, again, Europe has had this whole difference between the prices. I've also seen Mario Kart World in Europe. I've been watching it. It's been as low as like €70. It's kind of all over the place with the prices. It's almost like no one's buying it for 90. Who knew? What? People don't want to spend over 100 USD on Mario Kart? Who knew? Crazy prices over it. We think our prices are crazy. Dude, I think I saw it was Kiwi Talks in the chat. He's in New Zealand. He was saying like video games over there are like $140 for Nintendo games. It's like, what the fuck? And you would like to blame taxes. I looked it up. The tax is only 15%. So I don't know why it's priced that high. You see this sometimes too in Australia. Brazil has even higher prices. Yeah, it's insane. But there's actual like reasons, like why the Switch 2 is so expensive in like Sweden. They have super fucking high taxes on that shit. It's insane, insanely high taxes. In Brazil, the prices are crazy there because of the taxes. But in New Zealand, that's not an excuse for the game price. So I'm not really sure why it's so expensive there. Maybe they just don't do any game sales when it was cheaper. I have no clue. Let's see your Demar Brawler. What if we get a direct on June 9th? If you know, you know.
I don't know. So
does anyone know?
I don't know.
I was like,
to be honest, I don't know.
Silence from the crowd. Nobody knows.
June 9th.
It's
Sounds familiar.
What happens on June 9th?
Yeah. I don't know.
Everyone's Googling right now.
I have no clue.
What happens on June 9th?
I know what happens on June 19th, but not June 9th.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Demonic Brawler, as you see, they do not know. It's a shame.
Oh, mystery. Okay.
They're gonna. I'm not even gonna reveal it because I want you guys to go to bed dreaming of being bothered by the fact you don't know what he was referencing.
I don't give a shit.
Well, I know you don't give a shit. You weren't over there Googling it. The other people were.
I'm not Googling it either.
Oh, okay.
I'm working on something as well at the same time. But no, I don't care. I already said, like, when the direct happens.
You hear that?
Yeah, no offense, Demonic. I love you, bro.
Yeah.
But you know, like, I'm just staying true, man. Like, I don't care. I got a lot of games to play. When it happens, it's gonna surprise me. I'm gonna be surprised and delighted when it happens.
Watch him be super disappointed that you don't know, because he's like, this is something Stash has been excited about, been talking about for a year.
I mean,
what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Yeah, when it happens, I'll know. Is probably as soon as it happens, I'll be surprised and delighted, just like Nintendo wants me to be.
Brawler's birthday.
Yeah.
I wish they'd let Retro make the next all new Star Fox game. Who's with me?
Hey.
I don't know if that's the right team, but I mean, I didn't think they were the right team to do Donkey Kong, and then they crushed it. So what do I know?
Retro could do it. It just depends on what we're going for.
I'm still saying Platinum, but you know,
We flying or we on the ground?
I mean, Ubisoft's team that did Starlink, Battle for Atlas.
I know they're an option too, for sure.
No, I don't.
Bandai Namco, I think, is an option too.
I'd rather
if we're
Bandai
flying
Namco do
Ace
it.
Combat, baby.
you know, like I said, I think Platinum did a decent job with Bayonetta 2. So
No, they did.
Yeah, it's a good call.
I mean, look, I'm fine if Retro did Star Fox. I hope they're going more like a Star Fox Adventure route and doing something fresh.
I hope so too.
Yeah, I really like that game.
Yeah, get away from 64.
Make it a space opera.
Like, you can still have some of your space
storytelling
levels and stuff, but like let's level up Star Fox a bit and prove that it's more than just what was set up with Star Fox 64. It's a great game. I love it. But it's like, okay, but we were kind of living on that this whole time. Let's
right.
Let's do something fresh.
We've been milking it.
There's more you can do with Star Fox. Divine Brawler says it's going to be funny when it comes out that the reason why Nintendo dropped how many Switch 2s are being produced is because they're about to start production of Switch 2s with replaceable batteries. There we go. That's the reason.
That's what Stash was saying.
That's what I said.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't think they're
doesn't it?
I don't think they're producing those this year, guys, to be completely honest. But I do think by 2027. Here's the thing. I think Nintendo's very calculated with their revision rollouts. So I am convinced this revision rolls out with the Switch 2 Lite.
How soon did they have to do it? Was there a deadline given?
If there is, it's private. There's no public deadline for it. Like, they warn companies, and then I don't know how much after that warning they get. They're usually try to be somewhat understanding, because it's billions and billions of dollars to retool everything and remake stuff. So they try to give a little leeway, but push does come to shove eventually, and they will say, "Sorry, you can't ship your products here anymore." So you fix it. So a lot of people presume 2027. I think it's whenever Switch 2 Lite comes out. The Switch 2 Lite from the very beginning will be built with this in mind, and then they'll just launch a full revision at that time. Whenever they decide that's going to come.
2027 with Pokemon Wind and Wave.
Sure.
Oh wow.
First bundle.
Makes sense.
Bundle
And
Switch Lite with it.
I imagine, guys, that not only do we get easier access to the battery, but we get better battery life. That would be sick. But we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Ronald Brawler again, just coming hard. Maybe Prime 4 would have sold better if they TigerTyme get out of the gutter. Dude, you're the guy with the map behind you on the wall. You're supposed to be the mature one of the bunch.
Is that what that means? Okay.
I was supposed to say pause, and I completely missed it.
Yeah.
The map is not.
Prime 4 would have sold better if they didn't lock background music behind the paywall. You love the game. Yeah, the background music thing was kind of weird in the desert area that they locked that. I don't think that had anything to do with why it didn't sell well. That was just
You
ridiculous.
shouldn't need this to listen to the music.
I don't have it either. I refuse.
I know.
I'm like,
the
nope.
music's so good too, though.
It is. I know. It's stupid.
It's like, bro, really? The music?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Of all things.
Of all the things
Music is so important to me in video games that
Yeah, really
man,
important to me. You, a lot of us. It's like really.
Yeah. Dane Gonzalez, how can you say digital is cheaper? We only have Yoshi to look at. If physicals of the big first party games cap out at 70 to 80 then I agree. But if they're 80 to 90 physical, that's an increase. Well, two things. One,
digital will still be cheaper.
Yeah, we had the additional update from Nintendo saying that this does not mean physical prices are getting more expensive at all. So they said that. And again, that's just more from Nintendo. And if you want to think they're lying, okay. Well, the only game that we know for sure is Yoshi. And so if we just base it off what we know, yeah, it's cheaper. Because they were charging 70 for all their games, including things like Mario Tennis. They obviously were going to charge 70 for Yoshi. It's the new standard price for them. But you can get it digitally for 60. So when you say digital is cheaper, we just have to go off what we currently know. There's only one game with a price we know, and it's cheaper.
The only way it's not guys, it's very simple. The only way it's not cheaper is if they announce a game and the digital version is more than the physical version. Then it's not cheaper.
Well, I think what they're inferring is that this change could make them increase the price of games overall. Like instead of charging 70, now they're charging 80, 70 for digital, kind of thing.
Okay.
That's what a lot of people were upset about on the internet. They were inferring that
possibility of that happening.
The fear of something that doesn't currently exist.
Yeah. Like if you look at that comment again, if
yeah,
if ifs were fifths, we'd all be drunk, my friend. There's a lot of ifs there. Who's to say any of this is going to happen?
Yeah. So, like, when you say, how can you say digital cheaper? We only have Yoshi to look at. Exactly. It's the only one we have to look at. So, it's the only thing we can draw conclusions
from.
All we
can go off of, yeah.
Yeah, the conclusion is based off of the only fact.
The only known quantity and Nintendo's own comments. Like, until
everything else is speculation.
Obviously, if 3D Mario comes out and it's 90 physically and 80 digitally, we're going to look at that and go, okay, yeah. I mean, at that point, the conversation has happened that they jacked the price up. That's even above Mario Kart World, just because they're offering a discount on digital. Okay, yeah, but it hasn't happened, and they might never launch another Switch 2 exclusive at $80. We don't even know. So in the U.S., I know Europe and individual countries and also I understand price points kind of all over the place at times. Obviously when we talk prices around here, we're U.S. based show, so we're talking usually US prices unless otherwise specified, like when we said Metroid Prime 4 was 52% discounted in Japan. Okay, to my roller, Nintendo haters act like they're on crack area. Jeez. Dude, that reminds me back in the day, like I'm not the only one, right? Like I'd procrastinate the study for a test to like right before the test is gonna happen. Pull a fucking all-nighter and just cram like crazy because I didn't want to waste any of the rest of the time that week to study. Am I the only one here that did that? Because I did it all the fucking time.
Nope, same.
Oh yeah.
What, cram for a test?
Yeah, I wouldn't even touch studying for it until literally the night before, and then I pull an all-nighter knowing I'm not going to sleep.
I didn't study at all.
There you go.
I skipped the cramming.
Well, to be fair, you got a kind of a unique memory over there.
Yeah, I just did a lot of educated logical methods, and it worked.
Yeah, I didn't study. So I studied for I think it was only English class that I ever really studied for. And to be fair, that's the class that I couldn't get an A in, so it kind of pissed me off. Like, really? English? And look, it's the most useful class considering what I do. And what am I really bad at, guys? Spelling things, pronouncing things, grammar, proper word use. All the things that I should be good at to do my job, I'm not. What am I great at? Public speaking. That just happens to be good at this. That's the one thing in English. I was excellent at speech giving and public speaking. Now, don't listen too close because I might be making up a word in my speech, but I'm going to sound like I know what I'm talking about. So basically, I became an expert at bullshitting because
Act as if, baby.
most of those speeches were complete bullshit, but it didn't matter. I got A's on them. So as long as it sounded like I knew what I was talking about, it's all that mattered. Jorge, Mike Odyssey states that Nintendo should always launch a system with a new Zelda and 3D Mario within the first year. Is that reasonable for future consoles?
I mean, look, to me, the best case scenario in a perfect world would be to do that. Is it feasible? Is it reasonable? I mean, who am I to say? Who are any of us to say? We don't work at Nintendo.
It's all about dev cycles and if it lines up.
Yeah. This would be the best case scenario, though, because look, when did we not get a Mario or Zelda at launch? GameCube. And look, people look back fondly on Luigi's Mansion. Let me tell you, if I recall, IGN gave it a 7 out of 10, and this is when they were still highly respected. Okay? Dude, that shot him in the foot was Luigi's Mansion not getting great reviews and it not being Mario. Because prior to that, we always had Mario at launch. We had it on Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Game Boy, Nintendo 64. This was the first time Mario wasn't there, and that shit hurt bad for Nintendo.
And there was no Zelda either.
No. So yeah, this is the best scenario. Like, but this is
when did Adventures come out for?
This is very logical assessment that this is the best scenario.
Yeah,
but,
it's the best
we all know
scenario, but I also don't think it's necessary. Like, I don't think they have to. I mean, the fact of the matter is that Switch 2 is the fastest selling Nintendo console of all time without a Mario, Zelda, or a holiday game for that matter. There was no holiday game, and it's still the fastest selling one. So there are other great games that could fill in those slates. Like, guys, if we had gotten, can you imagine if the November game for Switch 2 was a brand new from the ground up Smash Brothers? Like how huge that would have been for Christmas. So yeah, it's listen, I Stash, you and Prime, you guys nailed it. It's the most ideal scenario. It's not the most necessary, and I think it really comes down to if that's how the stars align with development. And you know, you don't want to sit on a new console that's ready for too long when you have your previous console kind of phasing out. And I mean, there's been no shortage of games. This isn't a Wii U scenario. You know, we're not having the droughts. We just haven't had the juggernauts yet. That's all.
Okay, so look, I don't think it's necessary. Or I mean, look, the question is it reasonable? No. It's not reasonable. We've only gotten Zelda and Mario within the first year of launch, like one time ever. Okay. And it said, if Mike said new Zelda and 3D Mario in the first year, like that's just not reasonable. It's only ever happened once. It might happen again. The stars might align again, but it's not reasonable at all. Both games clearly have long development cycles these days. So it's all about, does the timing line up? The timing didn't line up for this one. Shockingly, because 3D Mario feels like the timing should have lined up, but it didn't. So unless 3D Mario is coming out in June or May, it's not going to be in the first year. And Zelda, obviously, we feel like is years off still. So they got here fastest selling system ever with Mario Kart, Donkey Kong, and a prayer. And they're still here. So clearly they don't need it to be successful. I think for internet conversations, it helps. Yes. If they had both, people wouldn't be bitching about Switch 2 probably at all, to be honest. The vibes would be very, very strong, as the youth say, with Switch 2 right now. The vibes are actually kind of Wacopia.
But have we ever truly had both in the first year?
Switch.
So yeah, but Breath of the Wild was a port. It was a Wii U game.
Sure. It was still there.
Have we ever had a true new, like, exclusive Mario and Zelda within the first year?
When did Mario Galaxy come out?
2007.
Yeah,
Was that within a year?
I think so.
Of
Twilight Princess that came out in November 2006.
a GameCube port.
But
GameCube
it
port,
didn't launch on GameCube day one. It
I'm
wasn't
just
available on
saying,
GameCube.
like
But GameBird, it wasn't available on GameCube day one.
that's true. That
You
is
could
true.
only
That
play
is
it on
fair.
Wii at launch.
Okay, I stand corrected. That is a fair point. So it's been since the GameCube. Everyone loves to use, and I get it. Not every
It's been
most
20
people didn't
years.
have a Wii U, but when people talk about how stellar the Switch One's launching with Breath of the Wild was compared to launching with Mario Kart World, people are ignoring the fact that it doesn't matter if you didn't have a Wii U. It was a Wii U game. It legit is a Wii U game.
Well, I counted as a Wii U.
It
Well,
launched
while
with
I
a
counted as a port in a Wii U game, I will say you couldn't even buy a Wii U when it came out.
Yeah, but regardless, it's a Wii U port, and it had features stripped away, so it could be a
It
port.
is sold almost 3 times the amount of Wii U's actually exist.
Sure, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying that like buying it for Wii U was only an option if you already previously owned one because they don't exist anymore.
Right, but if like Breath of the Wild came out for mobile and sold triple the amount, let's just say what would Breath of the Wild do? It's like 33 million. Let's just say it did over 100 million on mobile. Doesn't mean it's a mobile game first. It's still
Well, no.
that
I
came
agree with you. When people ask me my favorite exclusives on Switch, I don't count it because it's not exclusive. It was a Wii U game. But it did come out on the platform within a year. Like,
sure. I'm just saying, like,
it doesn't say it has to be an exclusive. It just says a new Zelda and a new 3D Mario.
I think the point I'm trying to make is like Breath of the Wild. Obviously, it's a Wii U game that came out at the tail end of the console's life cycle. It had all the development and hardware experience behind it. Look at how great games get towards the end of a console's life cycle. Imagine launching like day and date. Imagine if God of War Ragnarok was ready
and launch
for the launch of PlayStation 5.
Would have been sick.
It's a PS4 game that was ported to PS5, but if it was ready at launch,
to me than the
people would champion it as like the greatest launch game of all time. But it is a PS4 game. That's just the point that I'm making.
Yeah.
People.
Yeah. Well, the bottom line is 3D Mario and 3D Zelda have never, outside of a couple times, lined up in the first year. And both of those times required the game to be delayed to put on a new system. Otherwise, they would not have released within a year of each other. So it's very rare that it even happens that they release within a year of each other, let alone at the beginning, barring delays. So to me, I don't really think that it needs to happen. It hasn't usually happened. If you want to say one or the other, then yes, that is a very common occurrence. One or the other usually within the first year. Not always. Didn't get it with Wii U. Didn't necessarily work out for Wii U. Didn't get it with GameCube. Didn't necessarily work out for GameCube. There is a pattern that until Switch 2, you kind of needed a Mario or a Zelda in the first year. I can fully cop to that. But Switch 2 kind of showed that even then, sure, Mario, it could be a kart game. Didn't have to be the tentpole 3D game. So, yeah, I think that I think that it's not likely or reasonable to think this is going to happen again. It can, and it doesn't need it as long as it has other bangers that come out, which some people don't think Switch 2 has other bangers that came out, but I'm just going to say, even if Mario Kart World was a disappointment to you, even though it's an 86, which that is just objectively a good review score. Guys, we had a GOTY contender last year, score a 91 in Donkey Kong Bonanza. That's exclusive. Pokopia might be a GOTY contender this year. It's a 90 at the moment. Like, we're talking in less than a year, 2 exclusive games dropped that are 90 or above on Switch 2. At some point, we just have to recognize that, yeah, maybe they're not going the traditional route, but they got some bangers this first year. They might not be your cup of tea, but they're bangers. Like, objectively, even high user review scores on these games, they're bangers. So they're showing that as long as they bring the great games, people will come. And they've got a few of them on Switch 2. Hopefully a lot more to come. One last super chat here, and then a member. Do you think this next direct will show holiday season bangers, or will that come in a summer direct? If there's a general next month, I will say it is probably going to show the holiday game. They're not going to wait The summer is literally like a month and a half after it, so it would be kind of weird to wait at that point. If you're already going to delay it 2 months from February to April, you're kind of doing a timing that would suggest you need to show the rest of the year. But that's a guess. That's what Nintendo plans. They might not show any new games. It might just be all third parties and then like release dates for Fire Emblem or something. I don't know.
I could see them waiting.
What I will say is we are not going to get an answer from Attack the Backlog on what kind of direct it is. He put up a tweet 39 minutes ago that says, just to say, friends, I'm officially out of the insider game. Now, we've heard him say this before.
I know.
He's never made a public statement in a tweet like this. Enjoyed interacting with you all very much. Going to carry on with my channel and continue to catch you all there. Thanks for being awesome. By the way, he has not been doing directs or hasn't been doing podcasts with Nash Weedle, which he's been trying to set up. But he knows if he does that, he's just going to keep talking. So if he's serious about this, then yeah, we'll never hear from him again. I'll keep it in the back of my mind that he heard about a direct. Here's the thing. I think people like Attack the Backlog, just knowing him, they get very nervous when they put something out there and they don't know 100%. Like in this case, he put those a direct coming out there, which he told me about this like 3 weeks ago. And he said he wasn't going to say anything publicly. So I was so shocked that he even said anything publicly. And I asked him, like, what happened? He's like, oh, I couldn't help myself. I'm like, well, then how are you ever going to stop if you couldn't help yourself with something like this? Like, you don't know what type it is. You don't know what day it is. You don't even know what game is in it. Like, this is the most obvious don't say anything because you don't know enough information, but you did anyways. And I know that he did it because he is confident. And he's heard it enough times that it's going to happen. But I just to the battle. I hope with the podcast here that add any extra pressure. But besides that, man, dude, do your thing. Just don't be surprised if every single live stream and podcast you pop up over here, my chat doesn't leave you alone because they know you know things and now you're just not saying it.
You know, I'm sure he'll have a lot more peace and enjoyment doing this in the long
if he gets
run.
away from it, he doesn't do any more shows with Nash and kind of finally separates himself. Like, guys, bottom line is if he's having mental anguish, he should stop doing shows with Nash Weedle and he should stop talking about this kind of stuff publicly ever. And I think it's hard for him to get away from it because he's been doing it now for like 6 months. And it's like, yeah, but if it's too much stress, you know, go back to what you love doing on your channel. Because if this isn't something you love, then just get out. That doesn't change, folks, that he said that it is a direct coming. It just means he's not going to update us. Or at least he shouldn't if he's truly going to be done. So just thought I'd throw that out there. Shout out to the Backlog. We have nothing but love for you, man.
Yeah, love him.
We'll see you on a future episode. I know you're on the schedule, so. And who knows? Even then, we could just ask him directly why he retired from leaks. If he actually sticks to it, doesn't do anything, I'll be like, all right, man.
What if he's not talking about directs? How can we ask him directly?
I mean, he said he's out of the insider game, so I would suggest he's not talking about anything that he knows.
Yeah, but you said directly. So how can we talk to him about directs?
Well, see, people get this confused. I'm Nintendo Prime. I don't actually work for Nintendo directly. So this is like a third-party outlet. I think he can get away with a direct conversation.
Well, yeah, but you said direct.
I know what I said. GameBird got gifted a membership by Stake. Shout
legendary, dude.
Absolute legends. All right, guys. That's going to do it for this week's episode. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on, where they can find us. Let's start with TigerTyme, and I'm telling you guys, by the time this guy comes on again, he better be ready to 1,000 subscribers.
Wow, that's hey, that'd be awesome. Yeah,
like 100 something, dude. Come on, what are we doing?
I love that. Yeah, I had my first 10,000 view video, so that was pretty crazy.
Yeah,
congrats.
That was thanks. Yeah,
big moment, awesome. Viral moment, man.
Yeah, no, it was insane. I went to bed and then woke up and it had 7,000, and I was like, "Whoa, this is crazy!" But yeah, so that was sweet. Yeah, no, 1,000 would be awesome. But yeah, keep an eye out for my next video. It's gonna be titled something like "Why" or playing games is more fun without the internet, basically.
Ooh, I love that.
So
It's a good take. It's a good
keep
take.
an eye out for that one. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to record, so I'm editing that now. But yeah, guys, I just talk about pretty much everything and just kind of like conversational style videos, Nintendo, everything. So yeah, always glad to be on here. It's a blast chatting with you guys.
Tiger, do you ever do collabs?
I've done one with N64 Josh. We did a little like a collab video, but yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah, as you guys know,
Dude, if you're ever down, I love the conversation.
$50.
So
Yeah,
not to pitch myself.
Great guy, but don't let him refer pizza places to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna refer any places. I wasn't even a fan of the ramen place, but Stash and I were doing shots, so that just
the sake bombers.
Dude, if we're doing sake bombs, I can have fun anywhere. It doesn't matter if I like the food or not.
There is that one character flaw with him. Yeah, that's a good point. But no, but yeah, GameBird. I'd love to do one though, man. That'd be a blast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Sandstorm.
All right. I am Sandstorm McDowell, as you guys all well know. Deacon in the front. So channel is the Sandstorm Show, as you can see in the back. Rebirth.
Get him to 500, guys. Come on, 500.
Yeah, 500, please. Appreciate it. We talk get a little with the Christian stuff, but mostly gaming. Talk about gaming with the whole crew. Shout outs to the whole crew. My co-host Trey Vito, Geronimo, Nintendo Cisco, Action Jack, who has also been on the channel as well.
Yep.
And then the Winging It Podcast, Shadow Fox, the rest of them.
Yeah.
This Saturday we do podcasts every Saturday at 7:00, unless I got life, because life sometimes, so you got to move it to 9:00. But we'll have Angry Vigilante on after. I want to say the last time he was on was when we did the debate. Now that I think about it, so,
we watched that. Michaela and I. We watched it on the big screen. She's like, "What are we watching?" All right, just watch. Like, it's gonna be good. She was entertained. And she's seen you on the podcast before. We're having a really good time watching that shit. That was entertaining.
Might be my favorite episode.
Yeah, it took a while for him to finally get back on. I'm like, dude, you got to get on. Which ironic, we talk all the time. Like, me and Vigilante actually talk behind the scenes all the time. So he's
in my DMs a few times a month.
Yeah, overall, he's a good guy. We talk about this and
I
that.
don't think he's a bad person.
Yeah.
Me either.
Disagree with content.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 1,000%. But
he's from video games and your channel, man. All right, I could have a beer with you. We're all right.
Yeah. So he'll be on this Saturday. I have no clue what we're going to talk about as of yet, but make sure you guys come on through. I'm sure it's going to be hilarious because Nintendo Cisco and him have. I'm just waiting for the punches to come out. Like the
dude. Oh man.
Yes.
Am I putting this on the projector? Oh shit. Dude. I'm about to tune into this shit.
So yeah, you can
shit on demand last time, and I'm like, dude, if this happens again, I gotta see it live.
Yeah, that's funny because I didn't even realize
I want to drop a comment at the most awkward time. I know it'll be read and people are like, oh, Prime is here. And I'm like, no, I'm not coming on. Nope.
Yeah.
I'm just here for the show.
Send Prime an invite. Hurry, send him an invite.
I know. That happened on one show or whatever that I came on and then Vigilante left at 2 minutes later. I was like, well, this is no fun.
So yeah, it's just it's all really good. I think, as a matter of fact, I think you were on, and then people in OJ's comment section were like, yo, they're about to battle. He's like, I don't want to watch this. And then he gets on 5 minutes later. He's like, see, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, this is crazy.
Yep. That's what happened. I came on and everyone left. I'm like, well. And then the people that were there, they made fun of me over an old tweet of mine. And I'm like, cool. And thanks.
So yeah, you guys can find me on the.
They were were challenging my PC knowledge, and I was like, "Well, what do you even have in your computer?" I don't even know. I'm like, "Well, I can tell you every spec of mine because I literally am a PC gamer." So, just like, do you even know the cost of components when I made those comments? No, okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, so you guys can find me over there. You can find me on Twitter as well, as Prime has said earlier. I troll the mess out of people. You know, it's just funny to me. You know, it might be serious to you, but you know, I grew up on a different kind of game. So yeah,
Nah, to me, it's all in good fun. People always like, "Why do you respond to Tripster or this person?" I mean, because it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's funny.
This is pure entertainment.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for them to crash out at this point. Like,
this is the thing. Like when we talk about the mental illnesses and all that, at least you guys, I don't talk about it, but when you guys talk about it, I just gotta say, it makes me feel a little guilty that I might be having some entertainment at the expense of other people's issues. But
I wouldn't feel guilty about
but here's the thing, I never say anything mean about them. It's just about the statement on video games they made.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
You never do.
I
Good job on that.
I don't believe in insulting the person if I don't know the person.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I will say that too. Thank you for bringing
Eric,
that up.
Fuck off all day.
I mean,
Stash, when he makes a comeback and wins the Fantasy Critic League, and I totally failed, not just got last place, but Stash won. Yeah, I'm gonna tell Stash to fuck off too. That's what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, I forgot
the strangers that I don't know.
I forgot to mention, like Prime said, we do take care of our subscribers and check in on people's mental health, because that's really, really important. It's cool that we have subscribers and stuff like that, but we just on the Stormcast, we really want to make sure that everybody's in good health, and if things are going on, you know, we pray over you, make sure, just check in on you from week to week basis, make sure everything is good.
Yeah. I know there were a lot of people back in December that were doing that for my son, and I was like, I tried watching a couple shows doing it, and I'm like, dude, I can't. This is too much for me, man.
Yeah.
I just really appreciate that everyone was doing that. It's always nice when that happens. Yeah, guys, you go check out his channel. Obviously, you can tell. You couldn't tell by his username. Religious. Nothing wrong with that. Just because we don't do that here, don't mean you can't do that over there. So go have your fun. Go check out his channel. It sounds like I'll be watching an episode live this weekend, so that'll be
sounds like you'll be checking out.
Entertaining. I gotta wait for it to get real dicey before I say something in the chat, because every time I talk in the chat on people's shows, shit goes wild. Even in player essence, like it doesn't matter where I am. My username pops up, shit hits the fan. I was like a basketball channel the other day that I said something in there that I disagreed with what the guy said. And he's like, "Oh, well, you're a Nintendo guy. What do you know?" And I'm like, "Cool, man. You're a basketball guy. What do you know about my basketball team that you never talk about, but now decided to open your mouth and don't even know?"
Dude.
And he's like, "Oh, you want to come on and debate?" I'm like, "About my team? Sure." He never sent me the invite. I'm like, "Yeah, of course not." I'm like, dude. It's fine that you cover the entire NBA, but like, look, I'm a Milwaukee Bucks fan. Nobody fucking talks about the Bucks besides Giannis. That is it. Literally, it's all just Giannis. You couldn't. I can tell you every player on the roster. I can tell you their contracts, for crying out loud. Like, don't debate with me on my own team. Yeah, unless you're a fan of the team as well.
But school your Pistons fan too, man. I'll have to shoot you a message during the playoffs. We'll chat a little bit about it.
Absolutely.
Hopefully you guys get out of round one. I hope
so. Well, it's Orlando. They'll probably play Orlando, and I'm thinking that's probably going to be the W. So
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even without Cade, but anything could happen. I don't want to get too confident either.
Yeah.
Because the East is kind of wide open, and like there's other teams too. Like what if what is it? What if Charlotte ends up there and they've been playing?
They could be sneaky. Yeah.
They're scary if you face them. I don't think anyone wants to play them round one.
Yeah.
No, I'd rather play Orlando for sure.
Yeah, Orlando feels like more of a shoe-in to probably move on. I mean,
the Hawks are scary too.
Yeah, and we got to play them. What was that today?
They beat us in OT 130 to 129. They won.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stash, if anything, this Saturday is going to be like a show of some NWO, man. Something's gonna get said, and out of nowhere, Shadow's gonna pop in. We're like, oh, snaps! It's Shadow.
Oh my god,
That sounds entertaining. I'll be
this is-
working on reviews all weekend.
Yeah,
Like I'll have it on one of the TVs.
I'll probably
For
put it on
sure.
the tablet if I'm in the room, and Yulia's gonna be like, "Why are you watching this?" I'm like,
It was
"Just
so
watch-
entertaining last
just
time.
keep watching."
Like
This
I had a
is
smile on my
idiots
face
going
most
at
of
it.
the
I'm
time.
like, "Baby, just watch. It's fun. Just trust me, it's fun." You're gonna find out why I like video game conversation. Is this what your podcast is like? No, no, not usually. This is what their show is like sometimes.
It was really good. Like seriously, the fact that Michaela enjoyed it too made it better. I was like, yeah, this is great. So I'm glad you told us about that.
Oh,
Because I'll be at home working. I'm gonna put that on the other TV and it'll be nice while I'm working.
Like having the background noise. It's fun.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's get to the core here. Eric, what you got going on? Where can they find you?
I got nothing going on, but they can find me here and the Clips channel and the audio version.
Yes, just a reminder. I saw somebody on Twitter today was like, "Hey, man, you should timestamp. One, it's a live show. That's why there's no timestamps. Two, literally the next day, there's always timestamps. Check the comments. Three, we have a Clips channel where it's all clipped up anyways. Just go check out the Clips channel and you'll only see the segments you want. So just maybe I should mention it at the beginning of the show next time.
Yeah,
but
we really should.
throw it out there to be like, yeah, there's ways to consume the show where you don't have to watch the full
It's
thing.
also in, I believe, in the description.
It is in the description. Yep. GameBird.
Yeah, you guys can find me here on YouTube at GameBird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I've got a collab coming up pretty soon. That should be pretty fun. I also will be starting either Monday or Tuesday, most likely Tuesday, weekly live streams. And then this is my last week of my side job. So I'll have a month of no extra work from the side job. Things have been really crazy. I've mentioned a couple, like over the last couple weeks, that I started some videos. I got to finish them up. Some of them I probably have to redo by now, but I will have a nice steady flow of content coming out soon. There's been a lot of schedule rearranging, so I'm able to nurture the channel a little bit better than I've been able to in the past, but good things to come. But definitely keep an eye out for the live stream. That one will be interesting because I know getting started out with that. I did one. That was a little while ago now, where I built the Game Boy Lego. But
Lego.
You know how it is when you first start doing the live streams. There's not many people show up, so it's a little bit. That's the challenge. But
I remember hanging out in that
hell
one.
yeah,
That was a good
yeah,
time.
I remember that as well. So hopefully it'll be a good time. I don't have a theme planned out yet, but it will be a weekly thing. Probably an hour and a half to 2 hours every evening Tuesday.
Oh. Nice.
Stash
Man.
All right. So since I last saw you last week, it's been very busy. I have my YouTube pulled up. So I did mini shoot adventures review on the 21st. Prime, brother, you need to play this game because I know how much you love Zelda 1. I cannot even. It's hard for me to quantify as someone who knows Zelda 1 inside and out, and I know you do too, how much this game reminds me of it. Yet I don't know, I don't know how they did it because it's not a Zelda game, but it feels like Zelda. It looks like it. Like some of the map is like Zelda. It is so weird.
I was like, this is just a running around with a ship shooting shit.
Yeah, exactly. But even people in the comments who have played it, they're like, yeah, this is accurate. Like, or your review, like I bought it after watching your review and I played it, and yes, it does feel like Zelda. It's crazy. So by the way, I did think of you when I was playing that. I'm like, dude, you got to play this game. So I know how much you love Zelda 1. But
backlog. Okay.
Yep. Great game. So I did that. Then I reviewed this game called Machine Gun Fury. It's $5. Look, the best way I could summarize it's Contra, Jackal, which I love Jackal, Cobra Triangle, Mercs, and Akari Warriors all in one package for $5.
Well, there you go.
So,
Jeez.
yeah. So that was a lot of fun. Monday, I put up my review for Ariana and the Elder Codex by Idea Factory. Awesome game.
I watched
Action
that one.
RPG. Yeah. Really, really good game. And of course, I posted the review right at embargo. I don't look at anyone else's reviews, but I was looking for something to listen to at the gym, and I was scrolling, and I saw some other Ariana reviews, and it looks like everyone else is like loving this game.
What
So
a
I was
cool
like,
concept. Yeah.
Yeah, totally cool, right? You're a librarian
Yeah.
who steps into books and lives in that world and then beats people's asses. Really fun, like kind of crazy concept too.
Yeah.
Planet of Lana 2, posted that review yesterday. And then this morning I posted the review for Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection, which if you played the Mega Man Battle Network games, this is the successor to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then that 5 reviews since I last saw you. Been extremely busy. And then I'm working on Kenna Bridge of Spirits,
Nice.
The Midnight Walk, which both of those come out tomorrow. I'm going to be working on Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition.
Nice.
I got my review code yesterday for Little Nemo and the Guardians of Slumberland.
There you go.
So hyped about. I haven't touched it yet because I got to get these other ones done, but the embargo's, the 31st, so it's coming up. And then Legacy of Kain Ascendance, which is like the 2D Metroidvania, new like Legacy of Kain. That's what I got going on. So it's a lot. I'm busy. Please stop by my channel, watch the reviews, leave a comment. You guys know I reply to all of them. Even if you have a massive backlog and you don't have time to play this, just come watch it. Throw it on your wish list if you think it looks good. Wait for it to go on sale. Honestly, do you guys use the wish list?
Mhm.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I love it when I get an email that says your game is on sale, and it's like something I forgot about, and then it's like it's like $5 or something.
Yeah.
It's like 85% off. Like, all right, twist of my arm.
It's great when you go to your wish list on the Switch 2 eShop. You could check a little box that wish list games on sale.
So good.
And you click the box, and then it just lists everyone that's on sale. It's awesome.
So nice.
I do it like probably daily.
Yeah, me too. I think. Yeah.
I also check the eShop too for coming soon because they add games so often, and I don't want to miss anything. And sometimes stuff like just doesn't hit the news wave. Nobody covers it.
Yeah.
I go to Games Press. I have a press membership, not membership, but I don't know, account there. And they post about all the games. So there's even stuff there that misses the radar. And yeah, so I've been like going to the coming soon. I used to do this on Best Buy. Did you guys ever do this? Did you go to like bestbuy.com and go to the games and then go filter it for what's coming soon and like thumb through it?
Mhm.
I can't do that anymore. You want to know why? They added third parties to it. Third party sellers. And they'll put in games that released 5-10 years ago
Oh wow.
as a new game. Oh, dude, it's anarchy. There's no rules whatsoever. And it'll be some third party seller selling some game that should be like normal retail price $39, and they're selling it for like $72.38. Some random ass number. Like, come on, Best Buy, clean this shit up. Because now I'm not looking through your stuff because you can't filter it out.
Right.
There's no way to filter out the third parties, and you can't filter it to only Best Buy. So now I go to the eShop and look at the coming soon. That's my only way to see what's coming soon now.
All right.
It's nice though.
It is.
Good job.
All right. Well, guys, I'm a Nintendo Prime. I post daily Nintendo news content, so you can know there'll be another news video tomorrow, or a rumor, or some shit. Probably won't be about a direct, I don't think. I don't control when those rumors come, but cover them when they do happen. Obviously, Nate the Hate's got his podcast Friday, so probably I assume there'll probably be at least a game or something he mentions in there that I might put in a video. We'll see. Otherwise, I do my live streams as well, usually at around 8 p.m. at night. I do Q&As a lot of nights. And if GameBird does consistently do that one stream a week, we'll be sending everyone over to his channel before I dip out. I know his stream doesn't last too much longer after I do that, but at least lets you know, hey, if that night you'd rather watch him, now you know. Because the Birdman is fine. He's awesome. Deserves the support. Yeah. Otherwise, just subscribe to the channel if you like what I do. If you don't like what I do and you just like the podcast, cool. I'm glad that you're here. I hope you enjoy it. Check out our audio podcast as well. Everywhere audio podcasts are heard. Eric's done an excellent job keeping that up to date and keeping that going out the next day. He's been doing great with the clips as well. I know the clips channel has been doing pretty decent since we started doing the sharing it with all the channels as like a collab. So I know the clips channel has been doing better. I'm really excited about this show, guys. It just keeps getting better, keeps growing. We got some exciting guests as well. Unfortunately, some people might recall last week we said that Special Nick was supposed to be here this week. He actually had to bail due to some family stuff, which just happens, right? You know, people are volunteering to be here. We don't pay our guests to be here, so it is just their time that they're volunteering. So he's not rescheduled yet, but next week we do have N64 Josh. Let's just say my handle down here below Nintendo Prime is going to say something a little different when Josh is here.
Make his little subtext under his name next week, Prime. Change it to the Pizza Man.
And then X-Tix and Leeches, who's a newcomer, a first timer. So he's walking into a show with Josh and the boys. I hope he's ready, because when it's a show with Josh and the boys,
That's been fun.
It's a fun, wild show. I'll just say that.
That was my first show. Was with Josh.
It only gets better if we happen to have Jake Randall sneak in as well on that episode. Then it'd be like, oh shit, this is not the episode a newcomer should be on with those two here. But it's all right. It'll be fun. It'll be good. It's always fun to have him on. Josh is like the long lost member of the crew. Like he should have been a co-host of the show, but he's not.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is, like a long lost member.
He's an awesome dude. Yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome. He runs his own podcast as well. So it's going to be fun, guys. After that, we have another new person with Tubular Johnson coming on the following week. Someone that Stash has met. And then Say Iran and Sky Sort of List coming back on. And then we have an episode with nobody, just the core four. It's going to be fun. It also might not be till 1 a.m. Who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? We say it every time, and then it happens.
I know.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you same time next week. Peace out, everyone.
Good night, friends.
Peace.